And welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, reporting live from the LA fires. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Oh no. Maybe I should get a fiery background too.
You're not in California. You can't have a fiery background, you.
But I want
Meanwhile,
a
my
fiery background.
internet. Meanwhile, the snow dunes are making my internet ass. So
Yeah, it is snowing here.
All right, let's try to make up our time here and not have this be a huge waste of time. All right, we've got a very interesting watch club tonight that I would like to get to.
You should have refreshed.
I am screen sharing the wrong way.
Yeah.
Hold on. Also, I went to all that trouble to change the site identity and then didn't update it before. God, I'm fucking retarded. Okay, here we go.
We might as well just start over.
Yeah, all right. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I would invite you. Oh, God damn it. I would invite you to go to ocapodcast.com/ no, I'm sorry, patreon.com/OCA podcast. Yeah, let's start over. You guys can donate to us monthly this way, or you can go to patreon.com/anime collector to donate to me directly. It will aid me greatly in surviving these fires that I am not anywhere near as I report to you from the beaches of Huntington, not the middle of the richest parts of the country. Oh no, hold on. Big problem. As expected, we can't call it Fate is a Fickle Little Whore for Twitch. So we're going to call it Slut.
as long as you don't say the
Can you do that
word.
Can you do that circle with the slash through it?
Can't do that. Hold on. God, I knew this was going to be a problem. I was surprised. I'm going to just say ho.
Well, you
Go
can't
live on
say the
Twitch.
T word on Twitch, right?
Take the W off.
The ho worked.
just take the W off.
All right. Anyway, so if you guys would like to support us further, you can go to ocapodcast.com/support. That's where you can donate to us directly. This takes out the minimalist amount of fees so that we can enjoy the maximum amount of your donations. Also, how come I haven't turned on my fucking lights? This is how disastrous this is. See what my lack of funds has done? it's lost all my brain cells.
Donate to repair his home that's burning in our hearts.
Yeah.
So there's another way you can support us, and that is by giving yourself the gift that keeps on giving and shopping at Tenga. Buy yourself a nice Tenga. Everybody needs a Tenga, or at least the lotion that goes in the Tenga. Think of us as you touch yourself. All right, let's go there.
How about you just think of him individually?
Think of me burning in hell as you touch yourself. All right. Let us pull up all of these things and throw the clips in here that I totally didn't put in the brand right before the show because we are an hour later than I wanted us to be. Great job, mate.
Not you.
Fucking unbelievable. All right. Open discussions all open. Cool. So in case you haven't heard, because you've been living under a rock, or maybe you're halfway around the world like Ronan Ja. Welcome, by the way. But Hollywood is burning down, along with most of California in the LA region, or Los Angeles County. Let's put it that way. That's probably the easiest way to condense it all. So Hollywood's burning down. Massive fires threaten to consume famed landmarks as Los Angeles blaze rages. So let's just take a quick look at some of the fires images so you can kind of understand what we're dealing with here. Are we
going to get a live footage right from there?
Right behind me, yes, you are. It's right there. Like, it's happening.
Well, you're just going to go in the field. That's what you mean, right?
The rice fields.
As the backdrop slowly disintegrates with fire. Anyway, so these are some of the images that have come out. I mean, this is like the Hollywood Hills are just gone. I mean, they're engulfed in flame. What's up, Cool Tucci? Hollywood Bowl had to evacuate everybody. firefighting, dropping water on it. I mean, it's really bad. That didn't feel like it did anything either. That
Yes.
ton of water, like nothing happens. Did you miss?
They might
Did it
have.
evaporate before it touched the fire? It looks like you
Yeah,
fucking
right?
missed. It all went
Oh,
down
well,
by the.
There
They
was
say
a
the
there
wind
was
is
a
going on and all that, right?
Oh yeah.
there was
So
a shot of a water bomber that like nailed the fire perfectly.
Yeah.
Like it was satisfying
He
to watch.
sniped it.
so
Put in the top 10 satisfying compilation videos.
Yeah.
Like with the rubber and the knife or
drinks on
whatever having a
fire.
perfect cut, and then the fire being put in.
JT Vegas says the LBGTQ is letting you all burn. Oh, how about that? They're flaming after all.
Mostly just the L's.
All right, so
The L's are taking L's.
so this is a very real like experience in LA. I think this might be in Sunset. You look outside there. Every day on my way into work, I can see the hills and the smoke over the hills. I can't see like the actual fire from where I live.
Do the hills have eyes?
Burning, smoldering ones, yes.
Are you gonna want to do that for a watch party at some point?
Maybe. Never seen it.
I
Yeah, you can just see. This is just the Hollywood Hills. Let me show you a little bit more. This is the Sunset Fire. Let me take a look at. I thought this was great. Hail Satan, Hollywood. Also, this one's too perfect. There it is, Mr. Frodo, Los Angeles. This is exactly what it looks like. Like the one I'm talking about, what I can see, it looks like this, right? Like that's what it looks like over there at night. All right, here is harrowing photos show scale of devastation in Los Angeles. Okay. I want you to understand.
Now they have a giant zombie post-apocalyptic set ready.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you're smart, if you're a filmmaker, you'd already be out there filming something. Absolutely, 100%. And this is not the first time stuff like that has happened, where people take advantage of disasters in order to make a movie, right? They don't usually get like a wide release, but it happens, you know? So yeah, obviously, I want to put it in perspective here. This entire area is gone. It is gone. Except for all the trees. You could definitely still see all those trees, right? Like I'm not the only one who still sees the trees. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, so houses where they had like a stone facade, that's all that's remaining, right?
The facade and the chimney.
And the chimney, right? The stuff made out of stone. Trees. Oh man, they don't even look that vibrant and green. They're just still standing. It's crazy, right? This is the auditorium of the Elliott's Arts Magnet Middle School. Cars are basically skeletonized. The tires completely melted off. Everything's just gone. Look at that shit, man. Malibu. Some of the palm trees are shredded, but the actual wood part, yeah, the smart pig built his house out of bricks. He also built it outside of California. Yeah, just absolute devastation. I think this is that same image you were looking at before. Shockingly, not burnt signs. No soot, no ash. Very strange. Very just a little weird. Just a little weird, right?
Would the winds affect it at all? Like, would it?
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about the winds. So,
burn?
for anybody who's unfamiliar, especially if you're not, getting U.S. news a lot, this happens every single year in California. Okay. We get these things called the Santa Ana winds, named after Santa Ana, the city. And I want to say last week or the week before, I went out to go to work, and that shit was the strongest I have ever seen. I mean, we made the Three Little Pigs joke a second ago. Yes, it was like that. It was as though all of a sudden, just massive amounts of damage, right? Like being done. Like it was trash day even. It was, that must have been Tuesday, Wednesday. It would have been on Wednesday. So probably the Wednesday after last podcast, I put my trash cans out Tuesday night, and all damn night you could hear the trash can lid hitting the back of the thing from all the wind, right? And it's not just mine, obviously, it's all the trash cans on the block. And then in the morning, it was so windy that trash cans were full of trash and knocked over, and trash was everywhere in my neighborhood, right? And then that wind in LA, when the fires start, and whenever these winds happen, we get arsonists, because the wind then carries the fire and causes devastation like this. This is the worst it has ever been by far, right? You can see here their trash cans. They are a very interesting color. Anyway, moving past this. Hollywood stars whose homes have burned to the ground as devastating LA wildfires destroy California. John Goodman, Miles Teller, Anthony Hopkins, Eugene Levy. There's a shit ton more. Fucking Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I mean, you name it. Their houses are gone. Because the Palisades, like not a single building is still standing in those neighborhoods. Not one. Everything is gone. Right?
There's a couple.
No, in like the neighborhoods, like in sort of towns and stuff, yeah, there's some stuff, but like the actual like tracts of neighborhoods, from what I saw, everything is 100% destroyed.
No, there's like one or two. Like I've seen some videos of like literally in a sea of burnt down ash, like one house, or and I've seen a couple. And the one I saw a video on, basically they stayed home and were just hosing down their house the entire time.
So I was the other day, I got Postmates delivered to the office, and I got breakfast. Like I ordered it as I got in the car to have it delivered at the office, and I drove to the office, and then the guy showed up like 10 minutes later. So it's still pretty early in the morning, right? Like 9:15 by the time I went down to meet the guy in the parking lot. And he told me that he had already done 5 runs that morning. And I'm the first person that he spoke to who did not lose their house in the fire. Because everybody else was getting food delivered to hotels and stuff because they were displaced, right?
Yeah.
And
I heard it was also hard to get hotels because all of them are fucking filled with illegal immigrants.
Oh yeah. No, it is. This is a fuck around and find out situation for Californians, because they have voted or celebrated bad policies all of this time, and it's come to roost, right? Now they bring up, notice anything odd in the photo, right? Now there are some irregularities. Look, it's hard to say.
You spoiled this.
We're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that they're portraying here. I don't think this specific photo necessarily showcases anything abnormal. Yes, the tree did burn down, but the pictures I've seen of John Goodman's house before the fire, this tree was already skeletonized. Like it didn't have any greenery on it. It looked like a dead tree. So
well, I mean, it's winter.
Yeah.
But do you, I guess you guys, California, you guys don't have fall, right? Like
we get somewhat. Yeah.
Like
but the point
a tree would lose its leaves?
Yeah. So the point is, though, that it doesn't look like this tree went up in flames. It looks more like it might have fallen because of the wind rather than a fire. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So it's possible, because I from working my previous job, I've seen this type. This is a sliding fence, Like this is a plastic fence that has a motor in it, so that when John Goodman pulls up, he hits a button in his car and it opens and he drives up into the garage, right? And here's the picture of the tree. You can see what it was before the fire, right? And so these are plastic. This should have melted. So should have the trash can if the fire was this close, right? Even still, I mean, when you go to Disneyland and they do like the fireworks show at the end of the night, they have like fire shoot up out of the castle, and you will be like 600 feet from it. You feel the heat on your face, right? Like that shit is hot. It's alarming that some of this stuff looks like it was vaporized without actually burning, right? And again, the lack of ash in the air, the lack of soot, all that stuff, like the burn marks on the ground don't even, they're barely there. You know what I mean? So anyway, this person, I'm just going to walk you through this. These are the thoughts of Salty Girl here. I'm just going to show you some things. Noticing continues, right? The trash cans, right? Now, I used to live in Arizona. The year that I lived there, like I think the second to last year before I left, we had record heat in Phoenix. It was about 120 something degrees, and trash cans melted to the ground. Like they melted, and like you couldn't roll them anymore because they got so warped from melting that they either like were stuck to the ground or the wheels no longer fit in the well to be able to turn, right? Like they had to issue new ones in Phoenix next door to me, right? So it's unusual, right? I worked a lot with trash cans recently, my previous job when I was avoiding getting the COVID vax, right? This shit is unusual because people will throw a hot coal from their, barbecue in it, and they'll burn a hole straight through the bottom of it. I've seen it many times at that job, right? Now, people are saying, remember Hawaii, or remember Maui in particular, right? And yes, like this is the first thing I thought of. I'm just sharing this. I'm not saying anything, just sharing it, right? I'm sure you've seen this. God damn it. Pointing out the only color that seemed to survive was blue. This is the most damning, I think. The canvas umbrellas, right? In the photos, you would see like one house still standing, and the roof was this really bizarre blue color, right? There's also, Simpsons predicted it or whatever. There's also this has been going around. It's like a laser, for some reason, can't burn this wavelength of color. So some people are claiming it's like directed energy weapons or whatever.
I'm pretty sure it's that blue is closer to ultraviolet, so it reflects more than absorbs it.
So yeah, well, the point is that shouldn't matter if it's fire versus if it's induced from laser. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So this is one of the most damning. This was as far as I can tell, a shop that sold T-shirts burned to the ground in Maui.
Don't tell me there's some blue T-shirt.
They're on a table here.
That's funny.
Everything else is completely destroyed.
The thing is, though, I mean, it's a funny theory, but like
even in close proximity, it should have caught fire.
Yeah, like I think these are just coincidences, because if the whole building burnt down and obviously there was flames, right? So like
look, I can
the surrounding area was hot enough to burn the fucking T-shirt.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, is that the theory, and again, this is a theory. I'm not ascribing anything here, but the theory that is being put forth is that a laser or directed energy weapon, whatever you want to call it, would cause an accelerated burn, right? That basically it's vaporizing it rather than burning it. Like it's not like you're starting a fire with a magnifying glass and focusing the ray. It's like something else that is causing it to.
I get that, but like if we think about it logically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. let's say you have a mirror. Okay, a mirror should reflect 100% of the laser, right? Or at least like 99% of it, right?
Mhm.
So if you had some magic laser that could like ignite stuff instantly, and you put a bunch of wood underneath the mirror, and the mirror was facing straight up, and
Sure.
this laser destroyed this piece of wood and lit the entire thing up, right? We know for a fact the house burnt down. Like we have video of the house burning down. It's not like the house instantly vaporized. It was on fire for a long time and burnt down. And so if this wood underneath
I
this
just
mirror,
noticed I'm wearing blue.
yeah,
That's why I'm not burning.
if this laser,
He's a traitor.
If this laser burnt the wood would heat up, catch fire, and then that wood fueled fire would then burn the mirror, right? So even if the laser couldn't burn the mirror,
Yes,
the wood would.
And that's the thing is that from what we've saw with Maui especially, it seems like some of these places that burned up were vaporized and then the fires were out instantaneously, right? Like they seem
I don't know
almost
about there, but we know for a fact in California they weren't out instantly. Right? We have video of like
100%. And I think that what's happening in California is a little different because of the winds. I think the winds are helping it to spread fires. If rolling with the theory here that this individual on Twitter is putting forth, I think that the most likely scenario that would of this complete hypothetical of this conspiracy theory would be that you get arsonists to start the fire, right? The winds are starting to carry the fires, and then you have direct targets that you rush along so that under the cover of the fire, you can destroy certain places as much as you need to, right? And I saw during the Maui fires, people had uploaded to TikTok videos that looked like lasers coming from space. Could you fake that? Yeah, you certainly could, right? Could it just be an old video posted during the time in order to capitalize on the trend when everybody's thinking directed energy? Absolutely, right? I have no idea what's going on here. I am merely showing you what other people are talking about and trying to look at things from multiple different angles, right? But the point is that something very peculiar is happening this very month. And that is that in 8 days, Donald Trump is taking office. And a list is going to come out. Actually, 2 lists. An Epstein and Diddy list are about to be released. Now, if
I wouldn't hold your breath on those.
If your clients are in the Hollywood Hills, and now the Hollywood Hills doesn't exist, it becomes difficult to investigate them, doesn't it? Right? I don't know. I mean, Ellen seemed to get out of LA at exactly the right time, it seems to me, moving over to the UK there, right? Don't know. Just a little strange. That's all. That's all I'm showing. That's all I'm sharing, right? Anyway,
I didn't realize this video was from Maui.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, I don't know if I'm coming in. Apparently, as soon as you opened the rabbit hole, my connection just... But I think I'm getting what you guys are talking about. But my question is, isn't it funny that when the Maui fires went on, they're like, oh, sorry. Or wait, no. What was it? No, it was the hurricane that the FEMA fund wasn't available, allegedly. And then for Maui, everyone got like $700 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it was.
People in Asheville,
and
North
now,
Carolina still do not have drinking water. Some of them.
Whoa. And then you have the California. Isn't Biden allegedly covering all of it or something?
Yes.
No.
Last I heard, the first 130 days of the fire, 100% of the damage is being covered by the federal government.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. That's
isn't that interesting?
We have something else to showcase before we're supposed to bring that up, but there it is, right? So let me keep going here. I love this. Only blue can prevent laser fires. All right. Now
I wasn't sure if the direction you were going with this was that it would somehow like blue is the only thing that's left, so therefore people will subliminally be like Democrat. Democrat. We must be Democrat.
No, they're not that intelligent. We've got other methods of manipulating people that I'll show you in a minute. All right, so this is Maui, the Paradise Fires, and the Los Angeles fires. If you remember, the Paradise Fires are the ones that PG&E claimed were like, oh, our infrastructure may have caused it. It seems very strange to me. I think I can't remember. I think
they said that it was them again this time.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we might have talked about this on podcast at some point when it came to the Paradise Fire, but the footprint, like the buildings are gone, and yet the grass in the front yard untouched. The fucking tree line right behind the houses where that line the fence of their houses untouched, right? Like you'd expect to see the way for the fire to rage the level that it did, to completely level the building, you would expect to see more damage to the trees. I'm just saying it seems strange, right? I'm not suggesting anything from it. I just think it's in that strange.
Photo of the trees, maybe grass though, like so in the now fires, right? The Los Angeles fires, the winds were crazy enough that the fire blew up into the trees and so nailed all the trees through.
Yeah.
So if you saw trees in Los Angeles, that might be
wind. I think the wind makes this fire different from these other two fires shown here.
Yeah. And
it's very strange.
In terms of the grass, like wood burns a lot easier than grass, right? Grass is like, it's tiny, it's not that flammable, it's close to the ground. If it does catch fire, like unless it's like, just dried out to hell, it's not gonna spread that far very easily.
But let me put it this way. When I was in high school, my brother and I used to drive to school in a red T-Bird. And the T-Bird used to be my grandfather's. And that car had a lot of problems because it's so old. And so our battery died semi-often. And one day we got our car jumped by another classmate who drove like an F-150 or something like that. And so the way we were positioned, he needed to drive up onto the field and turn around in order to get the jumper cables to us. And so he floored it, and like how you connect it and then you turn on the car, and he started to floor it for some reason, and the exhaust from his truck like was pointed down towards the ground, and it scorched the grass, even though the grass was green, right? So I'm just saying it doesn't take much to have some sign of heat on a plant like that.
Sure.
Right?
If on the edges where the fire touches the grass, I would expect scorching. But
which is what I'm referring to here. Like you can see it.
I think what Random 11 is referring to is how your friend didn't burn down the neighborhood because it scorched just that little patch because it contained itself.
Of course. But see,
grass
I'm pointing out here on the Maui one, you can see sort of the scorching. This is what you more expect to see. I'm just saying that there's a lot of irregularities depending in certain areas of where the fire is. Obviously, if you actually get something to light on fire and then the fire spreads like naturally the way a fire would, then it's going to just be a fire. It's going to be a house fire. And you see in places differences in some buildings than you do in others. And sometimes when your brain is seeing this pattern recognition, all of a sudden it's a little strange. I'm just saying some of this stuff stands out a little bit differently than others. You'll also notice that this building, although this one that left the scorch marks around here as though it was an actual house fire, the building is still standing for the most part. Whereas all of these buildings were leveled in their footprint. That's all I'm suggesting.
There's explanations for that too. That one could be a cement building, whereas in California they're all wood buildings, right?
Yes, but again, I've driven through California a lot, especially in my last job, and there were house fires on my route that occasionally we actually drove through the fires during fire season, but we would drive past houses in the neighborhood where one house had burned down, and we would watch it, over the course of a couple months, the process of pulling it out, right, and everything. Now, granted, obviously, if you have one house on fire and you're able to contain the fire, it's not going to burn all the way to the ground. I totally get that, all right? I'm just suggesting that there's a lot of irregularities that people are pointing out, and it's not what you expect to see, and it's partially because, normally when you see a house that gets burned down, it doesn't get leveled in its own footprint because you're able to contain it usually, okay? There are reasonable explanations for all of the theories, okay? I'm merely getting through this part of the hump here and showcasing what people are suggesting about it. Now, we also have, wouldn't you know it, how Los Angeles plans to become a smarter city by the 2028 Olympics. One might say that UN Agenda 2030 plan is coming into alignment here. Now, furthermore, Joe Rogan in July of last year had this to say.
I talked to a fireman once. This is one of the reasons that freaked me out. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do.
You just have to evacuate, right?
Nothing they can do.
Do they not use steel roofing? Do they not use steel roofing in California?
No, we use mostly like Adobe brick in most of like Long Beach and Los Angeles County area.
Is Adobe brick like a wood fiber or something?
No, it's like a clay. Yeah.
Also, I don't know if it was the 2018 fires. I feel like it was later. I feel like there was some fire in 2020 or around the lockdowns where he had to like evacuate his house, and that was right after that. Basically, he moved to Texas.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why he left. Yeah. Anyway, continuing from here. NPR had this to say in 2023, firefighting is mostly white and male. A California program aims to change that. Oh, interesting. This reminds me of when Lauren Chen had a similar headline to reply to. U.S. firefighters are overwhelmingly white and male. Here's why that needs to change. Lauren Chen had this to say, screw white men and their squints. Disproportionate likelihood to put their lives at risk in order to save others.
Fuck those guys.
113 LA Fire Department firefighters removed from duty without pay for failing to meet city's vaccination mandate. Huh. Meanwhile, Pride had this article. Amid the Palisades fire, of which nothing is left, Los Angeles' first LGBTQ plus fire chief is proving lesbians get it done. Yeah, so this video clip is making the rounds.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Stupid dumb bitch. Why'd you get yourself in the wrong place?
Okay. I mean, there's obviously that. My biggest issue with this, well, maybe not the biggest issue, but like, obviously, I think the biggest issue is why'd you get yourself into a fire? It's not my fault that you're fat. Like,
well,
it's not my fault that I'm
listen to this interpretation here.
But hold on, before we get to that, the biggest, because no, but it's specifically to the video.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't even fix their fucking mistake. You like when she does her take, she's like, play it again. Sorry.
Sure.
It's like
You want to see somebody that
Sorry. Let me do it this way. See,
when I do this, stop it.
hold on.
You don't have to play the whole thing.
Hold on. I'm gonna play it as a not an extra camera. Hold on. I'll just upload the video file. Hold on.
She's like she says like
want to see somebody that responds to your house, your
right there.
Your house.
You're
Like it's like she was gonna say you, and then she was like you, like you couldn't do a second take. Are you that like held up on time that you? Oh, let me just take that from the top. It's the first 5 seconds of the fucking video. Like, anyway.
So back to this. Don't worry. I'm an emergency responder who looks like you. Help! My husband's still in there. My leg's broken. I can't get up. Looks like he got himself in the wrong place.
He doesn't look like me, so I don't have to go help him.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree because my counterpoint is I don't wear a black jacket with the highlights on it, okay? And I don't have a gas mask on. I don't identify with this person.
Yeah.
So
I was watching Joe Good Logic's stream, and he was talking about this, and someone super chatted, presumably some old guy, I don't know, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to see a 5'70" show up to my like while I'm in my burning down house, and him look at me, and we both realize, yeah, we look the same. We're in the same spot. We're both gonna die."
So I didn't plan this, but I feel like I should use this now. There was an article written
rough
from,
20 not 24 hours. Rough 1 year for lesbians.
Yeah. $100 million Navy ship with lesbian captain runs aground, catches fire and sinks. Somebody said, her being a lesbian has no bearing on the story. It's weird to even include it. She didn't crash because of her sexual orientation. She crashed because she's a woman. Like,
What?
all right, so USA Today
Well, real
fact
quick.
check. Go ahead.
Wait. Yeah, so it is absurd. God damn it. I hope I didn't just forget my point. But yeah, the whole, like, as if someone is going to see you and actually be able to identify you when you're in the thick of things, when you're in this inferno, as if someone's even going to see what you look like. It's like, yeah, my comfort right in the moment
you got you got the whole mask on, the helmet, the black shirt, the gloves, the boots. Excuse
no
me,
one
sir.
cares what you look like as long as you can get them out of the fucking
Excuse
house.
me, firefighter. Excuse me, before you save me, can you take that off and show me your black under there? I'm scared you might be a white person.
Something, and somebody comes and like, don't worry, I'm helping you. You don't sound black. Like, come on.
I need some proof before you touch me. I don't want no white people touching me.
So USA Today fact-checked libs of TikTok for using their own post and claim. This is the leadership team of the Los Angeles Fire Department. Image of 3 LA Fire Department leaders is missing context. Fact check. R rating. The manipulated image shows 3 members of the Los Angeles Fire Department's leadership team. This is the leadership team.
How is it manipulated? Like, it was cropped?
Right. However, the woman in the image are only 3 members of the 14-member leadership team listed on the department's website. Yep. Yeah.
Between the 3 of them, they make like something like $1.5 million salary too.
Yeah.
Like they're like 3 of the top paid people.
This is fine. Oh God. All right. I saw this. Hey, Goonline's here. Is that, yep. Oh, I didn't share this to Mirage either. Sorry, Mirage. I didn't mean to exclude you.
You'll have to excuse me. I don't have a fire background for myself, so.
Well, fortunately, you're in Northern California, far away from the hellscape.
Yeah.
So Babylon B. Good.
For the record, I already had my fire like 4 years ago, so you know.
Oh, that's true. You legitimately had a fire and you lost your whole like house and everything.
Yeah.
It's his tragic backstory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to make you relive it.
Yeah, it's all good.
This might be triggering for you.
It's
Hopefully you can
the
make it.
beauties of living in California, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's so many. You step outside and step in shit. You know, like. All right, so Babylon
Right?
Bees had a field day with this topic. Girl fireman rushes into burning building to tell victim he's too heavy, but the real fireman will be here in 15 minutes. Right? They also had this one from a couple years ago. In a push for diversity, military canine units to give equal opportunities to chihuahuas.
Oh my god.
Imagine you're like on the run and they send the chihuahuas at you. Like,
All right, let's get caught up on some chats.
It's an emotional support animal, an emergency emotional support animal.
The Open Cauldron podcast. Open Cauldron Arson podcast. There you go.
Spilled cauldron wrong. Fired.
He meant it. The smart pig built his house out of bricks, right? It's your husband's fault for getting into that situation. LA Firefighter 2025. Are drones now permitted in the area because
chief
they can
assistant.
get
Also, that wasn't
people?
a random firefighter. The chief's assistant.
Mm.
Although
Simon-
maybe when at the time she might not have had that role. I don't know, because that seems like it was filmed a while ago.
So this is, I'm guessing, in reference to the street sign. The sign is fine because metal and stone don't burn. Look, you don't understand. When I lived in Arizona, it got so hot during the summer that the paint for the street sign thing, like whatever the like actual like letters are, melted.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on fire.
It doesn't have to be on fire. Just being near it, there should be some sign of warping or even just scorched edges or something. Something should be different about it. Is all I'm saying. I don't expect it to look like that. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't had enough fire experience. I'm just saying it seems unusual to me. Roseanne gets canceled from the show, which made her move to Texas, and John Goodman wasn't canceled, so he stayed in LA. Karma, bitch. All of these celebrities have multiple homes anyways. True. HDPE plastic is very durable. I used it because cheaper trash can only last 1 year before falling apart. Huh. I live up in Washington State that I had to deal with the smoke from Canada. Oh. Stupid Canadians.
Whoa. Are you
Jewish
blaming us?
Conspiracy theories. Why is the flag upside down?
Which flag?
Should we be able to
I
see
think
these lasers
they're
if we put like an infrared camera on or something?
They're talking about this one.
One of the videos of the.
I think it was this one.
Was it the
Maui
US
thing.
flag?
I think it's this flag right here, upside down. I don't know what flag that is. Is that the Maui official Maui flag? I doubt it.
I know the bottom left there is the British
the Union Jack.
flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So normally when you fly a flag upside down, it's a symbol of distress, right?
Right.
Like the nation's in trouble or whatever kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm guessing that the branding here for whatever channel uploaded this, that's them showcasing like the content I produce is about the nation in distress or whatever kind of thing. I'm guessing. Anyway, so where was I? Yeah, let's go back to these. Blue OCA merch, blue oyster coal. No, white doesn't
Looks like
reflect
it is
blazer?
the Maui flag.
What's the upload speed of the rabbit hole connection? I don't know. Is that a Footnum question? Depends on the grass. Looking at Far Cry
it's
2.
Hawaii. Sorry, not Hawaii.
Also, California has dry everything. It's true. We are a desert. It's an arid desert. Yes.
Yeah, but there's people water their grass.
Mhm.
You know, they like green grass.
I
It's
meant to
not
bring
like
that up actually.
dried out yellow grass that'll like.
Right.
You know,
When I had the Postmates delivery driver talk to me about how all of his previous fares were people who lost their homes to the fires. He was talking about like we were talking about the fact that the ocean is right there, and it seems insane to me. Look, you wouldn't use seawater to water your plants because it would kill them. right? Because of the salt.
Right.
But in a situation like this, it really seems like we should have a button we can flip, or a switch we can flip, that will suck water from the ocean, and all
From
of
the
Palisades like sprinklers go off and just spray ocean water to dampen everything as the fires are raging. It just seems like a good idea to me.
Yeah, burnt down, vegetation is worse than, maybe it dies because it's got a little bit too much salt.
I mean, I don't know.
Also, they ended up dumping salt water on it anyway, right?
Yeah, from
Canada had to send you guys some water bombers, and I heard also that some dumbass flew a drone up and they nailed the side of the water bomber. You had to round it for like a half an hour.
Kutiti says normal fires have access to water. What we are seeing is what fires were per plumbing. What do you mean? What does that mean?
I think he means before plumbing, like before we had plumbing to stop fires.
Pre-plumbing?
Pre-plumbing?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, and like allegedly, Los Angeles County has run out of water to fight the fires. Right?
Oh, that was the other great thing. So there is I don't know if you have an article on it, but there's a reservoir for Palisades that has that used to have tons of water in it. But there was some leak or something, so they decommissioned it and never fixed it.
Dude, that is the story of California's life. A couple of years ago, Samurai Jeff was living in Chico, California. They had the opposite problem happening, where they have these like aqueduct things to redirect flood water so it doesn't flood the town. Jeff was doing a day trip somewhere, and he came back to his home after the flood started, and it was like knee high at his front door. Like everything in his apartment was ruined. Like that's how fucking bad it got. Like you could see, like he drove through it for miles, just getting higher and higher and higher as he got closer and closer to his home. That's the story of California. Is like we know that there are massive infrastructure things that must be done to protect our citizens. We tax the fucking shit out of them, and then we do fuck all with the tax dollars, except for I think we paid $2.6 billion last year for healthcare for illegal immigrants, right? Like that's where our money goes.
Their transition surgeries, right?
Yeah. So yeah, that's the story of California. Let's see, where were we on this chat? They mentioned lesbian because it was highlighted during her promotion. I want Tamaki from Fire Force to do my rescue instead.
Yeah.
I saw that. Did you guys see? I linked. I don't know if you have it, but I linked. Someone made a mashup of the opening of Fire Force to the backdrop of all the fires.
That's funny.
You guys didn't watch my video? Damn.
Goon so hard it causes a fire.
Why do I even post them if you're not going to watch?
Heat and pavement can cause it. Heat and pavement can cause.
Where did you post it, Randy?
Shared media, I'm guessing. Heat and pavement can cause what? The melting of the trash cans. Because I guess theoretically you're right that the asphalt will absorb more heat and absorb and reflect more heat than the actual weather heat. Like the feeling on your skin of it being 120 degrees. The ground may be even hotter than that. But fires, like house fires, are like 1,000 degrees minimum. You know what I mean? So it just seems like a dramatic, jump past what you would need to for there to be some form of damage done to the surrounding things.
Dude, you need to make the next viral video instead of the 1,000-degree knife challenge. Do the 1,000-degree house challenge.
Yes, it is the flag of Hawaii. The sun is hotter than wood fire, and it's the UV that breaks down the paint. Okay, that could be. Yeah. I mean, obviously the sun is hotter, yes. But I don't know if it's hotter than wood fire in the sense that the sun rays hitting, again, like 120 degrees and whatnot. But the UV thing, yeah, definitely could. California, it's illegal to water grass and neighbors snitch. It's true. Yeah.
What?
In California, because of our water drought, you're not allowed to water your plants beyond certain hours. My dad would water, our plants during certain times of the day when I was growing up, and our neighbors would snitch on us and we'd get fined for just using a hose to water our property. Don't salt the earth, referring to the seawater. The red powder is used on the fire anyway. I don't know what that means. Winds are kicking up right now. Are they? I don't know. It looks pretty dead outside my house right now, but someone said that the reservoir has been drained.
Language to be using right now.
What's up?
I said that's insensitive language to be using right now. Yep. It's dead outside your house. Excuse me.
Someone said the reservoir has been drained for 17 years. Yeah, it's the aquifers are not being built or replenished. Like we're not handling things properly in California. We have not for many, 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 many years. 95+% of the rainwater rushes right back into the ocean. We don't store any of it hardly. Yeah, we deserve everything we're getting here. Flaming dance. What are these? What am I looking at here? I don't know what those are. Watch the movie Idiocracy.
Disco ball?
Oh, is that a disco ball? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we should watch Idiocracy. California has no means of collecting the floodwaters and find farmers who did. Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, I have a house in my neighborhood where the person has their gutter system collect the rainwater in a barrel, right? And that's something that other people have done and gotten fined and had it confiscated. Like, that's how shit California is about this stuff.
I was about to ask, isn't there laws about, like, some places it's illegal to collect rainwater, and I never understood it. Like, is it some health risk to have the rainwater or something?
No, they claim that by collecting rainwater, you're preventing the rainwater from getting downstream to other places that need it more, and that you're hoarding it, is what they say. Like, if everybody in the country was to collect the rainwater, then it wouldn't be properly running off and, maintaining moisture levels in plants or some shit. I don't know. There's also the Firenado. DEI equals die? The lasers. Okay, cool. We're caught up.
Sequel to the Sharknado.
DEI or die.
All right. Let me throw this over here. And that was here. Get rid of that. All right. I'm going to throw these in old docs so I remember to put them in. For fuck's sake, is it too much to ask for these to be in alphabetical order? There it is. They're always at the very bottom. All right, cool. Moving on to the next stage of this. Yeah, so I saw this, and apparently there's been a lot of reports of arson, right? As usual. They don't want to believe in climate change. I'll show them, right? Alex Jones did a report here about the arrests. Surprisingly, most of them are not white liberals. Also, Alex Jones, is he dying of cancer? Or how did he lose so much weight recently?
Huh?
He looks so different.
Dude, this is
looks like he's dyeing his beard and, like, shaved his head.
That definitely could be. Yeah, so here's the arsonist that they arrested for the Kenneth fire. This is what climate change looks like, apparently. Yes, climate change's favorite tool, a torch kit, right?
I can't wait for them to get same-day release bail, because it's California.
Oh, it happened already.
He's already, apparently he's already gone, yeah.
You're kidding me.
No.
Oh my God.
They caught him with the torch, lighting a fire, but because he's probably an illegal, right back on the street. That's how California rolls. All right, so NASA climate scientist cries while blaming the Los Angeles fires on climate change. Yep. I love this. Mismanaged forest, firefighter / budget shortage, multiple arsonists, administrative incompetency, diverted water resources, climate change, right? Our powers combined.
And and there's the like people are saying that like that area is known for like burning, and even when the Native Americans lived there, they would do controlled burns because they knew it was prone to burning. So it's like this area that has notoriously always had fire issues, and now for like 30 years you haven't done any fire management for the like
and suddenly
the wooded
this is a new
areas or
thing. This
anything.
has never happened before.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, and again, this is the thing is that we absolutely know that this is going to happen. Joe Rogan just talked about it with the firefighter saying like it's only a matter of time before it becomes unstoppable and nothing can stop it, right? Because of the incompetency and the lack of action and all that shit. It's only a matter of time. Boom, here it is, you know?
Does this
Everybody
count as
knew
a
this was
controlled
coming.
burn?
What's up?
Does this count as a controlled burn?
No, because it's not controlled. I don't think they even have it under control yet. I still think it's
Well, if it was
officially
intentional,
not.
is the joke he's trying to make? Is it controlled because it was intentional?
I was just clicking on the thing you shared of the Fire Force opening.
Yeah, you might not want to share it with audio,
No, yeah, I'm just looking at it. So I was distracted for a minute. Anyway, sorry. You were saying?
It's not controlled. So I mean,
right.
Whether it was intentional or not, it's not controlled.
So I'm going to showcase without audio what you just shared because I think it shows a little bit of what's happening.
It's just the Fire Force opening.
Yeah.
Sound.
That's all you're hearing. Obviously, you're not hearing it because I'm not portraying it, but that's what you would be hearing. But I'm more interested in just showing you extra footage of what is happening in this state right now. I have had so many people, most of you guys are probably watching, who have reached out to check on me, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying, like, I live here. This has been life for quite some time. Fortunately, I live in a part of California that doesn't see these fires because of we don't have the brush around us. Like these places have in California.
Bush?
Yeah, they've got a large chunk of they've got these big mountains, like very hilly areas with very flammable vegetation on them, like extremely flammable. They say that the eucalyptus tree. The Australians gave us eucalyptus to bring back, and they planted them in California. They planted huge acres. They take 20 years or so to mature, and then they're also the most flammable substance known to man, pretty much, as soon as they mature. So we've been dealing with that ever since because of these stupid plants that they planted all those years ago. But yeah, just showcasing a little bit about what this kind of looks like. These are the hills I'm talking about, where this is mostly just, nature on fire here. I thought this was pretty funny. Universal Studios Hollywood reopens today despite the LA fires. Roller coasters will run while the surrounding area burns. I just think it's hilarious. Imagine you get up to the top and you look around and everything's just engulfed in flames. You're about to scream and you inhale a bunch of smoke. You're like coughing and screaming as you go down the drop. I find that very funny. Were you saying something, Fundum?
I said it adds to the experience.
Yes.
You're even more afraid.
And I also want to share, before the announcement of that the federal government is going to cover 100% of the losses from the first 130 days of the fire, this post got put up. Apparently I didn't download it, so I guess I'll screen share the other way. You guys can hear it, yeah?
That is awful.
Yep.
We're going to help you right now. Quick, send $4 billion of aid.
Oh, thank God.
To Ukraine and Israel. What? No, not them, us. The American people actually need your help.
Oh, my bad. I must have misheard you. Belay my last. Go ahead and ban TikTok.
What? No, that's how we get informed and how people that are losing their homes to the fire can find out where they can stay. Please actually help us.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. What you're saying is deport the Mexicans and increase military spending?
Okay, I'm starting to feel like you're actively trying not to listen. Help the people that are literally dying.
Make it harder for Asians to get into college and further dissolve the blood of your family by proliferating single motherhood?
Anyway, I think you get the idea.
It is ironic. Well, not ironic, but like transparent, I should say, that the federal government is going to step up to help California, right? Like fuck
and like
North
I said,
Carolina.
Asheville, North Carolina still doesn't have running
Yeah.
water in some parts. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
But the rich people
Mhm.
had some problems. Like I know they're not all rich people in
Mhm.
California, but like this, a lot of the damage was to rich people's houses. Like
They
those. So now it's like, well, we
You
have to
should
go
have found
fix
yourself
it.
in that situation or whatever they said. Right?
Yeah.
You should put yourself there.
Someone, I can't remember where it was, but someone made the point like, essentially, the fact that all these rich people's houses burn down, if they all leave, you're gonna fuck California
Oh,
because
yeah.
all of those rich people are now gonna be gone.
Yes.
That's gonna be fun.
Yes, and yes again. Yes. 100%. If you
So they're like
displace
super
them-
incentivized to keep them there.
yeah. And like more importantly, electoral college numbers change. If you if you get rid of all those people, right? Dramatically. You're gonna take them from California, and where are you gonna put them? In Texas?
I don't know
Arizona?
how much. I don't know like if there's enough of them to like significantly affect the electoral college, but it will significantly affect the tax.
Well, see,
revenue
but think about it.
for
Think about it
California.
for a second. There's like a meme that you move to LA to work in Hollywood. If Hollywood up and leaves because or like has to
Oh, if
relocate,
all of Hollywood, yeah.
yeah,
If the industry
then all
moves,
those
then you're
people will
fucked.
move with it,
Oh yeah, for sure.
right? And they're going to move somewhere else, and it's going to take with them like
The
all the
culture.
hopeful people who want to, and that's going to change that electoral college demographic, I think.
Yeah. The other thing that I saw, I don't know if you have it, but it was the comedian Adam something. Can't remember his last. Guevara, something like that.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember his name. Anyway, he did a thing where he was on like a government panel where he was basically saying like, oh, you know, I was a white firefighter, and Adam Carrero, I think that's his name. Anyway,
Adam
he's like
Carolla?
Corolla. Yeah. Do you have the video of him?
I don't.
He was like, oh yeah, so I was a firefighter, you know, I needed money and you know, I was young and so I just wanted to go sign up to be a firefighter. And they said, come back in 7 years. And so nothing he can do. He leaves. He comes back 7 years later when he gets his test to finally say, okay, you can come.
Mhm.
And he there's some black girl behind him and he turns around and says, just by chance, like, when did you apply? And she's like, on Wednesday. So like they made him wait 7 years to make sure that they weren't hiring white people or too many white people.
Absolutely. Look,
but he also said, just quickly, more recently, after I think that video was from a while ago, but recently he there was another video where he's like, the rich people are now going to have to deal with all of the zoning people and the like bureaucracy of having to pull the permit to rebuild their house. And a lot of them are like especially the ones on the water are generally grandfathered in, but when you go to rebuild, you're not grandfathered in anymore. So now they're going to have to fight with the zoning people.
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because the way property tax works in the United States, maybe just in California, I'm not sure if it's just a California thing, but where I live at least, the way property tax works is that you pay a percentage based on the price when you bought the property. So there are some people who've been they've owned their home in California for so long that they pay like $200 a year
Yeah,
for
owned
property
it for
tax,
generations.
but their actual home is worth like $100 million just because of the location.
Well, I mean, there's the tax issue too, but like, I'm just saying, like, usually there's bylaws that say you can't build so close to the waterfront because of environmental issues.
Yeah.
But so when they go to rebuild, now it's, well, you can't build there because it's too, so now you have to ask for an easement. And then, you know, they're going to fight with the permitting people to see, you can't get an easement for the bylaw.
Fighting the bureaucracy.
The other law that I heard might come into play is, again, with rich people, they play by different rules. So maybe it's like, oh, the rich people exemption, you know, comes into play. I don't know. But I heard there's another rule that says that all new buildings have to be multifamily buildings. They can't be a single family house anymore. So that may also come into play when they pull permits.
100%. Regardless if the fires were some grand conspiracy, the aftermath of the fires will be subverted and manipulated and taken advantage of in order to further the efforts that the government wants. Again, regardless if they had a hand in exacerbating the fires or if it was all incompetence or whatever, regardless, when it comes to rebuild and pick up the pieces, they're going to exploit it as much as humanly possible. So DEI can be said as die, similar to the German speak. Okay.
I think you mean day.
Yeah. They don't use seawater to fight the fire because it ruins their equipment.
No, they literally did. Canada's.
I think he means they don't use it because if you were to run, that's a good point. If you were to run seawater through the pipes, it would corrode them.
General pipes, but you can
He's saying because I suggested that you should be able to flip a switch and have it suck water from the ocean and put it out through the sprinklers.
But you can make specialized equipment.
That is a good point. Yeah,
you can make specialized equipment to do it because not only could you make like special pumps just to pump it back up to the reservoir, right? Although I guess no, the reservoir would then still be into the system of the others. Anyway, regardless, Canada sent down water bombers that were going into the ocean and picking up water. Specifically built.
That equipment is designed for that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So specifically built to handle salt water, right? So California could spend a couple $1 million and have like 4 or 5 of these fucking things sitting right next to all the and just scramble the jets. Now I heard that the first day was windy enough that they couldn't put people in the sky to help out with the fire. But I mean, on day 2, also I'm not 100% positive.
Crazy windy that first day.
Yeah,
like that Wednesday I was talking about.
Yeah, I also heard that I don't know if it's true or not, but Mark Henley does a podcast with another guy who's from California. I forget his name. No, Eric Hunley. Sorry, Eric Hunley does a podcast with another guy who's from California, and I can't remember his name. And he was saying that Biden actually flew into LA, and that's why there was a no-fly thing for a few days, because he was flying in and flying out. And that it was a lie about the fact that the winds was causing the no-fly. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past California being stupid like that. So,
speaking of specialized equipment, I'm surprised they didn't already do this, but can they like build the new homes with, I don't know, ember-proof roofs?
Well, so some people did have fireproof house.
What?
Some people there's a city where all of the buildings in the city, I think it's an island, are like white walled and blue roofed.
Catalina?
I don't know where it is. I just know it exists.
Because there's an island off the shore of California. You're not talking about that though, right? You're talking about.
I have no clue. I have no clue where it is. I just know it exists. Every single building on that island is white walled, blue roof. and it's funny in retrospect of the laser thing, but
Mhm.
I heard a story about these people that did have the fireproof roofing, because you can buy like special fireproof roofing, and their house still burnt down because the fire got in by the sides, right, and just burnt
Well,
down the
Yeah,
side.
we
and
also
then
have
you design your house, your property to have preventative whatever. You just burn your lawn, you know, just get rid of your lawn.
Well,
our
pre-burning your lawn might have actually helped some people, but
yeah. So our most of the homes in these areas in California have solar panels all over their roofs too.
yeah.
You know, so that's another thing to factor in. Anyway, so but this is a great point. No, thank you for sharing that. That is a great point about it ruining the equipment. When I used to work for the trash can cleaning company that my neighbor had, we would regularly need. I would have to bring the truck home to his house down the street here, like next door practically, in order for him to do maintenance on it, because we would put vinegar and chemicals in the water to treat it and make it better for cleaning, right? But it was also corrosive. And so the truck would spring leaks all the time. Fucking all the time. That shit was happening. And we had one guy, like when we were on the routes, we would often see other people on routes doing jobs and stuff. And one of the guys was I forget what he was specifically, but it was like a plumbing specialist who cut like copper pipes and stuff. And he saw what we were using and said, you guys got to switch that out to copper because otherwise it's going to rust and corrode. And like, we're like, yeah, but the problem is copper can't handle pressure at the level we need it without breaking anyway. You know what I mean? So like we're in a catch-22 where there just isn't something we can use that can handle the pressure at the level that we need without also causing all sorts of problems with the corrosion. So anyway, saltwater filters kind of exist. It is a bit like that filter from Waterworld. Well, it's called desalination is what you're thinking of.
Desalination is, I mean, it's a big process. You can do
huge.
it, but
it is extremely expensive. My son just did a whole report on it, so I know a lot about it. But yeah, it's a massively expensive process, which is why we don't do it too much to convert seawater into drinking water, just because it's very expensive and time consuming and resource intensive.
Yeah, but desalination is for drinking. You can get like salt, you could probably do some filters too, if your goal is just to reduce the corrosiveness of it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, you can just make the things able to withstand salt water. Like my family used to have a saltwater pool, and it might not be like, equivalent to the salt water that you'd see in the ocean, but like, it ran, it had a heater, the water went through the heater. There was a pump, so, you maybe not for the drinking water, don't put it in those pipes, but you could have a separate system. You could have like specialized fire trucks maybe that could go pick up water, or I heard that the estimate for the damages is like $30 billion. Maybe, I think something like that is in the billion. I think for $30 billion, you could figure out a solution that could use some salt water to prevent this from happening again.
Yeah, there's a lot of easy solutions that we've ignored. A lot. Kutuchi says just having a lumber industry would stop this. Canada regulated lumber, and then there were fires. Meaning, like, if you had an industry that was designed to go in and cut back the forest, you mean? The thing is that we don't really have like a forest fire problem here. We have like brush fire, right? It's not quite the same thing. Remember the Australian couple whose house survived their fires got fined for cutting trees? Yes. Yeah. Stan says the mayor today said that they were getting prepared for when the next round of high winds. Her main concern now is to go out into the community and hear what the local government can do for them. WTF?
Is that the one that wasn't even in America?
Yeah, let's hold off here on the rest of these chats and jump back into these. We'll talk about that a little bit. So there have been looting going on. Somebody said how white people respond to wildfires versus how blacks respond to wildfires. Oof.
I think that second photo is AI, right?
Yeah. They're probably both AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I'm sharing this as
look at that fucking hand. Wow.
I'm sharing this as a precursor to two men. Hold on, two men. Coulter's Law. Two men detained outside Kamala Harris's home in California amid Palisades fire evacuations. So when the news does not say white in the title, it means, or like when the longer they wait to report on the race, it means it won't be a white person, right? Just saying.
Is it a different shade depending on how many days it takes?
It might be. How tangential you are to white. Now, Gavin Newsom responded to Elon Musk making a point about something about the looting and whatnot. Gavin Newsom said, stop encouraging looting by lying and telling people it's decriminalized. It's not. It's illegal, as it always has been. Bad actors will be arrested and prosecuted, basically trying to threaten Elon Musk. What's community notes say? California reduced the penalties for all theft crimes, including looting, to a misdemeanor if it's under $950, with Prop 47 in 2013 that Gavin Newsom supported. In 2024, voters repealed much of that with Prop 36. Governor Newsom campaigned against Prop 36. You know what's funny?
It's still missing context. You need to add in the fact that California prosecutors refuse to prosecute even the misdemeanor. They would just let them go.
Yes.
And
this video here is actually an old video of Kamala Harris right before the election. And they're asking her how she voted on Prop 36, and she refused to answer because she didn't want to influence the vote. But the real answer is, I voted against it, right? To repeal to criminalize it again, you know? Anyway. Karen Bass, that's the mayor of Los Angeles, left LA for Africa as wind and fire warnings increased. She returned to a burning city. She was in West Africa while West LA was up in flames. In Ghana, people tried to get reporters there were trying to get a call. She just stared blankly and didn't respond to anything.
Didn't she also? Didn't that vacation also cost taxpayer dollars too?
Of course,
it wasn't a vacation.
She also said 3 years ago when she was elected that she would not leave the country for stuff like this. Specifically said that.
It was a diplomatic.
She was there for some inauguration or something.
Yeah, to welcome in some new communist, winner of some political thing.
I'm not sure if that's much better. I'll be honest.
So I want to share with you something that is going to get us blocked in Russia. So if you are watching and you're in Russia, I invite you to go to Twitter. I invite you to go to Rumble. I invite you to go to Facebook or Twitch. Maybe we'll get blocked on Twitch too, actually. I didn't test the upload there. But I'm going to show you guys a video here. If I can find it, because I'm an idiot. Okay, here it is. It's the most incredible use of AI I've seen in a long time. How good is this AI model? Holy shit. Amazing. How fucking good is this AI video?
Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on.
Ruffalo.
Rosie O'Donnell doesn't look like that anymore, though. I liked how he was just like looking up into the sky, like, you know, like what's going on over there?
That was crazy.
That was incredible, right?
We should watch Titanic for our next watch film.
Oh god,
Watch party.
It's way too long. All right. Cool. We should watch Thumbtanic for our next watch.
No.
How about that? I have those ready to go.
I don't know if you have this either, but apparently they're the alerts for like the national emergency alerts
on my phone.
Yeah, there was a conference where the guy was like, we don't know how to turn them off.
Yeah.
It's automatic and they keep going off, and we understand that the more it goes off, the more desensitized people are going to get to them, and they're just going to either turn them off or ignore them.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for that, but we can't do anything about it.
I turned them off during COVID when they announced that they were going to do the forced messaging to everybody's phone, and they were going to test that. I turned that shit off to see if it would still come through. And in Arizona, there's an Amber Alert like on a daily basis. So I finally got those to stop coming through. But then the actual alert that I was testing it for came through, right? Just I was curious, right? My phone has blown up over these evacuation things, and they just keep happening. Like on a daily basis for a while. I was getting like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing I was going to say is with the last article where like the mayor had left, even though they were warning about the fires and stuff and the high speeds, I feel like, and we know that there were at least some arson, because not only is the city filled with a bunch of homeless people who have mental problems and, you know, they're just crazies. But also with the looting, people are incentivized to start the fire so that they can evacuate an area and go loot the area. Right.
Yeah.
So like, when you have
exactly
a situation,
the plot. It's the plot of fucking Die Hard 3. Look around, all the cops are into some shit. You could rob City Hall, right?
Yeah.
Like that's 100% how this is going on. Evacuation orders come in, all the looters go into those areas and get things out of the houses while they're empty. 100%.
And so we know that happened after. The question is, was the initial fire an arson, or was it, a power line or something natural that caused, or an accident? And I mean, this might be, tinfoil hat Randy here, but when you put out a thing that says, "Hey guys, actually, there's going to be these like record-setting winds coming up soon. Next week we have a weather report that record-setting winds, and we're in a very dry season right now. So watch out for wildfires." Like when you put out those warnings that go to everyone in the fucking state, those looters could get the idea. Well, hey, if I actually start a fire
now it's gonna be believable if the fire starts.
Yeah, like now is the perfect time to start one. And not only is it believable, they're expecting it, so it's believable that it's going to happen, but also I know it's going to be the most bang for my buck because these winds are going to take the fucking fire everywhere. So I mean, I don't know for a fact that first fire was arson, but it seems like you're kind of putting the bad mojo out there and asking for it a little bit.
I realized that down there in the thing that I can upload my other camera without the effects on it as and get. Oh, I guess I won't get local recordings unless I put it in the call, though, will I? Damn, that sucks. Oh well. All right. So anyway, let's see. So that guy's right. The Ukraine helping California? Fuck no. Rich donations are coming back to them. Lady Phoenix correctly guessed it was Adam Carolla. Random. They are gone either way with the regulations. They will not rebuild in 150 days.
Yeah, this is where the rich people exception is going to come in. I guarantee you, like some of those, like if your house burnt down by the beach, you're not getting the easement to rebuild that place. But you know,
that's a good question. Are burning solar panels good for the environment? I doubt it.
I don't think it is, because that's one of the things that someone was saying in this debunk video. It's like, it's not just solar panels, people like them. It's after however many years, now you have a bunch of e-waste or whatever.
Yeah. Did you guys hear the Palisades Reservoir was empty? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. The one that there was some leak or some problem with the lid, and so they drained it to fix it, and then they never fixed it. It's just been empty. I don't know how long it's been like that, but it's been like that for like a good enough time that they could have fixed it by now.
Yeah,
it's not recent.
So the Quote T says HDPE, or the special plastic, doesn't corrode coincidentally and can handle pressure as well. I don't know if it can handle the level that we had. Like we had a very high pressure system. Like, and the thing about a high pressure system is wherever the weakest point is in the system, that's where you're going to spring a leak, you know? So as soon as you would patch up one spot, the next spot would bust. Like you basically had to replace it every single time. And it was very expensive. Even PVC could do the job without corroding. Definitely couldn't handle the pressure though. Alcatraz used salt water and fell apart. Used salt water for what? Just in general, they used it for like spraying their crops or their plants, you mean? I don't know. Obviously, Alcatraz referring to the prison.
Maybe they used it to waterboard.
30 billion could fix and build reservoirs. I was thinking the song to the sad dog commercial. Oh, the In the Arms of an Angel. Yeah. The support people with the fires. Pray for them. Yep.
The guy from
victim blaming.
The guy from the Eric Hunley's thing who lives in California. I'm gonna go look up his name. Said that there is a environmentalist groups are against having reservoirs.
Interesting.
Because it's, I don't know, I guess the environmental impact on holding water is too great for them, so they don't like people built. So they've actively tried to stop new reservoirs being built, and they're also the ones behind the that fish, right? The smelt, or whatever.
That fish that we have in other parts of the country, and therefore it doesn't really matter. If something happened to it, maybe possibly. Like, come on.
The environmentalists.
Just remember that fish is above humans on the food chain, right? They're more important.
His name's Mark Robert, by the way.
Rober. Oh my God, you've never heard his name spoken?
Grobert? Mark Grobert?
Grobert? Or Robert? What
It
are you
starts
saying?
with
Are
a
you saying
G.
Mark? Okay, G. Okay, I thought for some reason you were talking about the YouTuber
thought
guy.
you were talking about
and
Mark
you were saying
Rober,
Robert.
The YouTuber.
Oh no.
Anyway, all right. So
the environmentalists, they're also the people that say, well, no, I don't want to use nuclear energy. That might actually like solve the problem. I mean, they don't say it that way, but that's you can't solve your problem and continue to be an activist, right?
Right. So Elizabeth Warren came out to support the communities in need, saying to help support communities in need around LA being devastated by wildfires, can you split a donation between the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation and United Way of Greater Los Angeles? 100% of your donation will go directly to these organizations. 100% of your donation will go there, except that the link is for secure.actblue.com, which is a government a Democrat super PAC to raise money for the Democratic Party. The community note says this is not a link to a charity. It is a link to a Democratic fundraising platform. They take 3.95% of all transactions. 100% of your donation will go directly to these organizations. You can donate directly to these charities instead. Los Angeles County Fire Department Foundation, United Way of Greater Los Angeles.
Can you click on that link?
This link?
The Act Blue? Yeah.
Warren for Senate. You're donating to her.
Unbelievable.
Okay, but no, it does say your
disgusting.
contribution will be split evenly between the
100%.
After I take my commission, but if you, this is the only time I'd suggest using honey, because then you take away the commission, right? No.
Well, no, I don't think that's how that works.
Earlier, when you were talking about, was it the rich person exemption or something? I was just thinking to myself, it's like, okay, yeah, so Biden's like, well, anyone who's making 400,000 or less doesn't have to pay extra taxes, but if you make 400,000 or more, you get a free home. Or is that how it works?
Yeah, essentially.
All right, so the mayor of LA returned from Ghana and addressed the fire. And Libs of TikTok pointed out the fact that she has a fucking smile on her face the entire duration of this message.
Angelinos, we're still going through it. And to any of you and all of you that have experienced a loss, the grief, the anger, the just utter shock, I've seen the devastation. It is unbelievable the amount of loss that people have experienced. But we have to get through this crisis, and I know that we will. I was at the Silmar command post today, and I saw the work of our first responders and how they've been able to defeat the fires in certain areas. We know we still have much more to go, and we know the winds are going to kick up again. But we got to stick together. We got to stand strong. And then we have to rebuild our city. We're the nation's second largest city, one of the greatest cities in the world. And we stay together, and we will rebuild an amazing city. So thank you, Angelinos, and my thoughts and prayers are out to all of you that are going through unbelievable loss and pain today. We will get through this. Thank you.
I like how she can't stop smiling.
Yeah, stop smiling.
Like the Joker levels, Joker levels of like.
I was gonna say, I think she huffed some Joker gas or something. Like Jesus.
She's trying to delude you into thinking everything's okay because she's in a good mood and like, oh, here we're boosting your morale for being, dying.
Yeah. All right. Well, I saw this as well. This has been circulating under the Russian propaganda positioning. I don't know. 8 Ukrainian generals' mansions have burned down in Los Angeles. Ukrainian generals have $1 million mansions in LA? What? Yeah, I don't know. I just thought I would share it. Anyway, do you guys have anything more you want to say about the California fires before we move on to our next incredible topic?
It's pretty lit.
Fish first, then Israel, then Ukraine, then U.S.
Damn.
No, you forgot rich U.S. citizens, then normal U.S.
celebrities, then U.S.
Yeah. Maybe celebrities above the Ukrainians.
Yeah. Let me showcase for you illegal immigrants.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Definitely above U.S. citizens and celebrities.
Let me now take you. Oh, that's why it's so hard to fucking see. Night shift kicked. Oh, that's so much better. Sadly, I live here, so I will stay on fire all podcast. All right. So let me share something with you. We might need a baby on screen at some part of it.
Oh yes, yes.
Teen's breast grew to triple G cup size following COVID vaccination. Concerns not adequately addressed.
We might need the bigger baby. I don't know.
I'm just going to try not to scroll all the way down on that part. You could put that tiny baby up, please, little man. The baby's going to be on fire. Flaming baby. All right. A 19-year-old woman's breasts stunningly grew from a B cup to a triple G in the 6 months following her Pfizer COVID-19 vaccination in what researchers are calling a first-of-its-kind case. 100% they are researching this because they are going to make a flat chest vaccine. The unidentified healthy young woman, in quotes for some reason, reportedly started experiencing the rapid growth 1 week after getting vaccinated in September of 2022. And it worsened after her second dose. The patient believed that the vaccine caused her breast growth. However, her concerns were not adequately addressed by her primary care physicians, leading to mistrust in the healthcare system. Toronto-based researchers wrote last month in the Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery Global Open Journal. All right, let's put the big baby on so I can figure out as far down as I can go on this before. Yeah. Well, no, that's a little. There you go. It looks like
not
the butt.
Yeah,
Doesn't it
with
look
the
like they
baby there, it looks like an ass.
Doesn't it look like they photoshopped the butt on her? Okay, so let's go.
I'm surprised that it's just cool to share photos of her like that online, I guess.
They're censored.
Yeah.
You know.
No. I mean for the client's perspective.
Yeah.
They actually aren't censored on the
What the
What?
What a perfect framing. I was only paying attention to the top image, and it turns out that I've scrolled it down to exactly the part where what we can't show of the top image. I mean, we could show it, just so we're clear. We could show it. It's not graphic. They are censored. I'm choosing not to, right? I just think it's funny that the next image is in exactly the place where it needs to be. So the study authors pointed to the so-called Pfizer boob jab. I want to call it the boob jab, not the boob job. The Pfizer boob job phenomenon. Some women claimed their breasts grew after getting the shot, but there's no evidence that was the case. The researchers report that while lymph node swelling is a known side effect of COVID-19 vaccination, changes to the structure or density of breast tissue are exceedingly rare. Let's take it back off screen for a minute.
Okay, so back to what I was saying though, like, is it not like some sort of like breaching of the privacy of the client to show the picture, share the picture?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know. Maybe she. I mean, her face it was like covered, right, with the mask and everything.
Yeah, she would watch her New York Times.
Well, if I go to the hospital and it's like men's balls got extremely elephantized, I'm gonna say no. Please do not share photos, even if I'm wearing a mask.
So the New York Post is actually posting based off the reporting of
from the medical journal.
Yeah, from the NIH website, which has uncensored pictures.
Oh, I don't want to see them.
And I believe, I would assume they did ask permission to post.
I'd hope.
So the study author said there's only been one published case detailing distinctive breast changes after the Pfizer booster, and it was a noticeable lump. This woman did not have a lump. The woman was found to have a very rare condition in which benign lesion called PASH, P-A-S-H, causes extreme breast enlargement. Fewer than 20 cases have ever been documented. Quote, the case is the first to demonstrate a temporal association between PASH-associated gigantomastia and a vaccine, the researchers wrote. The Post reached out to Pfizer for comment. The woman reported feeling a tingling in her breast before they grew.
Her titty senses are tingling.
At first I thought I was getting posable boobs, but they just got massive. doctors didn't notice hormonal changes in her blood work and prescribed her steroids and antibiotics to no avail.
The roids went right to the boobs.
Her breast stopped growing after 6 months, and she underwent reduction surgery 5 months later, according to the case report. She lost a lot of blood during the procedure, which limited the amount of breast tissue surgeons could remove. She has double D breasts and may get another breast reduction to return to her normal size. They got to be all like weird and lopsided now. They're like filled with stretch marks and everything.
Well, it was a good like week that she had on OnlyFans, I guess.
The Toronto study authors are calling for further research to see if there's a link between the COVID-19 vaccine patch and rapid breast growth. More than 13.6 billion COVID-19 doses have been administered worldwide since 2020. Motherfucker. How many billions of people are on the planet? Like 8 almost?
Something like that.
Yeah, something like 8 or 10.
How many doses? Look, I don't think you'd even had a billion people take it.
Well, hold on.
How many fucking doses is that? Like maybe 500 million taking? You know, like
hold up. That just says doses have been administered. So this could be the quintuple and like dectuple vaxxed, right?
100%. I totally agree. But I just 13.6 billion is quite a lot.
Oh, geez. For some reason, I heard the 6 billion or whatever.
Yeah, like 6 billion seems more reasonable to me. 13.6 is a bit excessive, right? That's like double the amount of people on Earth. And that's only accounting for if everybody on Earth took 2 doses. But not everybody on Earth took a dose, right? Like, Greenline, have you noticed a breast size increase?
Maybe it's correlated with the gooning.
They say here a small portion of those immunized were harmed by the shots, with medical professionals saying the benefits still outweigh the risks.
Are you sure?
They're saying the benefits of giant heaving breasts outweigh the risks of not getting giant heaving breasts.
They are heavier.
Yeah. All right, let's jump into pickups here. Unless you got some comments real quick. Justice for Flash. Sure photos, but not her name. Yeah. All right, let's do some pickups. So I've got the only pickup that matters.
Hasn't caught fire, thankfully.
Gushing over Magical Girls. So as soon as we're off the Attack on Titan Watch Club is happening for this bad boy, right? Also, my shitty monitor has stopped cycling. But now it's as if 2 images are existing slightly like 2 pixels apart from each other. And so it's blurry as all fuck. So I ordered 2 new monitors. They'll be here next week. And my cables for them have arrived. So I will be administering them as necessary. Anyway, let's jump into unless you guys have something you want to show on screen. Cool. I didn't think so.
Greenline have a webcam yet?
No.
I will. Actually, I'm planning to get one here pretty soon.
Let's talk about. Well, actually, let's first up. Fal was addressing. I made a comment about these art cards. I'm like, I'm sure they're fine, right? They're all crushed. He said the art cards are fine. The damage is likely due to the face. That since there was no case to. Okay, it wasn't in a case to keep the shape, and it got crushed, I guess. Reese, take it away.
I picked up Moon.
Is this the story? What is this story about?
It starts like the
An
story
astronaut?
starts out as what's his name? I can't remember his name. The actor's name.
Sam Rockwell.
Sam
like
Rockwell.
it says on there.
I can't
The
read
other one that it says.
I can't read it. But he's like he's mining on the. He works for this company and he mines on the moon.
Ooh.
And he collects like some kind of material. I haven't seen it in years. I can't remember exactly. But and he's like up there all alone for like 3 years at a time. For 3 years. And
So it's No Man's Sky.
This movie doesn't have a time travel aspect to it, does it?
Huh?
Does this movie have a time travel thing to it?
No.
Okay.
But there's a twist that I don't want to spoil.
Okay, that's fine. I've heard people talk about it, and I couldn't remember if they were talking about it in the context of time travel or not.
No, time travel is not the twist.
Okay, cool. All right. Maybe we'll watch a bit. You picked up Armageddon, Randy. Worms Armageddon?
Worms Armageddon.
Yes, Worms Armageddon, the anniversary issue.
Good game.
Yeah, hopefully. I haven't played it yet, but I had it.
You had the original PC one, right?
Yeah, and they kind of like the online features were kind of like pretty jank.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully they fix that for this release, but we'll see. I think the best one was 2.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they would release that one. That's
I
one I
played the
remember
3D
the most.
one when it was 4.
And Seb picked up The Tunnel to Summer, The Exit of Goodbyes. Looks pretty generic, but I hope you enjoy it. Oh, it's from Sentai.
That looks like Your Name.
It does.
Or
It
whatever.
does kind of look like a Your Name ripoff kind of thing. Footnum, you picked up Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
It was a late Christmas gift.
Did Duo turn you on to Xenoblade? Doesn't he like
no,
Xenoblade?
my brother got Xenoblade 2 when he got the Switch years ago, and then I got Xenoblade 1 because other people already hyped up how good the first one was, and it got the definitive edition. And then Xenoblade 3 existed, and I'm like, it might be worth getting that at some point.
I feel
So
like I
put that on my
remembered for a while, Duo, every tweet notification I got from him was that he's streaming this.
Yeah, it's live playing Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Did you hear that they announced a new one? Or like a
a
remake of
the remaster of X.
X?
I'm looking forward to that because that was trapped on the Wii U.
Green Line, you picked up a Bunny Girl Wedding.
No, Oath Skin is what it's
I picked
called.
up New Jersey from Azure Lane Wedding.
Oh.
Oath Skin, sorry. Oath Skin. Footnum is right.
Is that
Yeah,
not
it is
bunny
basically wedding
ear?
dress now. Well, she
In
has
Azure
bunny ears, but
Lane.
New Jersey. Yeah, Footnum will explain it because I can't explain it.
In Azure Lane, when you marry your waifu, when you give them the ring, you oath them and you unlock a new skin in the wedding dress version. For some of them don't have oath skins for some reason. I broke the tragic news to my brother that they removed skins, and he was like, "What?" He didn't even know.
Rip.
Took out the honeymoon night skin.
This looks incredible as a figure. It also looks exceptionally expensive. And if I were you, I would get a glass case for it just to keep dust off of it, so you don't ever have to clean it.
I'm going to.
Because if you were to clean this thing, you would ruin it by mistake.
Yeah.
Like this
Like
thing
just
is amazing.
pray
It
with-
looks like it
pray
probably
with a
cost
can
me
of air.
$1,000.
It actually didn't, but yeah, it sure shit feels like
Congratulations. Also, you picked up Maburaho. Watch Open.
Yeah.
Is
It
that
went on-
ass I see?
Yeah, little
It
ass.
is.
Nice.
Covered. It's covered, so I put it in pickup. So I was like, it's covered. It's enough for.
All
It's
right,
enough
cool.
for eBay listing and whatnot. So I'll just leave it as is.
Nice. So
But
we
yeah, I picked it up on a sale. It was on a listing. It was on a bid. There was like a bid for it. It was pretty low
auction.
price. Auction. Thank you. Words. I can't find the fucking words. It was an auction for like $15.
15?
Something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
You got that shit for $15?
I could double
A
check.
Blu-ray.
Maybe it was like.
Oh, I thought you were
that'd be
talking about the figure. Holy shit.
No.
Oh my god.
No, the figure.
Wow.
I could actually tell you what the figure was.
Oh, that's fine. I just like for a minute there, I thought Green Line won the lottery. Jesus. Okay.
That would have had to have been a bootleg.
Utuchi
Yeah.
says 13.6 ordered. The article said administered. To me, administered means it's been used. I'm just saying. I feel sorry for her back pain, referring to the girl.
Did we
with the-
bring?
the
Sorry, I
bruise.
was talking to someone. Did we bring up that they did the breast reduction surgery on her?
Already? Oh.
Yeah,
She
that-
reduced him to double D, and she's going to probably reduce him further.
she should, and she should go to a way better surgeon because they fucked her.
Oh,
Like
they look awful.
Oh.
They
it's
left the only skin they left is the stretch parts.
Not only is it not circular anymore, it's like squarish, but it's lopsided. One of them is bigger than the other now.
That's how boobs look, Randy.
No, not in the before picture.
Not
in the before,
noticeable.
in the
I
before
think-
picture, they're symmetrical. Okay.
Teenage girls, you must take before photos just so that if this happens to you, the surgeon knows precisely what they should look like. And also, so that when you get lopsided ones, you have the before to show them so that you can sue their asses, right?
Well, is that so, Randy? Is that site that has the photos? Do they have an uncensored, updated version as well?
Randy wants the sauce, man.
Yes, the NIH site has both pictures uncensored. I don't think that you need to see the uncensored pictures. You can just go to the New York Post site. They are blurred, but they're not blurred enough to not be able to see what's going on with the square.
Do they have like a bunch of like giant, disgusting, what is it, like cut marks on them and stuff too? Is that blurred
I was not looking close enough, to be honest.
Anyway,
I didn't really want to look at them. I was just scrolling through.
I didn't want to look for Triple G.
I had sent the New York Post.
Like, holy cow!
My boss is very pro-vaccine. I'll say it that way, and I am not. And so he had sent me an article saying that some hydroxychloroquine, that was the thing that they used at the beginning, right? There was some study that got retracted, and the study was saying that it was, effective. And so the study that was saying it was effective got retracted, and he was like, look, hydroxychloroquine wasn't actually good. And well, okay, I don't know. I definitely do have, I remember, I don't have it, but I remember there were cases of people getting their medical articles removed from journals over political reasons, like not because there was an issue with the science, but just because, oh, that person's getting flack in the media, we're going to take down his art, we're going to like force retract his article. So I don't know if that was this case. I didn't really care, but that spurred me on to say, did you see the case of the giant boobs? And so I sent him the article of the New York Post, and he was like, this is New York Post, they're a tabloid. I'm like, okay, well, let me go get you
the
source.
Oldest newspaper in the United States.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when I went and got the source of the NIH web medical article, and I sent him that's when I noticed the uncensored. But again, I wasn't looking close enough to see the scars or whatever. I just noticed, hey, one's square now and a lot smaller than the other one. That's weird.
Did you say to him, or sorry, did he say to you, I
the
gotta
temperature
get
getting
my
turned
wife
up there?
the jab now? She needs to get extra jabs now.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm just thinking, like, next time on Detective Conan, the case of the big boobs.
The big shrink, the big expansion.
Hold on, I'm just turning up the heat. There we go. That's about right, I think. Yes. Endeavor.
You need your mustache on fire now. Come on.
Hold on. You're right. Let me just move. I gotta put this in front of my face. Hold on. My beard. Flaming beard. Nice. All right. No, that needs to go here. Cool. All right. Moving that back up. Oh God. Let's lock that. Let's lock that layer. Let's not let that happen ever again. Okay. It's this one. Fucker, yeah. All right. Nice. Okay, back to this. So again, the parentheses says they are pending that all jabs bought were used. I don't know if they said administered. Just saying, not stockpiled or anything. They said administered, so I don't know. Random saw the before pictures. Reese. Random's boss is Canadian gasp. Uh-oh. All right. Let me jump into the next topic here. We have a semi-related to a previous article we talked about. Florida deputy resigns after crashing patrol vehicle while looking at porn.
Oh my.
Do you know what he was looking at?
I resign after noticing just now that I have been on the wrong microphone the whole podcast. Fuck. Damn it.
Shame.
All right. Lake County deputy admitted to lying in original report, investigators say. A Lake County deputy resigned while under investigation for allegedly crashing his patrol vehicle while looking at pornography on his phone, according to the sheriff's office. An internal affairs report, finalized about 2 weeks after the November 6th crash, states that the former deputy was found in violation of professional standards, including departure from the truth, certain use of electronic devices prohibited, and use of a safety belt. Using the safety belt was the crime?
Not using it, I think.
Most cops don't use the seatbelt because they need to be able to get out of their vehicle quickly.
Well, maybe if they're going to a local call, but when you're on the highway, I would assume they are using their seatbelt.
The crash occurred shortly before 2 p.m. on County Road 435 near its intersection with Creston Avenue, not far from Sorrento, according to the report. The deputy had rear-ended a vehicle that was stopped ahead of him because a school bus had stopped in the opposite travel lane with its lights activated, the report states. Damn. In the deputy's original report, he allegedly stated that he had just ended a phone conversation with another deputy when he saw a vehicle stopped ahead of him. Further, the deputy claimed his brakes locked up and that his ABS light was on in his vehicle, blaming the purported mechanical issues on recent speed calibration at an IPS range. Damn. You said too much. You really just shouldn't have said all that. Like, it would have been far more believable if you would just let it be. Just a little bit. There we go. That's better.
To answer your earlier question, I spent $272.
That's not bad.
The total. Yeah.
Shit, man, that looks like an expensive figure. The next day, the investigators looking into the vehicle's dash cam. Yeah, seriously. For real. No goddamn duh. How did you not think that was going to happen, you fucking imbecile?
Did he at least make it to completion? He could at least finish the fight, finish the mission if he's going to go out in a blaze of glory.
The question is, would you finish after you've hit the car?
One might say that would cause it to come to its climax.
Oh. Where was I? Deputy. Seriously. This is the stupidest fucking thrill chase ever. The next day, investigators looking into the vehicle's dash cam and the deputy's body-worn camera noticed that the deputy appeared to be distracted at the time of the crash. Oh, yeah, baby. Body cam. Phone. How was that not in the report? Was he doing it over here? Like, yeah. Like, come on. Or did he do it in the console?
Like when the crash like when the crash happened, his hand went forward, and then you see the phone in the sand.
Yeah.
Like he was doing like what you were like
BigBootyLatinas.com is on pulled up or something. Oh my god. All right. So it says the deputy's body-worn camera noticed the deputy appeared to be distracted at the time of the crash, specifically that he was holding a cell phone in his right hand in the seconds leading up to it, according to the report. When asked about this, the deputy went on to say he was scrolling through text messages on his phone from a work group chat at the time, the report states. The videos were reviewed again. This time, investigators noted not only that the deputy was looking at some kind of image or video, not text messages, at the time of the crash, but that he didn't appear to remove his seatbelt before exiting the patrol vehicle, with the video allegedly going on to show that the seatbelt had been latched behind his back the entire time. Moreover, the deputy's supervisor reported there were no videos or photographs in the work group chat, an investigator said. Oh, man. Fucker, get better at lying, bitch. Within several days, the deputy was found in violation of the aforementioned orders and was provided with the officer's bill of rights. A week later, a detective received a copy of the group chat, which confirmed no memes or videos had been shared, according to the report. Would it be a bigger scandal if the porn was in the group chat? Like, oh, God. Now the deputy brought in for the interview and provided the case file to review beforehand. He agreed to tell the truth, the report states. It's not that you lied. It's that you agreed not to lie. That's why. The deputy said that he was on the phone with another deputy prior to the crash, yet this time added he was on his personal phone looking at inappropriate pictures after the phone call. When asked to clarify what he meant by inappropriate pictures, the deputy replied along the lines of pornographic material, like boobs or whatnot.
I saw this article on New York Times. It was interesting.
That would be fucking hilarious if that's what it was. Like that he was actually looking at the Jab article. The deputy went on to describe that he looked up from his personal phone and saw a vehicle stopped in front of him, adding that while the ABS and traction control lights were on his dashboard, he did not have time to stop when he saw what was happening. When pressed on why he initially said that the ABS system may have been a factor in the crash, the deputy said that, quote, was more of a deflection than a genuine reason for the vehicle crash, adding that his glossing over the true leading cause of the crash, the inappropriate pictures, is called lying by omission, the report states. He further said he knows that one all too well, an investigator wrote. Regarding the seatbelt, the deputy stated, quote, he believes it more tactically sound not to be seatbelted while on patrol. What he claimed had been standard practice, despite knowing what he should do according to policy, the report states. These statements were followed by the deputy saying the year had been particularly tough for him and that he was currently on depression medication, according to the report. News 6 is not naming or showing the former deputy as he has not been charged with the crime. Oh, really? Not a crime. Not a crime to look at porn while driving. Oh, they got the phone in the shot.
You didn't see that?
No, I didn't realize. Your Honor, you'll notice my client's hands are on the steering wheel on the phone, not on his erect cock.
You'll notice that he's a man of culture. The Boku no Pico on his phone says it all.
All right. We are going to speed through a couple of these articles so that we don't miss out on Randy's ingenious thoughts about our watch club tonight. So I'm going to skip this one for now. I don't know how much good it's going to do for us, but and we'll stop there on our pre-opening. Okay, cool. Helldivers is getting a movie adaptation. Nice. Hope they don't ruin it. Also, in less good news, Horizon Zero Dawn is getting a movie adaptation. But why? Maybe they can get Augie to play Aloy, right?
No, they need a Lego movie adaptation. It'll be even better.
What if that's what it ends up being? Also, Sonic has been snubbed by the Academy Awards. Movies have been deemed ineligible for Best Picture Oscar. A list of movies eligible for inclusion in the Oscars 2025 apparently includes Sonic the Hedgehog 2, but is cited with the publication report as a movie that, quote, did not qualify for the Best Picture category. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is strangely not on the list at all. While Disney's Mufasa, The Lion King, which premiered at the same time as Sonic's 2024 sequel, features as a title that has been deemed eligible for Best Picture. No reason was given for Sonic's rejection, although if the Academy Awards was considering Sonic 2 instead of Sonic 3, the former's age might have had something to do with it. But it could have been Paramount failing to submit it for inclusion or due to newly established eligibility rules. Quote, the discrepancy between films that have qualified for the top category and films that are eligible in other categories comes either because the filmmakers did not attempt to qualify, likely the case for several documentary, animated, or international films, or because of new eligibility rules that require Best Picture candidates to meet additional benchmarks for diversity and inclusion. This is the second year that representation and inclusion standards, RAIS, have been enforced, though they did not appear to disqualify any serious contenders in the category. The diversity rule doesn't make much sense as a reason for Sonic's eligibility. Randy, you want to give us a couple reasons why?
Because they don't want to incentivize furries.
I mean, the movie is fairly diverse. I did a list of like all the characters.
Yeah, like
and
Tails is voiced by a woman.
Yeah.
Right? What the fuck? OBS, how?
That's not OBS.
That's not OBS?
No, that's your phone. That's
why is my phone doing that?
Yeah, do a peace sign. Gestures.
Oh no. Welcome to hell.
Dude, you could they use iPhones to do better facial capture for VTubers, so you could be the next top dog.
I yes. I am the top dog. All right, so yeah, so the so a female
female
Tails voices Tails.
Tails, Knuckles is black.
Yeah, Knuckles is voiced by Idris Elba.
Shadow's black too.
I don't think they count that.
Keanu Reeves, is he Native American to some degree?
I thought he was Hawaiian.
He's Hawaiian.
He has some interesting.
I mean, maybe if we go by like the 1940s, like 1/16 black rule.
Mm-hmm.
But
and then
I don't think he's a minority.
The Donut Lord's fiance / wife. Get married.
I think they're married.
Is black. His sister-in-law and that whole family is black.
Yeah, like those two people. Although they only did get like cameo, like couple of scenes.
Dr. Robotnik's like assistant guy is like Indian or whatever, or Pakistani or something.
Middle Eastern
to some degree. Yeah. And also seemingly somewhat gay, right? Like so
questionably gay.
It just seems like they very much have already hit all the boxes, right?
Yeah. And the assistant, Gun, the military group, their like main girl person that is in charge in the movie is a girl. So I would say more than a third of the movie is of the background actors is minority cast. So
one of the issues with it though is that you need to not only have your front-facing actors, but also the behind-the-scenes, like cast and crew, catering departments, all that shit needs like 30% representation from different things. So anyway, it says here, Sonic isn't the only one that has been denied either, according to the Wrap, which is the place where
it's so stupid that they, I guess, to be fair, I guess Sonic 2 was denied, but like, they're wording it as if Sonic 3 was denied when it wasn't. It was just not on the not on the list. So
well, this is just according to the Wrap, at least, right? So 116 feature films are also not eligible for consideration in the Best Picture category, including Bad Boys: Ride or Die, which stars Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. Right? Guess being black isn't enough anymore. The musical remake of Mean Girls. I can't imagine why. Michael Keaton's directorial debut, Knox Goes Away, and Anna Kendrick's Woman of the Hour. A total of 323 feature films were eligible for a non-Best Picture Academy Award this year, which is reportedly the largest number of movies accepted since the 2020 Oscars, where COVID-era rules were more relaxed. So Sonic's 3 snub was probably a matter of sheer volume of competing titles, but we likely won't ever know for sure. While Sonic 3, or I guess Sonic 2, can't bag the top gong at the Oscars this year, it doesn't mean that the movie series is out entirely. A sequel is still shortlisted as the eligible feature for the Academy Awards in general, so it's possible that the Blue Blur can still speed his way to winning in another category. Fingers crossed. Okay, I don't give a fuck about the Academy Awards. I don't give a shit. I don't care that they've put all this stuff in there, because their endorsement means fuck all about whether or not a movie is good or not. However, a lot of people are pointing out, they think obviously that it is the inclusion requirements, saying this is why the Oscars are meaningless now. The Academy says Sonic 3 is ineligible to be nominated for Best Picture according to Discussing Film. According to the rules, the film must have, quote, at least one of the main or prominent supporting actors must be an underrepresented racial or ethnic group: Asian, Latino, Hispanic, Black, Native American, North African, Native Hawaiian, right? So Idris Elba and the Middle Eastern guy that's Robotnik's like sidekick guy. 30% of all cast in supporting or minor roles must be from 2 underrepresented groups: women. A lot of women in the movie, including Tails, right? And voicing it.
It does say 2 though, but I don't think that
racial or ethnic groups. Doesn't that count? LGBTQI plus, people with physical or cognitive disabilities, half the cast, right? And the main story, theme, or narrative must center on an underrepresented group. See, that's where they don't hit the nail on the head, I guess.
I think this quote is missing context, but I don't really care enough to argue about.
Anyway, so other people,
there's other requirements. There's like there's like a list of things that you can pick from, and it's like if you meet these requirements,
right, you have to meet these or these. Like it's one of those kind of situations. Totally. Anyway, somebody else, Pirate Nation, was saying basically the same thing, and I'm just gonna, all that other stuff that he shared is basically what we just read. This says, because of new eligibility rules that require Best Picture candidates to meet additional benchmarks for diversity and inclusion. Now, we are currently going through a very interesting time where DEI has lost favor so rapidly that places are basically pretending they didn't stand for it ever to begin with, just to be in with the cool kids, so to speak, including Facebook, who now has made it not a policy violation to refer to being trans or gay as a mental health issue. But we all know that award shows do have a history of snubbing Sonic, as happened at the Golden Globes in 2019.
And and I gotta say, I knew Jim Carrey's paintings, but I had no idea he had done acting. He was really good.
Although I am seeing that Jim Carrey's sitting up front tonight in the movie section, even though he's nominated for a TV show.
Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm so sorry, Jim, but we're gonna have to ask you to vacate the movie section and go sit with the TV folk. You're kidding, right?
Now, but you're on kidding, and that's on TV, so.
Yeah, it's awkward because you're a hero, but we do have to ask you to move.
You know, I just finished a film. It's called Sonic the Hedgehog. Comes out in November.
Oh, well, you know, come back next year. I'm sure it'll be nominated.
All right, I'm going. Should I take my dinner too?
Anyway, yeah. So history of snubbing at the award shows, right? Also, just because I can't think of any time when I would ever have a chance to show this on screen, I shall now show you somebody claiming that this definitely, Ugly Sonic was definitely not a PR stunt. Too much money and time was spent on this movie. I further argue that the amount of time and energy and effort spent on this makes me believe it is more likely to have been a PR stunt. A couple of fucking behind the scenes photos of this monstrosity that somehow got through multiple executive, decisions to the point of actually getting made. I just don't buy it. I still find it hard to believe.
I like how his feet are wrapped in the plastic bags.
Mm-hmm. Just to make sure nobody comes on him.
Well, they're not officially out in the open.
Moving on.
All right. Sailor Moon anime is returning to Toonami Block on January 25th. Greenlight, you got anything to say about this?
Yeah, congratulations for putting it back, but also fuck you for putting it at the tail end of the broadcast.
Yeah.
At 3 a.m.
Yeah, and it's going to be the start of
like,
Sailor Moon
why?
R, which is the episode the series left off at in the now retired Toonami Rewind block.
Hey, Green Line, you can't bitch about 3 a.m., okay? When I was a kid, if something was on at 3 a.m., you were just fucked. You had to have like a VCR and like a new one that had like the timer, and you had to make sure that you left the cable box. There were no DVIs back then. You have to make sure you have to leave the cable box on the channel and on, because if it turned off, then it wouldn't get recorded, and you have to leave it on and make sure no one else watched the TV between the time you went to bed and the time you woke up, and then pray that it all recorded properly.
It must
I
have
did
been
that a
nice
few
having
times
a
for like
TV.
Inuyasha and shit.
I remember
And
recording
Dada.
things with a VCR.
That's what he's
literally
talking about.
what I just said, Reese.
I thought you're saying DVR. You were talking about.
No.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Anyway, not wasting any more time on this topic. All right. VLC Media Player will soon allow for real-time AI translated subtitles. It says here, VLC Media Player developer Videoland announced an upcoming feature that will allow users to receive translated subtitles in real time through AI. As you can see here, this video is translating an award show of some kind into Japanese. Konnichiwa desu. This is particularly noteworthy for anime fans, as it will allow users who don't speak Japanese to watch titles which may not have been picked up by Western publishers. Similarly, users who don't trust Western localizers will have the option to watch without the official subs and instead rely on machine translation.
Gonna be a game changer for JAV titles too.
Most importantly,
but you'd have to download them and put them in the DLC. Who'd
It's just
download
gonna be like, I'm going, right?
Oh no, you're right.
Wouldn't it just say I go?
Oh god.
I watch it for the plot, okay?
Most importantly, this feature, and you know what? When VLC can real time unmosaic, then we'll talk. Most importantly, this feature is intended to run locally, meaning there's no internet connection required to enable the AI subtitles. Yes, so it is an AI trained engine built directly into the executable without dramatically increasing its size, so that it runs locally on your machine, and it can do up to like 100 different languages.
Yeah, that's
fucking incredible, right?
Local, an AI that can do local transcribing exists, and now there is an issue with how accurate those are.
If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the original article I was going to read is this one from The Verge. But I chose for some reason to do this one. But they talked about the whisper function from OpenAI, which is the thing that ChatGPT uses. I use that shit all the fucking time.
Yeah.
All the goddamn time. I will literally, like, if I don't want to waste my minutes on something small for Otter, which I pay for, right, to transcribe stuff, I will just hold my phone next to the speaker and play a segment from some video for work or something and transcribe it that way. I can't tell you how many times I need to send a text message and I'm driving or something. I pull up ChatGPT and I just dictate my text message. And if it gets too long-winded, at the end of it, I say, everything up to this point is supposed to be a text message. Please clean it up so that it's concise and makes sense. Right. And then I'll submit it. Then I'll copy the output and send it. Or, if I didn't feel like it was too long winded, I won't even send it to ChatGPT. I'll just copy it and then send it as the text or Discord message or whatever instead. So it's fucking great. But anyway, that function they were talking about in the Verge article, but here they just built their own at VLC here.
Yeah. So I would assume that they're using Whisper on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they would make their own completely from scratch, but Whisper is the same thing that I use for my Discord thing to transcribe audio messages. It's not 100%.
Yeah, it's actually shit compared to what I experienced using it at in ChatGPT. But I am a little bit less careful when I'm talking through a voice message instead of.
Also, like when you're talking through a voice message on Discord, it's picking up like a lot of background noise and shit.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to a professional done video, it'll may be more accurate. But the bigger thing I think is actually the translations, having 100 different translation models. Because like if you, well, I mean, it depends on how big the file size is going to get, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or I suppose what they'll do. What I was going to say is if you download like Google Translate or Apple's Translate and you want it for offline use, you have to download each individual translation model for offline use, and they're like hundreds of megabytes. No, I mean that's not crazy, but I assume if they'll make you similarly download each language that you want separately. I can't imagine they just give you all of them automatically. Seems like a waste, but I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Yep. So they go on to say here that in recent years, anime fans have grown skeptical of the sincerity of localizers. In particular, what's perceived to be politically motivated intentional changes can border on censorship and obscure the author's vision. As a result, fans are increasingly putting their trust in AI translation. And so far, Japanese publishers have been testing the waters. Popular fantasy manga The Ancient Magus Bride now simulpubs with AI translations, and more series are sure to follow. AI subtitles will be far from perfect, as they'll translate words in a vacuum and generally ignore prior relevant context. But we imagine fans will consider the trade-off to support Japanese creators directly without Western publishers to be worth it. Now, I saw this other post here I want to share. Well, first of all, Mark Kern said, localizers' days are numbers. VLC to add anime subs for free. The green-haired, agenda-driven author disrespecting ones are going to cry hard. The smart ones are going to the smart ones doing good work will use AI, move up the chain to editors, and outproduce everyone else. And then I saw this post. I thought this was great. Somebody says here, after days of grifters and con men at CES, that's the convention, the Consumer Electronics something or other. I forgot what the S stands for. But that's the convention where VLC debuted this. We stumbled upon the booth for VLC. They were all dressed as wizards and told us, quote, "We have nothing to sell. We just decided to show up." I told them I'd been using their software to pirate media for 15 years, and they said, "Keep doing that." Sometimes it is worthwhile to meet your heroes.
I mean, I don't know how you use. I guess you can load streams in to VLC. I suppose you could download stuff that way, but I would.
Yeah, they
generally
recently
use VLC to watch pirated content, not to pirate it itself.
They recently announced that they've had 6 billion downloads. Crazy, right?
It might make me update.
Damn.
I think it was VLC. No, maybe it wasn't VLC. Maybe it was yeah, no.
Audacity.
It was Audacity. Audacity got bought out by like some Russian company, and I was like, I'm not gonna update. Yeah, so VLC might be fine. Hopefully they add AI dubs. That'd be nice.
Yes, right. Now's the time. What's up?
YouTube has AI dubs for their videos now as a feature, although it seems to be opt-in and only some people opt into it. And I've seen it on a few different videos. All of them have been in English, unfortunately, and all of the Japanese or other language videos that I have watched recently have not had the feature. So it would be good.
Oh, so you haven't gotten to experience it translating to English because all of them have already been in English that have the feature enabled. Okay.
The only videos I've seen it with have been in English to start with.
Is that Japanese Sam Hyde video? Is that how they made it? They didn't like a Japanese version, but it's a separate upload, so I don't think they did.
Yeah,
but it sounded really good.
Well, it might have used. It might have been
Labs dubbing feature.
I mean, possibly, or it might have used something built into YouTube and then just uploaded it as a separate video. I don't know.
Because the reason that YouTube is enabling that is because Mr. Beast started to produce the content he was releasing with a dub so that it would be in other languages. And so those were like on separate channels, like Mr. Beast Spanish, Mr. Beast Japanese, Mr. Beast, French or whatever. And so now they've basically combined all those videos into the original video with a language option or something is what I understand they did.
Oh, you're talking about language options. I thought you meant AI dubbing.
No, both.
Yeah, so what YouTube is doing is in order to make it so you don't have to do that much extra work, they're actually like rolling out AI generated dubbing.
Similarly to subtitles, right? Like they auto-generate a subtitle track for you, but if you want to go in and put your own in, you can.
Yeah, and it would be interesting because I think what it probably does is it transcribes the video, and through the transcription, that's how it determines what was said. And then it dubs based on that in addition to the tonality of how you say it, if it's good, like 11 Labs is, right?
Yeah.
And so if they're doing that, it would be great if you could put in your own subtitle or after they've made theirs, you update it to be more accurate to what you actually said. And then it would fix the dubbing to also be more accurate.
Yeah.
Right. That'd be great. Anyway. So in anime news, the Water Magician Isekai novels are getting a TV anime in July. I've never heard of this. It looks a little dumb.
Nope. Never heard of it.
Yep. Don't really care about it. It sounds stupid. Rio is delighted to be reincarnated into the fantastical world of Phi, where he thinks he'll get to live a quiet life, learning to use his newfound water magic. What? Go ahead. What?
I'm just getting closer to the boobies.
Oh, okay. Here, let me help you. Going with the flow here, however, means something very different. Rio is immediately pitted against the wildlands he winds up in and a slew of deadly monsters that called the remote subcontinent home. Anyway, there's a lot more to that, but none of it's any more interesting, so we're going to move past this. Tougen Anki anime debuts in July of 2025. This looks like it goes fucking hard. Look at that. Holy cow. This is like Beyond the Boundary, except with guns.
I wonder if it's going to be X-Arm animation. And the poster just looks cool.
Yeah, probably. Quote, you inherit the blood of an Oni, a demon. The bloodlines of Oni and Momotaro have been passed down among certain humans for generations. Long ago, the Oni, aware of their own ferocity, lived in seclusion. However, their peace was shattered by an invasion led by Momotaro. Over thousands of years, these two factions formed the Momotaro Agency and the Oni Agency, respectively, and have been locked in conflict ever since. The protagonist, Shiki Ichinose, suddenly learns of his Oni lineage following an unexpected attack by Momotaro. This revelation sets Shiki on a path to discover the destiny that lies within his blood, a meeting with the Oni dwelling within him, a new generation of dark heroics begins here in this tale of demons. This is the kanji for demon. I don't know. It doesn't sound as cool as it looks.
Is that what they put on the back of Demon Slayers?
Yes. I left my A-rank party to help my former students reach the dungeon depths. We've been talking about this a little bit. Just got a little bit more visuals to see the cuties in it.
Cool.
Yep. There you go. He looks like Zap Brannigan to me with that outfit.
And the title, the font, before we move on, the font looks like from Seven Deadly Sins.
Mm-hmm. Reincarnated as a neglected noble. Anime reveals first trailer, release date, and more. I can't wait until Monica Rial voices this character, who is morbidly obese.
Oh my lord!
Right? Wow. Anyway, I have a crush at work. This looks, just reminding you guys, this is coming out. I'll probably watch it with my wife. Chibi Reviews has been sharing scenes from it. It looks quite steamy. Orb on the Movements of the Earth anime. It looks Skyward in a new key visual. Here's a key visual. Reese, you've been watching this. How is it?
It's good. I like it a lot.
I could tell it was going to be good. Something about it. Like when we first started looking at it, I just knew it was going to be awesome.
It's kind of hard to watch, but it's good.
Yeah, so the story, again, just for those who weren't here when we covered it all those times, is it's basically about the heretics who believe that the Earth is round and that it orbits the sun versus the sun orbiting the Earth, and their effort to convince people of that reality.
Convince the church, and the church is constantly having witch hunts for these specific people.
Right.
And killing even innocent people just because, like, you know, that's how witch hunts go.
Thought speak.
Now is it hard to watch from episodic rape scenes or what?
No, it's hard to watch just because of I don't want to spoil it. Just because of things.
Episodic rape scenes, got it.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right. The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You, Season 2, is not doing so well, as I shall show you here from Chibi. 100 Girlfriends might be in trouble. Why can't animators ever be treated right, man? 100 Girlfriends anime's character designer, Akana Yona, breaks down on Twitter saying, "Tears won't stop and I can't draw, and the countdown to despair has begun," implying that the production conditions behind the scenes are very bad. In the last 12 hours, Akana Yano made tweets like, "I want to be able to buy time from people who say they have free time." And then the countdown to despair begins. Tears will stop. I can't draw, right? She's a character designer for the upcoming season 2 of 100 Girlfriends, which starts airing on January 12th. Today.
God damn.
Yep. In other news, Sakamoto Days, Greenline, you here?
Yes, I'm still
Sakamoto
here.
Days anime reveals English dub cast and trailer.
Look,
So Matt
I will
Mercer-
only watch this dubbed if Reese can dub that character throughout the whole show.
This
That's the
character?
only way I will watch. Yes. That is my headcanon.
Yep. There you
Wow.
go, Reese. So
I'm
Matt
sorry,
Mercer.
but Matt Mercer took over already.
Yeah, Matt Mercer's going to be voicing Sakamoto.
Fuck
And
yeah.
there's a bunch of people in here you might not recognize at first glance, like Dallas Liu, Rosalie Chang, Zolo Maridueno, a couple other people in here. So Alex Lee's going to voice Nagamo. ProZD's voicing Boiled, right? But here's who these other people are. Netflix's Sakamoto Days recruits WWE, Avatar, and Blue Beetle stars for the English cast. So who are these people? Sakamoto Days is expected to be the biggest release of the winter 2025 season, and the new English language cast is only adding to that hype. Stop right there. Let me remind everybody, Hollywood A-list actors, as they're about to talk about here, Sakamoto Days English language voice cast is full of A-list voice actors and big screen stars, and even a beloved pro wrestler. That does not translate to good voice actor.
Yeah.
It never does. It is so rare for somebody in Hollywood to step into the booth and deliver something that actually sounds good, especially when they're alongside actual voice actors. So we start here with, Matt Mercer's going to voice.
Not just any animation voice actors can, don't have to try and match lip flaps.
Mm-hmm. So, so Matt Mercer's going to be voicing Sakamoto. Avatar: The Last Airbender's Dallas Liu is voicing Shin Asakura. So at first you think, oh yeah, Avatar had some great voice acting. Who's Dallas Liu? No, Dallas Liu plays
the live
Zuko
action
in the live action Netflix Butchered adaptation. Taro's former partner turned convenience store employee, that's who that character is. Rosalie Chang of Turning Red, who also voices one of the characters in Suzume. She's like the friend whose family owns the store. She's voicing Taro's adopted daughter, Lu Xiaotong. DC star and also Cobra Kai main character, Zolo Mariduena, voices the incompetent sniper Heisuke Mashimo. And WWE superstar Lexi Barbrera, or Alexa Bliss, voices the dangerous assassin Obiguro. And TikTok star Deshant Fiction Stiegel is voicing one of the twin assassins duo, Son Hee. So this is that black guy you see on TikTok who's in really good shape. He's a martial artist, and he'll do like videos where he'll like throw something in the air and like cut it with the katana, right? Or he'll do like a backflip and then like land and slice something with his katana and then like geek out about how cool he just looked, kind of thing.
My
does
Chinese...
not translate to voice acting, does it? Right?
No. My Chinese spy must not have thought that I would like those videos because I never saw them.
You never saw those?
No.
Anyway, so yeah, I ironically, they're like, oh, the hype is so real. These stars are so mega. And then for me, it's like, I am actually now apprehensive.
Yeah, I'm kind of dreading it. I'm like, yay, Matt Mercer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can't wait to watch it in
everybody
Japanese.
else.
Yeah. Matt Mercer is Levi in Attack on Titan, by the way.
Yes.
Just for anybody
He's
who's
also
not,
Josuke
like,
or Jotaro.
Jotaro. He also voices Vincent Valentine in the remake for Final Fantasy VII. Okay, in other news, One Punch Man Season 3 anime unveils Superalloy Blackluster and flashy Flash Hero visuals.
Oh boy.
Do you notice anything different about Superalloy Blackluster?
He doesn't look as stereotypical racist.
Squint real hard.
And the detail on his lips.
Yeah.
His lips and his lighter skin.
All right. So, guess who they cast to voice him? Yep, that's right. Zeno Robinson. They changed the lips! Mad respect to the team! Oh, you bullied them into changing the lips of a character that you incorrectly think is a racist stereotype against black people. Let I remind you, this is Superalloy Dark Shine. His name is Superalloy Dark Shine. Blackluster is the Viz localization. This is the character with the lips before he gets like all superpowered. And Darkshine's deal is being obsessed with bodybuilding. And a lot of bodybuilders in real life paint their body with darker tans to show off their muscles, because the dark layer makes the highlight stand out more for all
more
the
contrast.
Everybody knows this. Obviously, he visually appears to be black, though, for all intents and purposes, and SJWs have been seething about it forever. Right, because they don't understand humor. Also, just a reminder here, Superalloy Dark Shine is the name. Blackluster is the Viz localization. And because, what have I done? And because Blackluster has the word black in it, idiots think that means he's black. And it was a racial stereotype, which it was not. I mean, it was, but in the way where, like, it's a joke about it rather than it being like an intentional, like, attempt to be harmful, you know?
Well, I think that the lips thing is like a cartoonish lip that a lot of
white characters have had in the past.
Yeah,
too.
even in One Piece, like there are a number of characters that have those kind of lips that are white.
Mm-hmm.
And
one might say that Usopp is not actually black in the animated One Piece.
I mean, in the manga, he's not really black either.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Like I meant to differentiate it from the live action.
Oh yeah.
Like the source material, he doesn't actually appear to be black. And I only say that because there are black characters in One Piece, and they're drawn very differently with a much different skin tone.
Yeah, Usopp is a little annoying for me because his mom is pure white, like in the anime, in the manga, and his dad was originally white and had like blonde hair, and because people have made him like this black person character now, because someone had asked like, where did each of the One Piece in the real world, where would each
where
one
would they
come
have come? What nationality would they be? Yeah,
and he said for Usopp, Africa. Meaning, even though that's not a country, he said Africa. And even though there are white people in Africa, people said, well, that must mean he's black. And so Oda has now changed Yasopp, his father, to have black hair and dreads. And I hate the new design. It's like, anyway. But then the issue became, well, he has the classic like blackface lips, and it was like, well, okay, now it's an issue because now you've made the character black. It's like, for fuck's sakes.
Previously, the character was not black. You bullied him into becoming black, and now that he is black, now you have a problem with the lips.
Yeah, and
right,
like there are other characters too that have those lips in One Piece that aren't black. So it was just a cartoonish lip. That's all it is, and people make way too much about it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, moving past this, saving time here. Sony and Crunchyroll announced Ghost of Tsushima Legends anime series to feature script composition from Fate Zero creator Gen Urobuchi. All right, I'm going to choose not to read this to save some time here. I don't think there's going to be anything truly valuable coming out of it anyway. I'll just read this instead. Blickwinkle said, Sony, Crunchyroll, presents a Sony Aniplex adaptation of a Sony Sucker Punch game in collaboration with Sony Interactive Entertainment. Yeah, so this is their announcement of it with Crunchyroll and Aniplex. All of these are properties Sony owns, right? And they said, drinking game, take a shot whenever a branch of Sony is mentioned. Crunchyroll, Aniplex, Sony Music, PlayStation Productions, Crunchyroll, Sony Group Productions, Sucker Punch Productions, right? Just constantly. Anyway, we can move past this. I don't think anybody cares. Will it be good? Unlikely. There you go. Manga news. Kiki's delivery service Heroine gets a new design from Spy Family artists for the 40th anniversary.
That looks kind of cute when I saw it for the first time.
Yeah, 40th anniversary of Kiki's delivery service is going to have this on the art book jacket or something. I forget.
Kind of off topic, but on topic because it's a Ghibli thing. Did you know the poster for Totoro? Where it's like Totoro and the girl standing there with the umbrella? I've never noticed until recently when it was pointed out to me that girl isn't the girl, either girl.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, that was like last podcast.
How many times have we brought this up on podcast, my friend?
Yeah.
Maybe it was you guys that pointed it out to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what you remember.
I'm pretty sure it was literally last podcast we covered that they made a figure of the poster that features the girl that's an amalgamation of Satsuki and Mei.
Yeah, and I meant to bring it up then, but I didn't.
Okay. But even before that, we've covered it like 4 times, I think, in the history of the show that you've been on.
Fun fact. This character doesn't actually exist because it's an amalgamation.
All right, moving past this. Catching up on time here. Clamp's Holic Ray manga is resuming on April 21st. So this thing, the last chapters were published in 2017. They're just randomly starting back up again for some reason.
Cool. Can we see a physical release, please?
All right. Chinese censors arrest fan fiction and boys love authors.
Oh, I mean, yay!
I count this as a win
too. Is that the saying? I think you love your commies, but then they come for you.
Yeah.
Chinese authorities have arrested dozens of authors who posted their fan fiction on a Taiwan-based website.
Oh, that's why they got arrested.
That's the real reason.
Yeah.
Burying the lead.
Just wait on January 19th when TikTok shuts down and all of those Chinese spies get freed up. you know, the censorship is going to go insane.
According to Radio Free Asia, a special task force arrested the individuals in an operation targeting users of the Taiwan-based adult fiction website, Haitong Literature. China is infamous for its draconian censorship laws, targeting not just political speech, but also media portraying same-sex relationships. While most reports have been of boys' love / yaoi authors, we think it's safe to assume girls' love / yuri authors are also being targeted. Over 50 writers of BL / yaoi / danmei fiction have been arrested in China and are facing up to 5 years in prison. Damn. No comment. I'm not allowed to. Oh, God. Most recently, a Chinese-approved version of League of Legends Arcane was spotted by fans, which awkwardly edited Vi and Caitlyn so that they kept a Chinese Communist Party-approved distance from each other. Just two gal pals chilling 5 feet apart because they're not gay. These arrests carry stiff penalties, with the CCP seemingly trying to shake down authors for money and giving longer jail sentences for those who can't pay. Top Haitong literature author Yuan Shengbai Yunjian, a pen name, was sentenced to 4 years and 6 months imprisonment. According to a December 17th post on the WeChat account Age of Aquarius, Singapore's Lin Hua Zhao Bao reported. Holy fuck. Another Haitong author with the pen name Yeezy was handed a 1 year, 5 month suspended sentence, while a writer with the pen name CZ was jailed for 5 years and 6 months. The report said some writers had been given harsher sentences because they had been unable to return the money they had earned from their writings. Oh.
So it seems more like it was because
the
of the Taiwan
monetization
thing.
of gayness, right?
The monetization and the Taiwan site that they were being monetized on. But it's still kind of like, we can joke, but like that's still kind of scary that they were arrested for that specifically.
I just realized that I've been scrolled up on the chat and haven't seen the new ones going in.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. There's not too many, actually. That's good.
But it's still kind of frightening that they got arrested.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Oh,
you know, look, I think, Randy, you were saying like this is a win or something like that. It's like, as far as I'm concerned, freedom of speech means nothing unless you defend the speech you find abhorrent, right? And so, like, even in this situation, I know you were joking, but I'm just saying, like, in this situation, it's like, although I don't agree necessarily, I'm not a consumer of the medium or the media, you know, I still would prefer that people not go to jail over it. You know, it's absurd. Western payment processors, such as where's my mouse? Such as Visa, are similarly attacking the livelihoods of authors and artists with nebulous content standards. Even in Japan, content creators are being forced to tone down their content for fear of being cut off from their source of income, called economic censorship. All right. In other news, they made Hatsune Miku an official desktop pet. So those 90s like stripper pals, but Hatsune Miku. Right?
Good times. Good times.
Is that why this popped up on Steam?
Yep.
Even though it's like old?
I don't think it's old, is it?
The Miku thing is a recent like downloadable content.
DLC.
Yeah. But the actual game itself,
the game is old. Got it.
Desktop pet might be older.
Kutati says the deputy was just playing a Gooner game, referring to the Florida officer who was watching porn while crashing into a car. It would be funny if that's actually he's just playing like Azure Lane or something or whatever. Girls Front.
Well, there was that case of the guys playing Pokemon Go.
That's true. That's true. He is a mix with Asian and Lebanese. Is this Lebanese?
I think that's referring to Dr. Robotnik's assistant.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be. Black males are the black face of white supremacy. Was Ugly Sonic just an AI edit for publicity? It predates like the, AI like proliferation, but I wouldn't put it past that specific image we were looking at from being AI modified in some way. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Oh, the recent one, maybe.
VCR was so cheap, and then DVDs was prohibitively expensive.
DVDRs were not that bad.
Oh,
My biggest
VCR
problem,
was cheap, and then DVD-R. Okay, yeah. Referring to burning stuff like on DVD.
DVD-Rs weren't that bad. I don't remember them being that maybe.
I mean,
like
you could
right
buy
at the
them in
beginning.
packs of like 150 at a time, you know?
Yeah, for like 15, 20 bucks. It was.
I don't know if it was that cheap. Maybe like $30, but still, you know, cheap enough to be doable.
Yeah, we also had a DVD recorder. Like those, the actual. If you're talking about the machine itself, not the media, the machine might have been expensive. I didn't buy the machine, obviously. So I don't know how much we paid for it, but the biggest annoyance with the DVD recorders were they would record onto the DVD, and then I would want to put them in the computer to like edit shit, and because it's DVD format, you can't
have to
edit
rip it first.
Yeah, you got to rip it first. I was like,
Yeah, because it was burned on as a DVD rather than as a data disc.
Yeah.
So Old Man says, the bad news is there will probably be errors in the AI translation at the beginning. The good news is it will get better as time goes by and updates are made. I think VLC has a screen record function like OBS, does it? I recently found out it has an export button.
It has a record button to record the stream that you're watching. I don't know if it has a screen record button to record your own screen. That would be news to me.
Gutati says, I read the A rank party manga and watched the first episode. It's pretty good. Oh, nice. 100 H1B animators time. AI restub. Yes. The arcane edit was seamless in my opinion. Yeah, I thought it was really good. Like it was funny how well they were able to hide the lesbianism. We can all get arrested for tax evasion, which is what this sounds like. Yeah. Oh, maybe. It predates public AI, not what private companies have. Yes, regarding the Sonic. Totally. Yeah. And I recently saw a post. Somebody said, "Have you wondered why CGI from 20 years ago looks so good and modern CGI looks like shit?" And they said that it's because we outsourced all the CGI to Indian companies or something like that. It was like a post made to basically just bash India. But I was thinking about it because originally, what it's become is that we've mass marketed CGI, right? Back in the day, companies developed the rendering engines in-house for the specific shots they were making, right? So they would build everything and do all the complex math on how light would work and everything in the situation on a shot-by-shot basis. Whereas now we've got stuff like Maya and 3ds Max, which is like allowing anybody to jump in and do it. And so because now you don't have to pay programmers and, you know, professors of light physics and whatnot to be able to write the code to get the shot, you just try to shoehorn the, you know, mass market stuff into your thing. And that's, I think, why in like Star Wars Episode 1, they went from using proprietary stuff built at ILM to using stuff that basically anybody could get, and the CGI started to look like shit, you know, like it just wasn't quite as good as what it could have looked like, you know.
The biggest issue with that was that they went back, and while Episode 1 had a practical Yoda, Episode 2 and 3 was CGI Yoda, but they went back and they changed Episode 1 to have a CG Yoda. No, why'd you do that?
Oh, you know, they'll never learn. All right, moving past this, Resident Evil 0 remake and new movie reportedly in development for 2025-2026. This is a very interesting article. So Resident Evil 0 is a prequel to Resident Evil 1. It takes place, it starts on a train, and then the train crashes, and you exit the train and go from the basement up into a mansion. It's one of the best Resident Evil games I've ever played. It has a very interesting mechanic where you swap between Billy and Rebecca, best Resident Evil character ever. and you do like co-op things, right? Kind of similar to Resident Evil 5, but a little bit more puzzle oriented rather than conflict and whatnot, right? And the most interesting thing about it compared to other Resident Evil games, even modern ones, is you can put items down as opposed to needing to put them in the container that acts like a drop box, right? Where you put it in one and you can pick it up from any of the other ones, kind of thing. It's a very interesting game. I like it a lot. It might be my favorite one. But anyway, so Capcom is currently working on a remake as well as a film adaptation of its survival horror game, Resident Evil 0, based on a new rumor. Known insider Dusk Golem took to Twitter to share his informed speculation regarding the future of Capcom's survival horror series. He mentioned that Screen Gems / Constantin Films, which is Constantin's the one that made the last movie, Welcome to Raccoon City, right? The one that featured Black Jill Valentine.
Oh.
And Mexican Leon, right? Constantin Films has a contract in place with the game publisher, which allows it to retain movie rights to the Resident Evil brand. However, it needs to release a new Resident Evil film every 5 fiscal years. That's interesting. These little what do you call them? These little things in the contracts like this, like these little caveats or whatever, make for very interesting media production, right? Like, I feel that is why we got Madam Web, Craven,
100%.
and Mobius, right? Is they just have to put some shit out in order to keep the rights. I watched Madam Web the other day because it was on Netflix. I just threw it on in the background.
Oh, man.
And I was dumbfounded how awful it was. Like, I was telling, I think, Reese earlier today about it, and the literal only thing that it has going for it, other than Sydney Sweeney, is Adam Scott, is that his name? Plays young Uncle Ben, and he's likable because Adam Scott's just likable. Everybody else in the movie, except for Sydney Sweeney, who's also likable, you hate. Especially the two girls that get the spider powers along with Sydney Sweeney. They are insufferable bitches in the movie by design, but also just like, why would you do that? Because I hate them. The main villain, I have seen better acting in porn. This guy's acting is so awful that it actually feels like the producers who are responsible of getting these films out in order to maintain the film rights literally just cast themselves to save money on this thing they put out, knowing they were going to lose money just so that they could keep the contract in place. It is some of the worst acting I have ever seen in my entire life. And I was mesmerized by just how shit it was. Anyway,
Nice.
Given the contractual obligations, the next Resident Evil, by the way, I loved Welcome to Raccoon City. I would have loved it far more if it didn't have Mexican Leon and Black Jill Valentine, just because I find it distracting. And if we're going to divert from where we were into the future of continuing the film franchise, like the film honestly could have been great. The other thing is Claire Redfield saves literally everyone repeatedly all the time. Every single man in the entire thing is a dickless incompetent, right? So it could have been amazing. The actual like design of everything is really good. Like, and it's a really interesting from like what's the word? The atmosphere is really nice. It's a really good production on that regard. So I would actually be really thrilled for a sequel. I just wish that they had not tried to, diversify the cast as much as they did. Anyway, given the contractual obligations, the next Resident Evil film, which starts filming sometime soon under Zach Krieg's direction, essentially needs to be released before the end of 2026. The previous Resident Evil movie, Welcome to Raccoon City, was released in fiscal year 2021. As per The Insider, it has been heavily rumored that the aforementioned film is an adaptation of Resident Evil Zero, with Rebecca and Billy in the central roles. Golem also mentioned it's highly likely that Capcom will likely strike a marketing deal with Nintendo for a remake of Resident Evil Zero that will be released during the launch year of the Nintendo Switch successor. As a major AAA game in vein of other reimagined titles, Golem expects it to be a good entry point to the franchise that will be promoted as the beginning of the story. Yeah, totally. Like, this would be a great way to get people, because like they did Resident Evil 2 remake as the first sort of like modern reimagining of those older games. But for people who've never played them, it feels weird to jump in at the Resident Evil 2 remake. Now, Resident Evil 1 did get remade for GameCube back in the day, and that did get released on PlayStation 4, and it does hold up. Like, it's still a really fun game. It does have tank controls, but they perform pretty good on the PS5 that I played it on, at least for the PS4 version, right? So, but I think that's a good point, right? That if you create something that becomes an entry point to at least try it, because you might not want to pick up Resident Evil 2 remake because you didn't play Resident Evil 1. But if you get the opportunity to play the game that comes before Resident Evil 1, then you could at least get introduced to the series, and that'll tip you over the edge to play the one that was remade and released on PS4 that was the remake from GameCube, right? And then move on from there, which is what I did. But I played the GameCube PS4 version of this game, and it's fucking great. Hello, Mirage. AC isn't on fire. That's his mixtape that just dropped. Damn it, I should have put that in the weird news articles. Man burns dick on toaster. Oh. Is this a live-action Resident Evil film or the computer-animated direct-to-DVD films? It's going to be live-action because it's Constantin Films. Yeah. Watch the VOD. ReZero is very underrated. Yeah, it's so good. I really like it. Anyway,
ReZero is not underrated. Everyone who talks about Coombs over it.
Like, Resident Evil Zero.
Oh, sorry.
Is underrated.
Oh my god. Holy crap. Wow.
All right. So it says here, it's a good entry point to propose at the beginning of the story. He believes it will be a multi-platform title, though there may be a timed exclusivity window for the Switch 2, according to The Insider. There isn't a better time to release a Resident Evil Zero remake, as it would also tie in with the series' 30th anniversary, as well as Krieg's live-action movie. As for Resident Evil 9, Golem claims that it is also on the horizon, and he believes Capcom will be looking to put it on store shelves sometimes in 2026. He sees the possibility of Capcom doing a 30-year anniversary celebration with both Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 9 symbolizing the beginning and end of the saga for this era of the series. Maybe. I definitely hope that they do a remake of 5 and 6. I think 7's new enough. And a remake of 1.
You want them to remake a 7? Oh, wait, no, you said it's new enough. So
yeah,
I think
7
it would be
7
funny.
is new enough.
I was thinking it would be hilarious that if they remade the Resident Evil 2 remake or something like that. They just keep remaking because they've caught up.
Mm. I would love it if they bring back Claire for Resident Evil 9 and they use the model that they used for Resident Evil 2 remake, right? Maybe a little bit more grown or whatever. But quite frankly, I fell in love with that design for her. She looks awful in the CGI movies, especially the Netflix one where her goblin nose catches the light in weird ways. But I really dug what they chose to do for her in the Resident Evil 2 remake, which is very different from how I feel like she looks in the original Resident Evil 2, right? Where she's got like that picturesque model Japanese idol face, which is okay. Like, don't get me wrong. I just like what they did with it better because she seems so vulnerable and young and yet also capable. She kind of reminds me of, what's the name of the girl who plays Daenerys Targaryen? Emilia Clarke. She kind of has that vibe, but the fact that it's not her, but it just kind of hints at that, I felt like elevated the design in a way I wasn't expecting. Anyway, the new Tomb Raider remakes have tank controls for new analog. Really? Oh, the remakes are cool. It was almost impossible for me to go back to tank controls, even though that's how I played the original games. I forgot they had tank controls, to be honest.
Dude, I went back and played GoldenEye on the N64, like through the Nintendo Switch thing. Man, did I talk about this earlier? I might have brought it up. It is impossible to play that game. Like, just, you cannot aim at all. You know, I was running around and I was playing with people and trying to shoot each other. It was like, at a certain point, my strategy was just run away and stay alive as long as possible because I couldn't freaking shoot anyone. Later on, I found out I know that there's a way that you can plug 2 controllers in if you have the actual N64 controller and use dual analog sticks. But that only works if you're playing like at 1 or 2 player. But if you're playing 3 or 4 player, you can't do that, obviously. But there's a control scheme with a single. If you're using like a modern controller, you can switch it to that uses the C buttons, but because it's mapped to the C stick, it works out okay. But you have to go into the switch settings and like swap the C stick, like the left stick with the right stick in the controller setting. It's a pain in the ass. At least it was playable, but goddamn, the original controls are unusable.
Mirage says for a remake of Resident Evil 5, they just make all the black people trans.
I don't know if that would help their cause, actually.
Yeah, I think that might actually make things worse because then it would be racist and transphobic or whatever.
It would be a trans genocide, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, there will be no 5 remake.
They'll just turn them white.
Dude, everyone bitching about it. Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be in South Africa, actually, this time.
I actually liked 6. I don't get the hate for it, but holy hell, Chris's arms look like tree trunks on steroids. Yeah, when I never really played Resident Evil growing up. When I was in college, I was hanging out with some friends, and I drove us to like a Jamba Juice or something that was right next to a Blockbuster. And it was like, the middle of the night, like right as Jamba Juice was closing or whatever. And we were talking about it. And I was talking about it just from the perspective of like, we were all either in game design or 3D, stuff anyway. And I just sort of saying like, I really liked the design of the character. And my friend Jeff walked up and said, I just want to make this clear. And he puts his hand up and he like puts his hand over the size of Chris Redfield's head. And then he moves that down to the bicep, and the bicep is making it look small, right? Like for Resident Evil 5.
Look, Monkey Chris is the only Chris I know and love. Okay.
Yeah. No, I think he's the best in 5. I haven't gotten through 6. I haven't started it yet, so I don't know.
I thought 6 was actually decent. I didn't actually.
The problem, the reason people don't like 6, as far as I understand, is that the series has deviated so far away from the horror aspect by that point that like that was like we need to please get back to what we became fans of it for, right?
My complaint is that the levels like were way longer. I mean, they had fewer levels to compensate for it. And the other thing is that you don't have these giant bosses. Resident Evil 5 had so many like really big bosses. This one had like one that was moderately sized, and that was like the final boss. One of the games I really liked actually was Operation Raccoon City. You only have like Nemesis or whatever at the end is the biggest enemy you fight, and I'm like, really? That's it?
Okay, let's pick up some lost time here a little bit. So because Randy's got to leave in basically an hour and 45 minutes. Kotiti says Random did mention GoldenEye.
Yeah, you just didn't remember it.
You can buy the N64 controller from third-party companies that sell the USB for Switch.
I mean, you can, if you have the NSO, you can buy the first-party one, which is wireless.
Mirage says, please stream Resident Evil Revelations 2 someday. It was actually his favorite game played in 2024. It actually plays a lot like Last of Us 1. No, never played that. I don't know if I have 2. I think, did I have 2 and I didn't get 1 yet? I don't remember. Anyway, 5 remake, all enemies are Elon. I think aim assist is almost a necessity in old N64 first-person shooters. Don't I agree when it comes to that one stage in Perfect Dark? Fucking never get through that shit. Not only did it have only one analog stick, and the graphics were so blurry you could barely tell what you were shooting at a distance. All right, let's get on to this next topic here. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been delayed again to March 2025. This is the official post. Dear players, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to our incredible fans and dedicated teams for your unwavering support since our announcement in September to further refine and polish Assassin's Creed Shadows. Since November, we've been thrilled to share our progress through gameplay overviews, and the overwhelming excitement has truly inspired us. Each week has brought valuable feedback from our community. While we've already made remarkable strides, we believe a few additional weeks are needed to implement that feedback and ensure an even more ambitious and engaging day one experience. Accordingly, the new release date is March 20th, 2025. We remain committed to delivering a high-quality, immersive experience fostered by ongoing dialogue between our players and development teams. We know you're eager to learn more about Assassin's Creed Shadows, and we're excited to share that more updates will be coming your way very soon. Okay. All right.
So currently, Assassin's Creed is looking like what you're looking like right now on screen.
So just want to remind you, this is the second delay, right? As we just read, right? This is the second time they've had to push it. When they pushed it from, what was it? Was it November originally? Is that the original release date?
Yeah, I think so.
They pushed it from November. Yeah, it was going to come out on my birthday on November 15th. Yeah, they pushed it from November to February, Valentine's Day, February 14th. That cost them 20 million pounds. Now they're going to delay an additional month. At least 5 million more, right? Minimum. Also, Domino's put this on Facebook. They screenshot and said, hey, call us if you need help delivering on time. Savage burn. Now, Ubisoft apparently thinks we're laughing with them, not at them. So they're like, hey, Domino's Pizza party on March 20th?
Oh, boy.
Great,
right? It's like, no, they're laughing at you.
Yeah. So I just want to give you a quick recap. The development of Assassin's Creed Shadows, how Ubisoft managed to make the worst decision possible at every turn. So I just want to remind you, they had questionable experts between Thomas Lockley and Sachi Schmidt-Hori. Thomas Lockley was a historian and co-creator of African Samurai, the true story of Yasuke, who was accused of fabricating details about Yasuke to support his narrative. It was also discovered that Lockley had edited his own Wikipedia page to include these fabricated details, sparking outrage among Japanese historians. The backlash became so severe that Lockley deleted all of his online accounts, and Nihon University, where he worked as an associate professor, launched an investigation into his actions. They eventually, even though it says here that they said the outcomes were unclear. No, they removed all of his shit. The university removed all of his contributions. Sachi Schmidt-Hori, on the other hand, is known for her research on Japanese monks and their alleged romantic relationships with male children. Her book, Tales of Idolized Boys, Male Love in Medieval Japanese Buddhist Narratives, explores this highly controversial topic. Her selection as an expert for a game centering on the Sengoku period is baffling and raises serious questions about Ubisoft's vetting process. We're missing a highlight here, but basically it got so bad that Satoshi Hamada, a member of Japan's House of Counselors, acknowledged receiving numerous complaints about the game's portrayal of Japanese history and culture, and he expressed intentions to bring these concerns before the National Diet, Japan's legislative body, highlighting the game's potential cultural insensitivity. So literally in Japan, they had like parliamentary meetings over the release of this game. Then Ubisoft kept making egregious missteps in its marketing efforts. One of the most controversial examples was its plan to release and sell a figure depicting Yasuke with Naoe perched on top of a half-destroyed torii gate, which was a wow. My highlights keep disappearing. Which, as you guys remember, resembles the torii gate that is still standing as a monument memorial. Yeah, after it survived the bombing in Nagasaki. Or whatever. After significant backlash, Ubisoft and its figure partner Pure Arts announced they would withdraw the design and issue a replacement. They also, goddamn, where did my highlights go? Ubisoft also marketed a katana, claiming it to be the type Yasuke would use in the game. But upon closer examination, fans quickly pointed out that the katana design was identical to Zoro's from One Piece. This sparked allegations that Ubisoft had either plagiarized or outright resold from an Amazon listing a sword designed a sword that was connected to Eiichiro Oda's intellectual property. The resemblance was so striking that fans demanded clarification, though Ubisoft has yet to publicly address that one. Now, to be fair, they weren't actually selling this. I don't know why that Park Place is saying this. What they did was they put it at their Japan Expo or whatever booth in France, and they claimed, come see props from the game or whatever, like props, see Yasuke's sword at this booth kind of thing. So they literally just bought a cosplay sword of Zoro's and put it as Yasuke's, completely made it up, right? As a selling point to come see what we have to offer kind of thing. They also included rap music during Yasuke's in-game battles with the samurai, which critics lambasted Ubisoft. First of all, over the fact that he's a historical figure from Africa, possibly Mozambique, and they're conflating him as being like African American, right? And then, so naturally, they put their foot so far deep down their throat that it's literally like their big toes poking out their asshole. So of course, this is controversial too, because Assassin's Creed Shadows' new release date is the anniversary of the worst domestic terrorist attack in Japanese history. Another wildly tone-deaf Ubisoft move towards Japanese culture.
They just can't win, can they?
It is not just the month and date anniversary. It is the milestone 30th anniversary of the event that they're releasing it on.
Wow.
Is there not a more poetic, like karma showcase here?
I don't know what they could gain though by delaying it is the weird thing, because I keep thinking in my head, like, what can they possibly change
Cancel
in like 2
it,
months?
Start over. That's the only thing you could do. But the problem is they can't. They can't, because Star Wars Outlaws failed. X-Defiant just got shut down. Like, they are bleeding money at Ubisoft right now. They can't. They are fucked, right? So sure, the game is delayed twice already, announced later to release on March 20th, a dark date that marks the 30th anniversary of the Tokyo subway sarin gas attack, Japan's deadliest modern terrorist incident. For a game purportedly steeped in Japanese history, this decision has left many questioning Ubisoft's sincerity and sensitivity. It's a glaring misstep in a development cycle already riddled with accusations of disrespect and historical inaccuracies. The Tokyo subway sarin attack, carried out by the Om Shinryukyo cult on March 20, 1995, resulted in 13 deaths, over 50 severe injuries, and temporary vision impairment for nearly 1,000 people. On that day, there were 5 coordinated attacks in which perpetrators released sarin, a chemical warfare nerve agent, on 3 lines of the Tokyo Metro during rush hour. The trains attacked were all passing through Kasumigaseki and Nagatacho, where the national diet or Japanese parliament is located in Tokyo. So basically, imagine that you wound 1,000 people and you use a chemical warfare agent in Washington, D.C. That's basically what happened. It remains a somber day in Japanese history, commemorated as a reminder of the tragedy and resilience of its victims. For Ubisoft, a company claiming to have undertaken extensive research into Japanese culture and history for Shadows, a game in which you play as a large black man hacking, slashing, and bludgeoning his way through scores of Japanese people, the decision to release the game on this anniversary seems either shockingly ignorant or blatantly disrespectful. Given the gravity of the attack, the release date is an especially sore point for critics who have already accused Ubisoft of mishandling the game's portrayal of Japan. By the way, good.
Oh, I was going to let you go ahead. Sorry.
Well, real quick, I'll just say one of the highlights that got removed in my last article there was the stuff about the banner flags from the reenactment group. And then there's all sorts of stuff. The Chinese architecture, basically proving constantly that they paid all of these experts, and yet none of them were able to stop them from sticking their foot in their mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say was like it'd be like if Japan was trying to make a game based in America, and they were like, "Yeah, we're trying for a September 11th release date now," and it's like. The expert's like, wait, hang on. Like,
yeah, especially if that game featured models of planes that just so happened to be labeled as the ones that hit the towers, like shit like that.
Oh, man.
All right, so by the time Assassin's Creed Shadows is released, the Ubisoft stock will be worth almost nothing. Instead of buying the game, you could buy a large part of the company with that money, right? It will be a penny stock. Well, see, that's the thing is they're going private so that they can try to restructure everything to avoid the stock ever getting that low. Ubisoft was planning to sell a figure of Yasuke with that sword. Oh, were they really? I didn't see that.
Oh, so I would have loved it if they sold it with that sword.
Yeah, I'd love post that in the Discord at some point. I want to see that. Time to pre-order your 30th anniversary edition of Shadows. I wouldn't be surprised if Ubisoft used AI to source the assets for the game. No, worse, they used Google image search and didn't fact check that they were not Chinese. They hired a ton of new employees with no experience in making games and may have been rushed and out of their depth. Absolutely. And this is the thing. It is a lesson that you have to learn so often. And that is when you think you can get rich quick, you will find that you will spend more money than if you just did the work the right way to begin with.
Yeah.
Right? If you had just actually tried to make something worthwhile instead of trying to get it for the cheaply and quickly, you'd have invested less energy and less money and made more of a profit, right?
Yeah, my one friend who's like a coin enthusiast and all this stuff, he eventually got like a full-time job or whatever, and he was acting as if it was some sort of life hack. It's like that's kind of what people do from the beginning.
Getting a full-time job?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Quilty says, this is the Japanese January 6th. Yeah, kind of. Except that, like, it actually was significant.
There was actual...
there's actual deaths and not, like, fake claim deaths. And then the only person who died on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt, right? Ubisoft will probably release it on the Pearl Harbor anniversary to make it up to the Japanese people. What day is that? See, the thing is that games release, I don't know if this is still the case, but when I was growing up, I noticed that movies always came out on Tuesdays, and I think games always come out on Fridays. I think it has something to do with how the trucks route things to deliver. I'm not quite sure, but it's just a thing I always noticed that DVDs always came out on Tuesday. Whenever I was waiting for an anime to come out, it was always a Tuesday when the release
still is.
That started with Sonic.
Wow. What? What do you mean?
Well, I guess I don't know about movies, but games coming out on Tuesday started with Sonic.
Huh.
Called it Sonic Tuesday.
Well, I just remember when I was really young, and I would buy like Lilo and Stitch on DVD, and I would watch it. Like that unskippable coming soon to Disney Video or like kind of thing. They would always have
DVD.
they would always have advertisements coming out on DVD Tuesday, Disney DVD Tuesday or something. They had something that they said that kind of rhymed or whatever, and I always thought, man, they're so lucky all these are coming out on Tuesdays. And then as an adult, when I started like really seriously collecting stuff, I'm like, oh, all DVDs come out on Tuesday.
Yeah, the red strings were coming together on your conspiracy board.
Some games now come out on Friday and Sunday, rarely Saturday. But yeah.
Well, now with digital releases, it's not as required that things follow a schedule or whatever. But I thought this was funny. Kangmin Lee said he pointed out that this is the post from Assassin's Creed Shadows, the original post, the one that we read. 43,000 likes. Here's Kangmin Lee quote tweeting it to say, again, just cancel it. No one wants to play as a black dude killing Asians in feudal Japan. We see that enough in San Francisco. 100K likes.
Ooh.
Right? More than double. He's like, ratioed the official Assassin's Creed page into oblivion. This game is dead on arrival. All right,
Reese,
last
I
thing
muted
here.
You're noisy again.
Last thing here, exclusive. Ubisoft seemingly prepping for bankruptcy ahead of Assassin's Creed Shadows release as past failures spell almost certain doom. Ubisoft's abysmal credit rating, rooted in troubled financial metrics such as a 1.4 billion euro net debt, plummeting market cap down over 85% in the past 4 years, and an unsustainable workforce of 18,666 employees, costing an estimated 746.6 million euros annually. These indicators painted a bleak picture of a company teetering on the edge of financial ruin. On January 9th, 2025, Ubisoft announced that it has appointed leading advisors to review and pursue various transformational, strategic, and capitalistic options to extract the best value for stakeholders. On paper, this suggests that Ubisoft has hired consultants to address the company's strategic missteps from recent years. However, in practice, this move aligns more closely with preparations to sell off valuable assets, such as intellectual properties like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Rainbow Six, streaming rights, or other goods, and possibly edge closer to bankruptcy. This announcement comes on the heels of yet another delay for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Coupled with the declining sales from Star Wars Outlaws and the cancellation of X-Defiant, it seems Ubisoft's financial woes are far worse than initially anticipated. Could this be the end for Ubisoft not even 1 month into 2025? Now, this is the part I think is interesting. A historical precedent. Back in 2012, when THQ filed for bankruptcy, the company made a similar move before its eventual collapse. Just like Ubisoft, THQ knew exactly what it was doing and for whom it was doing it. The initial step of appointing leading advisors to explore transformational strategic options is a standard procedure for any company on the verge of a merger or asset sale. However, in Ubisoft's case, this announcement, just as it was for THQ, serves as a signal to investors that the company is following all legal and regulatory steps before implementing drastic changes that may benefit some stakeholders, but are more likely to leave others at a loss. Bankruptcy might indeed be imminent, as Ubisoft's announcement aligns with patterns seen in other companies before they spiraled into bankruptcy and were taken over by courts. For example, THQ, Atari, and Midway Games all made similar moves before their eventual downfall. These steps often aim to maintain a semblance of control and to prepare stakeholders for the inevitable. So what is Ubisoft aiming for? Looking at its announcement and the strategy to cut 200 million euros in costs, it seems this may be nothing more than a red herring, distracting from what are likely the company's final days. Much like THQ, Ubisoft's planned asset sales and cost reductions might serve to prolong operations just long enough to make it appear more attractive to a potential buyer. However, The reality is that such a relatively small cut in the face of its ever-increasing debt will do little to change the course. Bankruptcy courts may already be preparing to step in and oversee Ubisoft's descent into insolvency. It's far more probable that these leading advisors have been brought on to determine, as Ubisoft's own announcement states, the best way to manage this situation. That might involve minimizing losses for major stakeholders while ensuring that executives walk away with generous severance packages. THQ's bankruptcy followed a similar pattern, where top executives exited with substantial payouts despite the company's collapse. The 200 million euros in cost reduction may, in reality, be a war chest to fund severance payouts during the impending bankruptcy. With over 18, now I don't understand this part. Maybe you can help me understand it. With over 18,000 employees still on Ubisoft's books, unless massive layoffs are announced immediately, many could be entitled to severance before the company folds. If you lay somebody off, do you not have to pay them severance?
Generally, you do.
So it seems like you'd almost be better off not laying them off and then being like, sorry, there's no money to pay you severance. Right?
That's a weird statement.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's far more likely that the majority of employees will be left with little, while executives walk away with their golden parachutes. Anyway, there's a lot more here. I think it's largely a recap of everything else we've covered about Ubisoft, so I'm going to go ahead and skip it.
I think what they're saying is, if they don't lay them off and they just go bankrupt, the employees get nothing. But if they lay them off first, then they're entitled to their severance. And then they go bankrupt.
Yeah, but they said the exact opposite. They said, like, unless they do layoffs now, immediately, then they're going to have to pay them severance. I'm like, no, that's not how it works.
If they do layoffs now, they will be owed severance. And in theory, if they go bankrupt or they're sold, they'll still be able to try and collect from whatever, they can scrounge up.
Mm-hmm.
If they just go bankrupt, I don't think they get anything.
So we got
That's
one
how
more.
I think it works.
We got one more major topic here before we get into kind of like the crescendo into Watch Club. So let's try to get through this here. Are there any chats I should go over first though? They don't have to cancel. Just switch to Johnny Somali. Stakeholder, not stockholder. I submitted the articles. They are older. Oh, really? I don't remember it. I might have missed it. I'll have to double check. Ubisoft's downfall was inevitable when they stopped making games for people who bought games and instead focused on social justice. Yeah, obviously, likes and retweets are not legal tender. Yeah, they're not. But when Kangman Lee says that your game is shit and it gets 100,000, and your own tweet, trying to harvest goodwill can't even get half of that. Yeah, I think it's indicative. That the Assassin's Creed coming with a sword thing. I mean, we covered it. Yeah.
Slap that fire away.
Yeah. All right. So the U.S. Department of Defense officially designates League of Legends Path of Exile 2 parent company Tencent, that company that's about to buy Ubisoft, as one of many Chinese military companies operating within the country. By the way, if you didn't know, TikTok is allegedly getting banned on January 19th. Interestingly, that's a day before Trump takes office. I don't know how that works out. I can't wait till everybody blames Trump for it. In the latest escalation of geopolitical tensions between the two world superpowers, a routine investigative procedure conducted by the United States Department of Defense has resulted in the China-based entertainment conglomerate Tencent being officially identified as one of the many Chinese military companies currently operating on Uncle Sam's home turf. For those unfamiliar with or in need of a refresher regarding the overtly bureaucratic mechanics Great.
Oh, nuggets are on their way.
Oh, that's even better.
I'm sorry.
Dino Nuggets?
Are they Dino Nuggies?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they going to be
I'm in
flame broiled?
Still. All right. Anyway, for those unfamiliar with or in need of a refresher regarding the overtly bureaucratic mechanics of the American government, to put it extremely succinctly, rather than having free access to Uncle Sam's bank account, the country's military, under the general jurisdiction of its Department of Defense, is instead given a yearly and variable operating budget as determined and approved by Congress. Prior to 1961, the entire process was handled solely by the respective appropriations committees of the governing body's two chambers, the House and the Senate, and prior to 1867, the original Finance Committee. However, in 1961, Congress began making use of the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, thus respectively dividing up the duties of budget usage determination and funding between the Senate and House's individual armed services and appropriations committees. To this end, when it came to the NDAA for 2021, all four bodies approved the inclusion of a new measure as derived from an executive order from then President Donald Trump barring American investment in China's war-fighting industry, requiring the Secretary of Defense to spend the next 10 years identifying, I guess in this case, it is Trump, identifying each entity the Secretary determines, based on the most recent information available, is operating directly or indirectly in the United States or any of its territories and possessions that is a Chinese military company, and provide an annual report on their findings. The term Chinese military company does not include natural persons, clarified Congress within the Act's text, and means an entity that is directly or indirectly owned, controlled, or beneficially owned by, or in an official or unofficial capacity acting as an agent of or on behalf of the People's Liberation Army or any other organization subordinate to the Central Military Commission of the Chinese Communist Party, or identified as a military civil fusion contributor to the Chinese defense industrial base, and engaged in providing commercial services, manufacturing, producing, or exporting. Damn. And it was in the Secretary's latest round of determinations, as made publicly available on January 6th, that Tencent Holdings Limited, perhaps most notable among the site's this site's readership for their video game-related holdings, which currently include full ownership of such entities as League of Legends developer Riot Games and Path of Exile duology team Grinding Gear Games, as well as a number of partial investments in such studios as Dark Souls series heralds From Software and the ever-failing Ubisoft, was confirmed to have received the military company label. Unfortunately for those curious, at current, the U.S. government has not disclosed just which aspects of the Chinese corporate giant's operations have drawn their suspicion, with the Secretary's official communique on the matter only containing a list of infringing companies. Doesn't Tencent part-own Discord?
They invested in Discord. So presumably
they probably don't have like server access or anything like that. That would be. Because that seems like if they did own Discord, it seems like the place where they would be harvesting the most spy-worthy data.
Oh,
right?
For sure.
And I would very much hate to lose Discord. TikTok, I don't care. Like, get rid of TikTok because VPNs exist. But Discord is going to be a lot more annoying if we lose that.
I disagree, actually. Discord's easier to recreate. I think
TikTok but I don't want to lose the history of our Discord.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I use Discord on a daily basis to post links and stuff quickly that I find and want to look over before we do the next podcast, right? Anyway, for their part, Tencent has rejected the Department of Defense findings, telling the press in a written statement, quote, "Our inclusion on the list is clearly a mistake." Quote, "We are not a military company or supplier," they asserted. "Unlike sanctions or export controls, this listing has no impact on our business. We will nonetheless work with the Department of Defense to address any misunderstanding." Under the recently passed NDAA for 2024, starting in June 2026, the Department of Defense will no longer be allowed to directly purchase goods, services, or technology to provide a service that connects to the facilities of a third party, including backhaul, roaming, or interconnection arrangements from the Chinese military companies, and will be banned from doing so indirectly the following year. Whether Tencent will manage to convince the U.S. government to remove them from the said list before the ban takes effect remains to be seen. So what does this say? This says that they'll be no longer allowed to directly purchase goods or services or technology to provide a service that connects to the facilities of a third party, including backhaul, roaming, or interconnection arrangement. What does that mean?
I think that's like for telecom things, like how they blocked Huawei from integrating the 5G networks. That would be my guess.
Interesting. Anyway, anybody else have anything to say about this?
It's an issue because the biggest thing they own is Epic, right? And Epic owns the not only do they own Epic Store, they own Fortnite, they own the Unreal Engine, right? And if all of those are now property of China, according to the U.S. government, and no one can do business with any of their products, lest they be supporting a foreign.
One of the really interesting things about Unreal Engine is, like, I think personally that Unreal Engine is going to become redundant once we have AI engines to take low poly or stand-in models and convert them into photoreal, deeply immersive versions of gameplay. Also, Kultuti says use Element to back up your Discord now. Okay, future AC, when you are rewatching this podcast, it's time for you to back up the server using Element. Make sure you do it before, what date was it? Starting June 2026. Oh. Make sure you do that shit. All right. I recall a company called Huawei was banned in the US. You mean Huawei?
I think he's talking about Huawei.
Microsoft is a defense contractor, so no Tencent games or Xbox nor Xbox games using Unreal Engine. That's gonna fuck them up.
That's the other thing. Like the amount of retaliatory shit that they can, like, is X now a military communication network, right?
Yeah.
Ban X.
Kind of crazy, man. It's crazy what's gonna happen here. Godot made Unreal redundant already. Yeah, unfortunately, they're fucking DEI sucking off pieces of shit, right? Godot, the Godot engine, or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep moving here so we can get to our watch club before you have to leave. Real quick, Windbreaker manga speeds up to monthly English print volume releases. Reese, take it away.
Typically, I've never heard of this happening before. I mean, typical, like, with Viz releasing, like, their Shonen Jump volumes, which typically come out, like, every 2 or 3 months in Japan, also come out over here 2 or 3 months. But they're bumping it up to 1 volume a month. I mean, they are 10 volumes behind. But,
but still, like, what's it going to mean? Is it just so that they can catch up?
I assume so.
That's probably what it is, right? So what's really happening here is that people are pirating because they don't want to wait. And so Viz is like, all right, let's get caught up. And we'll release them as quickly as possible. And then people won't have a reason to pirate. That's probably what that is. Cool. Let's move into Right Stuff News. So.
All right. So keep going. My Hero Academia.
This one.
And then keep going. Keep going. Ghost Cat Anzu.
All right.
Those are the only two.
Start with that one. Okay. Ghost Cat Anzu is a movie by Yoko Kuno and Nobuhiro Yamashita. It features a lot of very interesting rotoscoping. Like, they drew directly on top of reference footage, right? A lot of it. It looks really good. Like, don't get me wrong. I've just been seeing a lot of these Ghost Cat Anzu behind the scenes posts about the animation, where they're like showing the reference footage and then the actual footage that they used in the thing and how they are basically.
I think we covered that, didn't we?
I don't think we actually showed it. I just had been holding on to it for a while.
Oh.
Anyway, in addition, so who's releasing this, by the way?
This
Kids,
is
I'm
G-Kids.
assuming?
Shout
Shout.
Studios, but basically G-Kids.
G-Kids probably, yeah. And then My Hero Academia. Now,
You're next.
who would you expect to release a My Hero Academia title being sold on Crunchyroll store?
Crunchyroll?
You'd expect Crunchyroll, right? Instead, it's being released by Toho.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they handled the theatrical rights,
Mm-hmm.
or the theatrical release, I should say. I mean, Crunchyroll dubbed it,
Mm-hmm.
so it's got the English cast. And then I guess Toho just decided, yeah, we'll just put it on disc too. Whatever.
I really dislike the design choice to put.
I think that's just a. I think that's just a. That's not the cover. I think that's just like a freaking TVA
Placement.
placeholder.
Okay,
image.
well, regardless, I dislike the design choice to begin with. Regardless of
I
the
hope-
ends up on the cover.
I hope
Yeah.
it's different too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have to see like a comparison to know what we're at. Like, because there might be a reason they thought it hides them too much. If we leave that on there, there's more lightning. It gets a little messy. I get it. There might be a reason. It looks a little awkward to me. Anyway, very strange that Toho is going to release it. I wonder what this is going to mean for the future series, and is it going to mean if they release like the next seasons, are they not
Wasn't
going to
Toho
get premium editions? Because I'm going to fucking riot.
wasn't Toho one of the brands that said that they were pissed off at how Crunchyroll was handling their properties?
Probably.
Recently, or the claims
Yeah.
Takeda made years ago?
No, recently.
I don't remember. Possibly. I would be pissed about it, but
So this isn't a Crunchyroll release; it's a Toho release.
Toho's releasing it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, there's some in conjunction with Crunchyroll because Crunchyroll dubbed it, so technically, Funimation,
Right.
voice actors and all that. Anyway, Media Blasters tweeted this out. Like Ladies versus Butlers, we are expecting big things, pardon the pun, from this title. March 11th street date featuring the new English produced dub from Yara Naika and the team at Fever Dreams.
After
Chu-Bra.
like 20 years, right? We've been waiting for this for like
Chu-Bra.
not 20 years, but like
Anti-Appreciation Society. So it's an older show, getting a Blu-ray.
I think it came out like 2010 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
that we heard about like I want to say like 4 or 5 years ago. They were doing this,
And the thing is that they didn't actually ever release this on DVD. Like this
DVD.
is the first release, as far as I know.
I was aware that Media Blasters had intents to release this before. I just knew it was on Crunchyroll for years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, looking forward to that. I'll definitely pre-order that. Okay. Now, in other news, there's a show coming out right now called Sasakoi, right?
I think it's already aired.
Yes. It's the show Whispering You a Love Song is the English title. Looks like it doesn't end well. This is the end. They're canceling the Blu-ray for Sasakoi. The anime is done, and it's the end. No Blu-rays, probably because nothing is going to be mastered. It's so sad. I feel so sad for Takashima. A beautiful work being butchered like this. So I put a translation of the Japanese post here. Bottom line is they're talking about the Japanese. It got licensed by Sentai, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll probably get the Blu-rays over here, hopefully. But in Japan, they've canceled the Blu-ray sales, and you know that this is kind of common. We talk about this a lot. They need a minimum of like 3,000 pre-orders before they even decide to print them to begin with for a lot of things. So seemingly, they've also split this short series across 4 Blu-ray volumes, that are all going to cost you like $80 each, kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
three episodes. Yeah, it's a 12. It must have had delays because it's only 12 episodes, and I was looking at the Miami list, and it aired from April to December. So it must have had some serious production delays because that should have just been April to June or whatever.
right. So I'm sure that this isn't going to be relevant for probably much people watching, but just a heads up. they basically go on to say that most of the places you would have ordered it from, it says since payment is processed upon shipment, there's no need for cancellation or refund procedures. You will receive an email confirming the cancellation, right? They have a couple other ones, like if you ordered it at this store, like Anime in Japan or whatever, you need to go in there. That's basically the news. All right, moving past this. All right, let's go into random merch. We're going to catch up. You're going to get to go first, Randy. Okay, so you still can't shop on Stealth Weed. Here's the thing. I have just realized you may also not be able to shop here, and I just assumed nobody was buying anything anyway. But I realized that a while ago I kept getting these notifications that I needed to update from an API key to an API token for the specific fulfillment center that I'm using. And I had all sorts of problems because the API token does not fit in the spot to put the API key on WooCommerce. And so I had a back and forth with them as I was approaching this date. And they told me I don't even have to worry about it. The API key token is for something else. Like for like other things you would actually need the API for or whatever. So I didn't really think about it. But now that I'm thinking about it now, I think it's possible that the sites have not worked since that date. And I haven't really considered it. So there's a possibility I may switch over to Teespring if I can get. The reason I hate Teespring is because every other Teespring store I've looked at has that thing where instead of having a product and having all the different colors options for that product on the same product, it's like individually, like the black version of the shirt, the white version of the shirt, as a separate product. And I fucking hate that shit. It looks horrible, which is the reason I don't use it. But if I switch to Teespring, then I could put them as the store shelf on my videos and probably dramatically increase sales. So I'm going to look into that in the near future. But stay tuned, I guess. Also, Gundam Assemble tabletop game rolls the dice with Gundam miniatures. So they're trying to get into the tabletop game, right? Quick little video here. I'm gonna.
What's a goddamn it?
That's another thing I'm gonna have to spend money on. Damn it.
Oh, good luck. Sold out everywhere.
Well, same with they had a Gundam TCG from Bandai, and I told Lishansky, and he's like, I already ordered the first box, and I'm like,
oh sorry, I thought this was part of that. Okay, it seems completely separate.
Has 10-sided die.
Imagine playing Warhammer, but instead you have Gundams. That sounds
it seems very stupid. Because a lot of the battles apparently are happening in outer space, right? Like, so your little ground battles on the thing is like, and oh yeah, we're in space. Like it's not like you don't get to put them
says
in these
you can't make the terrain?
Of course you could, but they're on the hexagrid, right? So you have to build your terrain around it. I don't know. It doesn't. It seems less than ideal, and more just another way to siphon out people's paychecks into collectibles, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
someone I know wanted to get the card game as well. That's what I thought this was, and the card game is apparently sold out everywhere. And I was looking at it. I'm like, this card game, like, I might be biased, but it just looks so bland, and I don't know why, but like the Pokemon card game, I get, right? Collect them all, whatever, play the game. Digimon card game, I get. Yu-Gi-Oh, I get. Magic the Gathering, I get. Everything else is like, why? Like the fucking the Dragon Ball Z One Piece.
I played the Dragon Ball Z one.
Like there's like
here's the biggest problem with the Dragon Ball Z one is that you'd collect your things and you'd have like matches and stuff. My brother and I both were playing it when I was a kid, and he had his booster pack box thing. I had mine, and we tried to play together. And at one point in the game, we realized that one of the cards has you take your opponent's card, and so my cards were going into his collection. And as soon as we realized it, like, whoa, you give me that back. We're done. This game's over. We're not playing this anymore, right? Like you can't play the game with somebody else without actually losing your cards. Like, I'm like, fuck, I don't want to play this anymore. I'm fucking done.
That's why I have different colored sleeves, but I think you're talking about a different Dragon Ball Z card game. I'm pretty sure there was a new generation, like modern one after Super came out.
Something like that. No, yeah, I'm talking about the old one, long before Super.
Yeah.
Anyway, in other news here, hold on. Most of the battles did happen. Yeah, but did you see the grid that they were on for that game?
You could just do this. Transfer the units of measurement into like inches, and then you use the Warhammer system where they use a tape measure.
Yeah, the cool thing about the Warhammer ones is that you build the terrain. Like the Lord of the Rings one was really cool because you would actually build like miniature versions of the stuff from the movies and whatnot, and you had your guys like your battles and stuff with your armies, and it was fucking awesome, right? It just doesn't look nearly as cool. Like the only thing you really paint in that thing that they demoed was the Gundam themselves. Anyway, else says side stories. I recall this Gundam Wing card game. 10-sided might get confusing with Tencent. All right. In other news,
if you're using the VLC AI subtitles.
In other news, Harry Potter and Detective Conan announced a collaboration of glasses-wearing boys. Wow. What are we having fun? Rescued by people who look like you, right? Like, is there a more iconic collab? Glasses wearers, right? Yeah, so I don't know why you're a detective, Harry, right? I could have sworn this was the glasses worn by yeah, aren't they both? Don't they both wear these big circular ones?
Yeah, I guess.
Harry Potter. Like, who's in this?
The bold frames must be Conan's.
Yeah, the bottom ones are Conan's, the top ones are Harry's.
But he looks like he's wearing round ones here.
Nah.
Anyway.
They're both round.
Harry Potter X Harry Potter.
No, you don't pronounce the X. It would just be Harry Potter, Harry Potter.
Yeah, okay. Okay, also, Naruto is doing a collab with Burger King in France. Yeah. Take a closer look at that disgusting burger, by the way. Holy hell.
Oh, I know.
You're right.
The tofu burger?
Ugh.
Like a tofu bun burger?
Somebody said they're never going to top the cursed balancing Sasuke Happy Meal toy.
Oh.
All right. Also, a man brings his big banana to Central Florida. Here's how to catch a ride. Here's about how to catch a ride. Just look at this fucker. I hope when you hit the horns, like right? Like,
what's that? What was that cartoon that used to be on Bamboo Boomerang all the time? The wacky race or whatever.
You thinking
like the Hanna-Barbera? Like,
oh, I thought you were talking about the Busy World of Richard Scarry with the pickle car.
There's some like wacky race.
Yeah, I do kind of vaguely remember what you're talking about, actually. Anyway, it started as a Ford F-150 pickup truck.
I think it was just called Wacky
Banana
Race.
Car.
There's like the main villain guy has like this weird dog.
Anyway,
that's what this reminds me of.
We got 3 articles of Misc News. No, let's do one article. Would you guys like to cover the man who was sentenced to 6 months for creating giant hybrid sheep for hunting? Let's find out what the shortest article is. We'll cover that one. That one's pretty short. Ooh. No, let's save that one. Let's do this one. Man caught drunk driving twice in 24 hours, forgot how much the original fine was, and drove back to the police station to inquire.
Nice.
A man in Kaohsiung City compounded his problems after driving to the police station while drunk to inquire about how much he would have to pay for a drunk driving fine he incurred the previous day. Previous day? Well, twice in 24 hours. Okay. Article headline's not that. Okay. I was misled, but they were accurate. According to the China Times, the 47-year-old man named Chio was caught drunk driving on the morning of May 17th. Chio was tested and found to have a blood alcohol concentration of 0.22 milligrams per liter. Is that what that is? Chio's blood alcohol level was above the legal limit of 0.15, but less than 0.25. And therefore, Chio was issued a fine and not charged with the crime of endangering the public.
0.25? I don't know if it's
per liter.
I don't know if it's different. Like, I don't have a context of like what the unit is, but in Canada, like I just know the number. In Canada, it's 0.08.
Yeah, that's in the US too.
That's what. Yeah, that was in the US for a long time, and then they raised it.
Did they really raise it?
I think they raised it. I'm pretty sure they raised it here in Iowa at least.
If you're at 0.25,
Or maybe
like
lowered,
you're
maybe lowered it. Maybe they lowered it.
if it's this, assuming it's not a weird like unit issue here, 0.25 alcohol is like you're passing out and you can't drive. Like,
tripping balls.
But the blood alcohol concentration here, it must be measured differently. Blood alcohol by volume or whatever.
Maybe. Speaking
of which, I'm going to make sure I get to 0.025. No. All right. So Cho, who is unemployed and relies on odd jobs for a living, was depressed about the fine and consumed 4 bottles of beer to drown his sorrows. He then forgot how much the fine was, so he rode his scooter to the police station to ask the officers how much he would have to pay. Police officers saw Cho riding on the wrong side of the road and on the sidewalk before stopping his scooter at the door of the police station and asking to see the policeman. Oh, so before he stopped at the police station and asked to see the policeman who had issued the fine. When police officers went out to talk to him, they noticed that Cho reeked of alcohol. An alcohol breath test showed that Cho had a blood alcohol level of 0.62 milligrams per liter. Fuck me. And Cho was promptly arrested and taken to the district prosecutor's office to be charged with endangering the public. He was also found to be driving without a license and will be punished for riding on the sidewalk and other offenses. Yeah, did he also like write stories about gayness? Holy fuck. Oh, Taiwan English news, of course. All right, let's get into our watch club. Randy, tell us your thoughts.
Man, I think season 2 is the best season of Attack on Titan. And I think the finale is maybe the best episode in the entire fucking show.
Oh crap, I'm missing it.
What?
I just got back. I thought that article was going to be longer.
We just started.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, where he punches the fist of the one that ate his mom.
Yeah.
Man. And the music, oh, fucking Christ, man. Like I brought it up last week.
Yeah, the song that plays when Historia...
multiple tracks on this in this episode. When Ymir goes and touches Historia's head or whatever. Or no, it's when she jumps off of
Bertolt?
Yeah, and the Get Back thing, like that song is great. I love that. Yeah. Great. The one that plays when he punches that other Titan, the one that is mom.
Yep.
The one with the little kids like choir singing.
That's also I think played in the part when where the title of the episode is from, where Ymir is looking up at the like Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, I love that song. I mean the openings, both the openings are good. The endings are good.
Yeah, the opening is.
Okay,
really, like,
it's only one. Whatever.
It's not as good as the very first opening, but like. It's like it's a banger.
It's pretty good. What is the phrase they keep saying?
Sasageo.
Sasageo.
Yeah. I have a.
I will say this: it is significantly better than the season 3 opening. Holy shit! I hate that opening compared to
Which one? There's two of them.
The one that has I think is it Gak or what's his name singing?
Gak Man.
You mean the one with the piano? That starts out with the piano?
It's just not as good as the other two. Hold on.
Come on. I love that one. I hate the second opening for season 2.
Look. Reese, you can identify
I
your
know.
gender of liking that
Yes,
song
yes,
if
yes,
you.
yes. I have my opinion is my own. Yes, yes, yes.
No, it's your gender.
3.
My gender is penis, however.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Pardon me. Excuse me, real quick here. I am on an Anime News Network, and I have just learned that it goes season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4, then final season part 2, then final chapters.
Where's this season 4
Yeah.
coming from?
I don't know. It's listed on Anime
one?
News Network as
Let's
TV
have a look.
4 2019.
Let's pull that up on screen.
There are compilation movies or whatever, right?
Yeah, hold on. Well, yeah, but those are listed separate. Hold on. So I'm looking up the song real quick. Oh, it's Hide. It's the Yoshiki one.
Hide, yeah.
I don't like that one compared to the others.
I love that one. I thought that was great.
Anyway, so this is what I'm talking
We're not
about.
talking about season 3 though.
Yeah, we're not.
But no,
But this
is,
is what I'm
is
talking
there
about.
is there an easy way to compress PowerPoint?
Yeah.
I didn't realize PowerPoints had a size.
You
I
could
thought
save
they
it as
were all
PDF.
useless.
Lost Attack movies, 2 files.
So,
the
Attack
hell
on
is
Titan 2, 3, 4, then final season.
Click on 4. Click on that? What is that?
You'd think it was part 1.
Hold on.
It's listed in season 3.
Oh.
Season
It's
3,
only
part
se-
2?
Yeah, season
That's
3,
what it
part
is.
2. Yeah.
Okay,
that
cool.
makes sense.
Glad we got that under control.
Because it was a split color thing.
Right. Cool. So, I really like season 2. I think it has some highs and lows in terms of like you described it as the best season of the whole series. I think that it has some definitely
Hold up.
crazy
Random
good stuff.
11s thinks it's the second or the best of the whole
Randy
series.
said.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a few episodes that are like specifically the one where I know some people like it, but the one where Sasha.
That's
the
my favorite
background-
episode of the entire series. God
I
damn it.
know, and the one with the backstory of Ymir and Krista.
I don't care about that nearly as much. The
yeah.
small episode, yeah.
Which is also weird because they bring that up after she says it. Like
They
I feel like it would have
completely cut that out of the recap movie.
Yeah. Understandable. I feel like it would have made more sense if they had have done that earlier, because in the show she's talking to Krista and she's like, oh, you know how we're so close, and like I don't think the show had really shown enough of their relationship
Just how
to be
close
like,
they are.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that they couldn't show it then because the point of that episode is that she is the Titan and like uses the Titan thing. Like you see the lightning and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
What is her Titan called, by the way?
We cannot talk about it.
We
There's
can't talk about it.
spoilers.
Okay.
We had that discussion beforehand.
Is this the
Well,
dancing?
from
Titan?
before it was
Yes.
revealed, I think people were calling it the Dancing Titan.
I'm
God,
calling it
shut up,
the
Reese.
Smeagol Titan, right? Like
The Schmeagol
She has an awful looking Titan. Let's be real.
Horrible, yeah.
I was like, why does she not look like a female Titan? Question mark.
Okay.
Ooh, she's a
can I-
trans Titan.
Can I fucking
the true Titan.
The cool 2T. Last time, I think you had a random comment that was something like, "In season 2, Footnum will be vindicated." I don't know what you were talking about, but I guess now you can say whatever that was.
Kotichi says, "I agree. Season 2 is peak." I don't know. I like season 3 a lot, but I definitely think season 2 again. It has some of the strongest moments of the series, like when it comes to all the stuff we've discussed so far, but also like the character moments. Right? I feel like we finally get to experience Sasha and Connie. And Ymir, we don't even really realize exists.
I'm glad you have that screenshot of the doofus who didn't do anything. They hyped him. They hyped his ass up in episode 1, and he didn't do jack shit. Cool.
I don't remember anything besides Connie crying and being like, "Marie, my village." I don't remember anything besides that.
and so I guess let's talk a little bit about like how the show chooses to reveal some of these moments, because like there's some really amazingly well put together stuff where they set up the idea that the wall's been breached, and everybody's operating under the assumption that the wall's been breached until the moment when it's dark and they're walking with the torches. And they end up catching up to the other group and like, so you found it, right? Like, no,
you found it, right?
You found it, right? Like, what the fuck, you know? And then the part where Hanji is speculating about the possibility of burrowing titans or something they haven't experienced yet that would go underground and come back up and create holes and stuff. Something they've never dealt with that would be a huge problem, you know? Because that's exactly where your mind would go. In the situation, what they've been presented with, the last
I
thing
had a different theory, but I can get to that in my notes.
Yeah, good.
I loved certain, as weird as it sounds, conversations that took place. Conversations that bear in mind, I noticed the first time around. The second time around, I'm like, oh, so that's okay. That has an entirely different context now of the like the conversation I think that Reiner had with Connie, you know, and him freaking out.
Yeah,
like,
which I talked about. Like,
it's okay, calm down. You know, calm down, Connie. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that. I was excited for that. I was like, oh, okay, that's neat. And then I think Reiner's conversation with Ymir was interesting, and that whole like dynamic.
One of the things that I liked about it was the introduction of Reiner's split personality, right? And how they utilize that really effectively in order to circumvent, like, because the thing about Bertolt is that he might as well not even be in the series. Like we don't even get really introduced to him until it's right about the time that he's going to get revealed as being the Colossal Titan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can I just say real quick that I was actually kind of like let down finding out he was the Colossal Titan. I thought the Colossal Titan would have been this like malicious entity, like evil scheming, whatever. And I thought he'd have at the very least like more power, like I guess socially or whatever. He'd be like at the top of the top, because how do you become just a Colossal Titan, which I'm sure at some point we'll figure out what distinctly gives people their
what
traits.
Was your thoughts regarding once you reveal that he's the Colossal Titan? So we had kind of talked, you know, you had been kind of dancing around the idea that Reiner looks just like the Armored Titan.
Right? Oh, he did look quite similar.
Yeah.
I wonder
so
who
once
is
you
the...
realize that Bertolt is the Colossal Titan, it just sort of clicks into place.
He looks
just like him. Like, because they make him tall and lanky and stuff. Like, there's something about him that once you see it, you're like, I can't unsee it. It's him. That makes perfect sense. You know, I really like that. I think the design choices. The only one I don't really like is Ymir because it's hideous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I did really like how they kind of taken the fact that like that would be. I'd have a complex over that. If all my friends were Titans and I look like the stupid troll, I'd be fucking pissed. Right?
Yeah.
I love that in the moment when
Annie over here has a gray ass, and I'm like a smudge on the side of the road.
Yeah, like I did like that they're thinking about how once you kind of realize that you know, that's exactly the thought is like, I'm fucking useless compared to these giants who are like super armored and powerful and strong like a fucking linebacker and an actual like enormous Titan, right? And here I am being like a 3 meter or whatever kind of thing. Like I'm fucking bullshit or whatever. I guess it would be 3 meter, probably 10 meter, but regardless, the point is that she recognizes that in that moment, she's the only one with an upper hand in her Titan form in the forest.
Yeah.
Right. I thought that was a really well written moment.
I thought it was interesting that there was a Titan in the last episode that looks like Bertolt. But
yes,
obviously isn't.
Yes,
Bertolt.
I mentioned that the Titan in the moment when Sasha saves that little girl, is the most human Titan we've seen in the series. Up to
Right,
that
and
point.
the fact
and then
that,
that
like-
other Titan in the last like 2 episodes looks like a straight up human with like a dopey like what's going on, guys?
Because
Face.
that Titan was eating that woman and with Sasha, and I'm like, how did you fit in the fucking house, my guy? Like,
well, he's a 3 meter.
I thought that was her dad for some reason.
yeah,
Like
I did
I'm
not
like, this guy
realize
looks.
that was a Titan at first, and then she comes up from behind with an axe, and it's like that. A few blows should have done the trick. What the fuck? Like they're just writing in. Oh, only our stupid box cutters can really kill these things. It's like,
maybe. Yeah.
He was an armored Titan, okay? No.
So,
Yeah,
Randy,
a
let's
mini
let you get your thoughts out because you've only got about 40 minutes left before you got to leave.
Yeah. So the first episode when the Beast Titan gets there and meets this guy on the roof, and starts talking to him, and he's like, he's freaking out and he can't speak. And then he reaches down to take his gear, and he thinks he's gonna like die, and then he realizes, oh, he's just taking the gear, and then he walks away, and it's like, okay, you can move, and then I can't think of a word that describe his look of like just terror, I guess.
Yeah.
As
yeah,
he
because
realizes,
all of a sudden,
oh shit,
what
his
a
horse is
wasted
gone.
bitch. What a
His
wasted
means for
character,
escaping
like-
are all gone. It's like I'm fucked, right?
yeah.
He could have answered his question, and maybe he would have bargained with him.
Perhaps.
Hey,
but
can
I'm
you at
wondering
least do your
what
ride
Beast Titan
down
was doing.
somewhere?
I'm wondering what the Beast Titan was doing that he didn't know about ODM gear, but whatever.
By the way, real quick, before the thought eludes me, in that final fight and all that stuff, my question was kind of like, why is Bearhole, that's what my speech to text called him, why did he not transform when he was exposed or whatever? Like, I'm assuming maybe there's a reason later, or I hope there is.
Which part?
Bertolt didn't transform during the final fight.
During the final fight, yeah. I think
and there's
he's
a part
slow.
where what's his name? Reinhard.
Reinhard?
He's like, I can't
protect you while you're in this
I can't
position.
protect
Yeah.
you.
Like he needed his arms. Like he needed to move them away to be able to start.
Yeah,
flinging
but
the
I'm
Titans
just
around.
saying, I don't understand why dude couldn't Colossal Titan and.
So I think it's because the
presumably-
Colossal Titan is extremely slow.
It's also a lot of mass, so like there is like, as you could tell with Eren and Ymir when their arms are chopped off, like it takes energy to transform, and so I don't know, it's not really explained ever, but I would think that him transforming on the wall was like his shot, and he probably can't transform again for a while. That would be
And
my
he
guess.
also specifically chose to only do his upper body on the wall, perhaps for that reason.
I thought that it just formed on the wall that way naturally because of the proximity.
And the other thing is that every time you see the Colossal Titan form a fully formed version, he only maintains that position for like that form for a short amount of time. Right? Like when he first shows up,
He's a premature.
He turns into the Colossal Titan and kicks in the gate, and then he's gone. And then the Armored Titan takes over. And then later on in the series, in the first season, he randomly shows up again, right? And it's like, what the fuck is going on? And Eren tries to kill him right there. And that's the part where the girl like shoots the thing through the guy's leg to catch him. Sasha does, right? Yeah. And then he vanishes into thin air. Right, and I forget what he does. Does he kick in that gate too? At that point, to stop them from, and that's actually when it goes to Walmaria, right? That's when it bursts further, or whatever. Is that correct?
Well, Rose is the second one, isn't it?
Did they get through Rose? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mario's the first one, and Rose is the second one, and then I forget what the inner one is.
Cena.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Randy, you can continue your slideshow. We don't have
this all throughout the season. They throw in so many things that you're like not paying it. Like you're kind of like half paying attention, and then you're like, oh shit, like that was like super important. Like they throw this scene in
Yeah.
first, and he's just like, "You can read this," and you're like, "What was that? I didn't even like what."
Yeah, they show
what
that
was that?
before they then show it again in the next episode where
Yeah.
you actually see the writing on it.
Yeah, and
You didn't
then
think it was
you realize
sus?
what's happening. Pardon?
You didn't think it was sus?
What was sus?
sus?
That
Obviously,
moment?
you think Ymir is sus because he's like, "Wait, you can read this?"
He's like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
And that's, I think, moments like this are what I find so fascinating about the series, because that establishes early on that Reiner and Berthold, who are the, you know, progenitors of the whole story, right, in terms of they kick off all the conflict, you assume that the other Titans other than Eren would be working in conjunction with them because Annie's also working with them. But when it comes to Ymir, they have no idea. They like, there's something about Ymir that is different from the rest of them, which adds to that sort of mystery box and keeps you wondering what's happening and keeping you sort of mind gaming all of the sort of ways that this could play out, and, you know, living in that inquiry, you know?
Yeah. It's interesting though, during this scene, like, he doesn't reveal himself. He still says, like, I can't read this.
Yeah.
Only, like, presumably only if she can. And then,
Mhm.
you know, that's, and then they get interrupted by the Beast Titan attacking the castle. I thought this was funny where he's like, marry me
You're my wife.
to Krista.
Future wife.
They made her so likable, like, in the show.
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah,
made her
I
like
could do
so
without
many
her.
other characters like her. I don't think there's.
I
anything
hated the
special, but
line
she
where
is
she's
kawaii
like,
des.
yeah, I hated the line where she's like, no, it's Historia now. Like, or like, I
I
can't
hate
remember
her
how she
rename.
worded it.
Yeah, I don't really care for Historia.
I'm
But,
actually so used to the rename that I kept wanting to accidentally call her Historia.
Oh, during our last watch call.
Yeah, I was like, oh wait.
This
Time to make
scene
it
where
sword.
they come in and save the scouts
Mm-hmm.
at the last minute, like
The Ex
you know, at the
Machina?
castle. Yeah, at the castle.
Yeah,
Well, it's
the
not so
Ex
much Ex Machina. They know they're like, you know, they're on their way over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was at the last possible moment of the last possible second of the last.
Yeah.
Because Krista was like, "Oh, I have dumbass syndrome. I have to approach the person that's in imminent danger from this massive threat because I have no awareness of the other threats. Oh no, it's about to kill me. Oh, Mikasa Ex Machina." And then the whole crew comes in, right?
Well-
At that exact moment.
Yeah, again, I don't think it's so much of an Ex Machina because it's heavily, you know they're on their way. But it is a last minute save, that's for sure. And
For Krista or Historia, it is a dude Deus Ex Machina.
He's regendered it, okay, Green Line? He's regendered it to be a last
You're not gonna
second.
die.
the music at this point too, like with them coming in, man, that scene was great. I thought it was hilarious though that right after that scene, Eren gets his first kill and then fumbles and falls on the floor.
Great job,
like,
Demas. All that training you did.
Yeah, he gets his first ODM kill and
First
then
and maybe only
verbalizes
ODM
it, and then immediately fumbles and then gets chastised for even being involved.
Yeah.
This scene where they reveal themselves
Can
as
we go to
like
the watch club discussion in Discord? I made a thing about this.
where like they say
They
they're
just blurted it out.
yeah, they just blur it out. They don't,
Not even
and then
whisper. Not even a whisper.
and then-
Mike. This is like within earshot of other people. I don't know why they said this.
No,
out
the
loud.
show does such a good job showing you that it's not.
maybe Mikasa is close enough. Maybe
within
The
earshot
only-
because
the
Mikasa
only
heard
thing-
it.
The only thing that I would find troubling about this sequence is that after they reveal, they show the flashback of the meeting they had with Commander Erwin and Hanji and all them, where they talk about their suspicions that
Their
they
suspects.
are those Titans. And so therefore, the only part that I'm suspicious about in terms of like, I feel like it could have been handled slightly better, is that Mikasa walks away. And if she had any suspicion, you'd think that she would be not like she'd be watching them like a hawk and not letting herself get away from them when they stop to talk to Eren. That's
Right,
the
but they
only
still
problem.
shouldn't have been told that Eren.
Do you
in
see this
broad
face?
daylight. Yeah.
Do you think that she's walking away and not hawkishly watching them? No, I disagree completely. They were told specifically, don't like hint at all because they wanted to get them underground before they confronted them, right?
They said like, don't talk about Annie or whatever.
Yeah, but on their end, that's within earshot. I'm sorry, that is within earshot. If you're not
Look
whispering
at where
it.
Mikasa is. It's on a windy day. I mean,
Yeah.
The
maybe.
winds
Still-
transfer
we
the
still have
sound
to
difference.
stretch it.
No,
We
no,
still
no,
have
no,
to
no.
come up with
If you
excuse-
watch it, I specifically brought this up. The show does this so fucking brilliantly.
When he, like literally he's saying like I'm the armor titan and he thumbs over to Bertolt and he's like and he's the colossal titan as these people are all talking still. And so it's like you have to be paying attention. When I was watching this, I watched it subbed, and so I'm reading the subs trying to read quickly, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, we got to make it back to like the city or whatever, or we got to make it back to Tross. I'm the armor titan and he's the I was like, what? And they're half off screen by the time he fully says it.
I bring that up in my goddamn tweets as to why that's so fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I love that whole sequence. It was great. And then her face was like priceless.
her face told me
this
she heard it too.
I don't think so. Like I think she already knew what was up,
You
and
have to
she's
stretch
super
it.
suspicious.
My point being, though, is that they still have to whisper it. On these two, because they're under the impression that the others don't know. I would still have to whisper it. I'd be like, hey. And then poor Bertolt is like, shut up.
We're doing
Shut up,
this right
writers.
now? Yeah, I
Like,
fucking love it.
Shut up, writers.
I
Ryder,
really
what
like
hell
the
is-
framing.
What are you telling him? Like,
Yeah, I really like the framing on this this shot. When
This was one of the key moments where they finally didn't blue ball us. They finally gave us a big answer.
Yeah. When the flagpole snapped and it went quiet for a second, and then you start hearing the fucking music come in and the shifts
you see
to the
Big Girl
day.
in TT.
What?
The song you see Big Girl it's
Oh.
T:T.
Okay, I don't know the songs names, but the song is
Tougen.
great. The shift to day, like as he's like fuck you, I'm gonna just go.
the shot of like them in the reflection of the puddle, like it is so well conceived.
I like this shot of Mikasa. Like as
Coming
soon
up
as
from behind Eren.
the pin dropped, she's fucking on it. Like
Yeah.
Although she did hesitate a little bit, but
I talk about the fact that this is the first time you ever see the blades used against a human instead of a Titan. And not only are you seeing it used against somebody that's human, you're seeing it used against somebody who up until that literal moment was an ally, especially Reiner, who is somebody who is portrayed as the ultimate team player, the person you want to have watching your back on your team, right?
Yeah.
And they fucking lay into him. Something else that they show in the manga, you can see it here, but it's way more obvious in the manga, is that when she slices down him, her blade gets stuck in his hand. And it dislodges from the handle part.
This part.
Yeah, so it breaks off into his hand or whatever. It dislodges from the handle, and it stays in him. And in the manga, you can see it because like the movements really exaggerate it and show it. But in the anime, it happens
Also
like
still
fucking like
panel.
that, and you barely even notice it. So good.
I really like the framing on this shot too. With Bertolt like cowering in the back. This scene where he's fighting Reiner and his line was you're something along the lines of like your plan has a few holes in it. Maybe next time don't teach me how to kick your ass.
Yeah. So let me just say real quick, when this fight was coming up, in my head, first of all, the transformation sequence when Reiner jumps off the wall holding Eren is goddamn incredible.
That's part of the opening, right? Yeah.
But yeah,
where he bites his
but
hand.
not only that,
and he's like fuck you basically for like being a traitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up until that, he was his buddy, and it's like he almost didn't want to admit it. Like, it's like no, he's still an ally. He's still an ally. He's still an ally.
Right. But the thing about this that I really liked is that in my rewatch of it, this fight is coming up, and in my head I wrote it off. Like, yeah, it's the fight between him and the Armored Titan, and all I remembered is that he loses. Actually watching it again, this fight is so fucking amazing. Like, every moment is well thought out, and the inner monologue going on and the flashbacks and like him using these different moves and the tide turning where all of a sudden you feel like he might actually win. Every single moment had me on the edge of my seat. I love this fight. Like I had completely in my head just thought about it. Like, I talk about my experience with Dexter. The premise of the show comes out, serial killer who kills serial killers. In my head, I wrote it off. Like, I imagined every scenario that could possibly come up, and I'm not interested. And then I finally sat down and watched it fucking years later. They were in like season 5 by the time I sat down and watched it, and I was hooked from the beginning. This is what that scene did for me.
Question. I might have messed up and hit the chapter button one too many times, because I just remember them falling down, transforming midair, and then the next episode, instantly the Colossal Titan ate them. Did I miss like a whole fight?
Yeah.
Wow.
We missed at least one episode.
No wonder you finished it so early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back
You
and
gotta
watch.
Go back and watch that bit. So now they're in the trees, and Ymir's talking to them, and like the whole thing about like her kind of like cucking everyone on what the history was, I found when I first watched it kind of frustrating. Because obviously you want to know all the answers. Her
I'm
talking
wondering
about
why you're not at liberty to tell when it comes to all these characters being like, I can't do it, especially that priest at the beginning who's like, no, kill me.
yeah,
like,
but
okay.
the priest, like, I understand the priest, like the perspective of the priest, like he doesn't want to say because he can't because it's religious or whatever. Whereas Ymir was on their team. Right, so Ymir doesn't have any incentive to not tell Eren what the truth is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, who could find out that is in here or whatever?
Well,
she gains the reason not to tell Eren because she's saying like, okay, well, I'll go along with Bertolt and Reiner, and so so when Eren asks her, she's like, well, I'm not going to tell you now, but from my interpretation of that scene, it sounds like she was maybe going to tell him right then and there, but then Reiner is like, don't tell him, like, this world's done, like, come with us. And then she's like, okay, maybe I won't tell you. Why she doesn't, like, I still don't see the need for secrecy at that point. But so that's why I was frustrated with it. Whereas I do see the need for secrecy with the priest, right? It makes more sense to me. Her saying that she didn't remember eating their friend, but she did remember the 60 years of walking around outside the wall.
Okay, so I was going to ask you about that actually, because the question Bertolt asks her specifically is, do you remember the people you ate before you became a human again? And she says, no, I'm sorry. And he says, it's okay. Neither do Reiner or Eren or myself.
Yeah.
But Eren does remember some parts because he experiences it where he's like sentient in the, like when he does this thing where
I don't know
fights.
if you want to really go down that road.
Hold on. In the part when he transforms to move the boulder and he immediately attacks Mikasa, he's in like a dreamlike state.
I don't know if you want to go down that road. There's some things that you may be privy to that are influencing your opinion here.
Okay. I think I can explain this exclusively using things from season 1 and 2.
Yeah, but I think you're going to make some conclusions that are biased from season 3.
I don't think so, because I barely remember anything from season 3. So just hear me out, and if
Okay.
I go off the deep end, you can rein me back in.
Well,
But in season
it's
1
hard
and
to
2,
rain a spoiler once you spit it out.
I promise you.
All right, go ahead.
In season 1, when Eren attacks Mikasa during the mission to reseal whatever it is, Tross District or whatever, he attacks Mikasa and he's in like a dreamlike state. And that's where my favorite line from the series comes, where Armin stabs into the nape and is talking to Eren, and Eren's like half awake, half asleep, kind of dreaming in a dazed state, right? Later on, during the battle with Reiner here, you actually see him having an inner monologue and talking inside the nape. So he's conscious, right?
Yeah.
So my interpretation of the question from Bertold, and I wanted to bring this up in particular, is he talking about the state all the time? Or is he talking about the first time that you come back from being in Titan form?
Oh.
Because he's specifically asking about Marcel, and she says that she lived beyond the wall for 60 years, and you see her lay down in that
Marcel?
hole. Marcel's the name
person
of the friend that
she ate.
Yeah, they talk about him in season 2. The guy that Reiner.
Okay, you referred to her. I wasn't sure if Marcel was like her spoiler real name or something.
No,
No,
Marcel is the
Reiner-
guy that gets eaten, who pushes
That-
Reiner out of the way when she shows up.
Yeah.
When
It
she
was
first
Reiner,
comes out
Bertold-
of that hole.
Reiner, Bertold, and
Marcel.
Marcel were together, and then as a Titan, Ymir ate.
Annie was
Marcel.
there too in that flashback.
No,
I don't think so.
In the second flashback.
I'll have to double
That
check.
was
She might be.
The
I don't think
second
so.
flashback you're talking about is when they flash back to Marco. When they
No,
flash
okay,
back
so
to
hold on,
Marco
hold on.
and he freaks out.
Hold on. I was shocked by this because I went back to grab a clip to talk about in my tweets, and I realized that there's a flashback to the point where Ymir ate Marcel. That happens before Ymir turns into her Titan form in front of Reiner.
Yeah.
That flashback happens when they're in the tower, right before the part with the cannon.
Yeah.
And he has the flashback and he thinks to himself, is this how I go out? And
Yeah.
he remembers that moment. So he then has that flashback further, that same
During
sequence.
that first flashback, Annie is not there.
Yeah, definitely not there in that first flashback. Right? And
No,
she
it's
couldn't be, because if she
It's
were,
after we've established things like oh, we're all from the same village, blah blah
Yeah.
blah, yada yada.
Yeah.
So I'd have to look for it again and rewatch.
Annie wasn't with them when Marcel got eaten.
So I think he's right. There is another blonde-haired person with them in that
Here,
sequence.
I think I have it here. I'm scrubbing.
I mean, maybe she was. I don't remember.
I'll grab the
just don't think it was
screenshot and
Annie.
I'll present it to the class.
Cool.
From the
So
scenes
keep
I
going.
saw in my rewatch, I didn't.
That
see it.
looks very Annie-like. Annie coded.
It would make sense. I don't remember the later seasons to know for sure. It would make sense that she was with them, but from my rewatch as just season 2, I don't recall seeing her. Did you post it somewhere?
He's grabbing.
I'm getting.
Okay. Anyway, so I just thought it was weird that she could remember the 60 years she was walking around outside the wall, and before she was a Titan.
Well,
But when I get in a violent rage, I just forget everything.
I also don't know that she remembered the 60 years, or that she just knows it was 60 years duration.
No, she
'cause
of pain.
No,
what would she remember? Laying
she
there for
remembers it
60
was-
fucking years while the
Yeah.
hole covers up with sediment and she gets buried?
She said it was like a living hell every time she woke up. That's what she said.
Well, maybe you
Maybe-
should have dug
maybe she
yourself
meant when
out of
she
that
turned
hole.
back to
dumb
Maybe
bitch.
she's
I don't know,
referring
I'd
to
have to-
waking up back in human form.
Yeah, maybe.
Is
I'd have to
that
go back and look at
Annie? I don't know. It looks like Annie
Yeah,
to
that's
me.
That might be Annie.
What
Yeah,
episode
that's-
is this from?
10.
Episode 10. Cool. So this
All
is
right.
after the reveal. Cool.
All right.
I
So
believe
she.
so.
This is probably when Bertold is asking her the question, isn't it?
It's in the flashback where she's buried, or where she's
Buried.
explaining her
Got it.
backstory.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
So that's probably the same episode. Then.
Yeah, so they wouldn't have shown Annie earlier because they didn't want
Yeah.
to. They didn't want to bring them so close together that you'd be like, "Wait a minute! If Annie's the armor Titan, right, or the female Titan, then cool, totally."
Yeah.
Pull this off screen so we can keep going with. Yeah.
Get out of here. But no. Oops. Okay. This scene I thought was hilarious,
Mhm.
where
Duo's favorite moment.
Mikasa goes up to Bertolt in the hands,
Mhm.
and Aaron, and like fucking like creeping on the
I thought that was like he magicked them into his chest or something,
Oh,
and then I
yeah.
realized, oh, it's his hand after
Yeah,
they
it's
go to
just
that
his
next
hand.
shot.
Ervin.
I think
Ervin,
his
yeah.
name should be Armin, don't
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah, first of all, I love
Arm
his
lesson?
voice actor.
yeah.
His dub voice actor is great.
J. Michael
Michael
Tatum.
Tatum.
Yeah, in the next season, he's gonna have like that
An amazing
really,
speech that I'm
yeah.
gonna cream over. I'm like, yeah.
notorious, or not notorious, whatever. Anyway, everyone knows that speech.
Everybody
This scene
gets
was great though
motivated and
too.
pumped by it. Everybody liked it.
When he gets his arm bit off,
Mhm.
and he's just like, I don't give a fuck, go for it, like, you know.
Yeah, and then when somebody tries to help, it was like Commander Irvin is like, "What the fuck are you stopping for me for? Your mission is over there." Like,
Yeah. And he's like so capable that he actually, after getting his arm chopped off,
he like
is still
ties
the
it.
one.
Yeah, he ties it off and then fights with just one trigger arm. Like,
Yeah,
oh my
but then
god!
also is still the one to get to Reiner and save
Oh
Aaron.
god!
Was that all off screen? Because he just suddenly came out of nowhere. There's so much going on.
Yeah, him getting from here to Reiner is off screen, but then later on he's continuing to fight after they drop Aaron with one arm.
Oh
he
god,
continues
so
to fight.
good. Yeah, this whole sequence is chef's kiss.
And then this like this Titan coming back and like
and
from
Hana is fighting him and all that.
Yeah, from the first season, and it's like holy shit, was great.
And Aaron had ED again. Like obviously he's missing something in
Okay.
the process, but
So-
other times it worked.
I want to point something out here.
A spoiler.
Well, I want to ask you, what do you think of this moment, Footnum? Your first time seeing it, where all of a sudden all the Titans come and eat it.
Oh, kill that Titan.
Yeah.
He's the chosen one. I thought it was like, oh, okay. Wow.
In my first impressions that I did with Duo when we went to see the Roar of the Awakening movie, which is the recap for season 2, plus the first episode of season 3. I remember I didn't know if I was going to be on board with this. Like, this seemed like they jumped the shark to me. The payoff for this moment in season 3 is I never thought they could make me feel good about this moment. And they have taught me that I don't know fucking shit about storytelling. This series is so incredible that this moment.
Yeah, you don't know anything about storytelling if you think this drunk guy getting his booze.
Do they even
not getting
fully
his
get
booze.
into this whole scene in season 3? I think there's still some stuff in season 4 that's revealed about this scene.
Well,
that's
in
like
season 3, episode 1,
like threw everybody on their head.
They talk about this moment in the first episode, and I remember this because they bring it up from my first impressions when I saw season 3, episode 1. That they refer to this as a specific thing, and in my rewatch, I was surprised to hear they actually use the term, which I'm not going to use now, so that it doesn't influence Footnum, even though it's like the first 10 minutes of the next season. But they actually name drop something important here, but not in this scene. It's like much earlier when they're trying to discover, should we even bother with Aaron? What if he's not this or that or whatever, and all that stuff. They kind of actually name drop it right there. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize that originally.
Well, at the very end of season 2, freaking what do you call him? God damn it. I don't know the actual names. They pronounce it Raina or whatever.
Okay, here's why that's happening. I commented on this too with my wife. In Japanese, when you write stuff in katakana, there's a symbol that you use that's like a hyphen, and that extends the vowel from the previous character. And in katakana, which is the writing system for loan words, like foreign words that they're articulating in Japanese dialect, that typically means, like, for example, if you were to say the word car, it wouldn't be karu, it would be ka, like K-A, right? And so Raina is Reiner. In like they just choose for some reason to use the Japanese pronunciation in the show. Yeah. So Connie Springer is actually Connie Springer. Raina is Reiner, right? And that's why that's happening.
And to be fair, they do have a track record of Mikasa, right? Which, by the way, I'm sad to. I checked the second disc of both halves of season 1, so maybe it's on the first disc, but I was saddened by not being able to see there was a feature that explicitly said, this is why we chose Mikasa. Unless it's a Funimation thing on their channel that I forgot about.
Do you remember roughly what their reasoning was?
No, that's why I wanted to check it out.
Okay, let me get through these.
I think he pulled it out of that.
Go ahead, Randy.
Let me get through these last two things. So, yeah, this thing with the music, great scene, loved it. His like coordinate power, that's cool.
Oh, there's the name drop. Thanks.
Wow.
There's the name drop I wasn't saying.
It was name dropped in this season.
That's what I was looking for in my notes. Yeah, because Raina says, why did he get
What if he's not the coordinate? Oh, he does say that in the last episode.
Yeah.
Well, it must be this episode, not the first episode of season 3, I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's in this season.
Sorry.
Yeah, the reveal that the Titans are people, that was cool.
That wasn't well, I'm not going to say it wasn't cool. It's more the fact that water's wet. Wow, surprise! Like, well,
yeah, by the
Titans
time
are
they
people
reveal it, you
established-
figured it out, right? With Connie's mom.
No, not well, yeah, but hold up. So I mean, the Titans are people, as in, well, Aaron turned into a Titan, Annie's a Titan, all these other people turned to Titans, and you just use the inevitable. Well, every other insert whatever thing, if you just insert the blank as are people, that's like most of the time correct. And this was a pretty strong case for that.
When I was first watching it, there was this idea of like, well, those guys are different because they can transform, whereas like back and forth. And so we still didn't know what made them special to be able to transform. And so to reveal that the rest of them are all people, it's like, okay, well, why can't they transform?
Be careful not to spoil me. I want to say something, and just my interpretation of this is that they are special. There is something uniquely different about them, and that these ones can't transform back. And furthermore, I look at this similar to the reveal in The Walking Dead, when you realize that you don't have to be bit.
Zombies are people too?
To become a zombie. That the virus is in the human race already. And that if you die of natural causes, you'll still become a zombie.
Damn.
Right? That's a reveal in The Walking Dead, like season 4 or 5 or something like that.
That is a reveal in The Walking Dead.
Yeah. So I think of it sort of like that, in that whatever is causing the Titans to form is already in the human race, and there's like a catalyst that causes it that we'll learn about in the future, and that it is something specifically different from what happens with Annie, Bertold, Ymir, Raina, and Aaron.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ymir was a normal Titan and then got the ability to transform, right? So, but I won't.
Potentially.
We'll save more until season 3.
Yeah.
And then my last thing, like the ending of the whole, like the shot of it going from wall in they were in the military police thing in the inner circle, right? Because they'd all like I forget the last name of that fucking wall. The inner wall. Yeah, they were in Cena because they had all evacuated Wall Rose because they thought it was
who was the
military.
All the stuff you see when they're in there. Yeah. Okay.
When they're talking about like, Titans are people, they're inside the inner wall, Cena, and so it zooms from them. It goes across all of the span between Cena and Rose, and then spans, and then we get to Bertolt and Reiner on
the
wall
other
Rose.
wall with Emir.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and
then
then it's,
I guess I didn't put this together originally. This happened both times I watched it, actually. I thought that they ran back to the wall and not to the outer wall.
I thought they went to the
No,
outer
they're going to the
wall.
outer
I
wall.
thought-
Okay, that makes way more sense. So that forest is actually inside Walmaria.
Yeah.
Okay, so and I'm probably going to sound really fucking stupid when I say this. I thought that forest is the same one that they tried to capture Annie in.
My
That's outside
logic.
the wall, wasn't it?
See, this
No.
is my
Here's
question.
my
I don't
logic.
They've never
remember
gone outside
because
of
it possibly could be due to the fact that that happened after Walmaria fell, which means that they could be within Walmaria.
They've
still
always
surrounded-
been within Walmaria.
Okay, so
They've
the
never left
entire
Walmaria.
series has taken place inside of Walmaria
Correct.
at furthest. Okay.
Well,
that makes
except
sense.
a little bit with Reiner and Bertolt.
Yeah,
like,
'cause
and
they
Well,
don't
yeah,
get
there's
back
been a
to-
couple of moments, and there's like the stuff at the very beginning when the scouts first return, and they're like, it's a devastating loss even before the wall falls.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's
Yeah.
that part for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Actually, you're blowing my fucking mind right now. You know why? Because I specifically said in the last Watch Club that they showcase a very different looking Titan in that sequence where the stuff outside the wall happens with the scouts in that very, very beginning thing where you first see them using the ODM gear and then they come back and half of them are all dead. They have a Titan that looks deformed. It looks very different from all the rest of them. The rest of them look like humans. And so that actually makes sense why they would look like humans if the ones we've been experiencing all this time have been people from inside Walmaria who transformed.
Well, okay, so
I don't know if those people. I don't know what those Titans are. I'll just leave it at that. But I really like the reveal of Beastman and his fucking glasses sitting on top of Walmaria, and that whole zoom shot of like going across all the walls. That was a great
Dude.
shot to end the season.
Yeah, one of the things that I mention in my tweets is how CGI horses suck. CGI Colossal Titan sucks.
I like.
But the budget saved in those moments makes the other moments that they use the budget for greatly outweigh the shit that you're like, that kind of sucks.
It's
like-
funny that apparently the fight I skipped is where I assume the Colossal Titan, you see him throughout the whole thing. I only saw him like with that initial transform or whatever. So I'm like, why is he so hung up on like literally 2 seconds of CG Colossal
So
Titan?
there's
Well,
the
Colossal
thing
Titan
is,
doesn't really
the
fight. He
thing
just
is that
falls
we
down.
got to see him hand drawn in season 1.
Yeah, that too.
And so the reason it's even an issue, because it looks great, don't get me wrong, it actually looks really good in the sense that they went to the detail of like that shiny, like you can kind of see above your head, Randy, which this isn't CG, this is hand drawn here, but that like light
shine on
effect
my character
on the
yeah.
muscle,
Yeah,
right?
like
That
like
looks
the muscles
really
are
good.
Like the muscles are on fire almost.
Yeah, the muscle fiber itself is like highlighting
Red
and
hot.
glowing. That
Like
looks
red hot.
really good for CGI. Like that was a great choice for them to do.
They
And it's-
also did take the time to do like thick fucking outlines on the
Mhm.
render too,
Yeah.
for the close-ups of the hand.
Yes.
I'm not a fan of the like. Sometimes it's super goddamn thick and kind of distracting style choice they went with.
Yeah,
Like the
at
outlines.
times it can get a little bit thick, but I think
One of
for
the things
most part,
about this show that
liked
I
it.
think is so incredible is the sense of scale, right? And I think it actually might be incorrect behind us on this image here because it's so much bigger, and it might be bigger because Bertolt only did the upper half of the body. Like it might have doubled the size. But when you see the size here of Aaron and the Armored Titan in Titan form, as the Colossal Titan is coming crashing down on them, that seems to be the size that maybe just slightly bigger than the size I expect Eren to be in human form next to the Colossal Titan. What do you think?
Yeah, well,
the scaling is weird.
In the first season, he's like 60 meters or whatever over the 50-meter wall. And honestly, Eren did look like virtually that size in the first season when he went to swipe him.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are definitely some like play with the scaling. Because definitely in the first season, I wouldn't say 60 meters over the wall. He might look 60 meters.
He's 60 meters. So he's like above the
60 meters
wall.
period over the wall. Yeah. So he's definitely got his head like poking up, right? Like, he's like here on the wall. But then later on it's revealed that no, he is actually only 50 meters tall, so he would be down here. But so it's like, well, why did we see him above the wall previously? Yeah. So I mean, there's definitely some inconsistent scaling, but and other shots, like he looks like a normal proportioned person, and then other shots he looks like he's like got midget legs.
Yeah, they're definitely wrong on the scale at points because they refer to him being a certain height, but the actual height of the walls makes that he should technically be bigger than. Like there's parts of it that are a little off.
Yeah,
in terms of the scaling and everything, but fun ride all around.
Yeah, it was great season.
And it's the thing that I find so incredible about it is it's only 12 episodes. So much shit happens in this season.
When I rewatch it, like obviously I skipped the snow episode and I skipped the Sasha part, but
wow.
I skimmed through the season in like an hour.
Wow. Literally, we were going over articles. He's like, "Hey, I gotta go do something." Okay, bye. And an hour later, he's like, "Okay, I finished season 2." Like,
okay, but it sounds like you skimmed season 2. So
he's seen it before. He's watched the whole series.
Good part.
Yeah.
It's easy to look at as a masterpiece if you just skip like only to the good part.
Skip the bad part.
All right, Randy, it is the time you need to leave. Obviously, you can stay if you want, but I just want to give you a heads up that it's that time. If you want to, obviously, we're going to be about this for the next couple of weeks. So if we say anything, you can write it. You can write down your thoughts, and we can address it in the next Watch Club. If you have.
So, I have a question for the next Watch Club. What's going to happen? Are we going to like watch season 3 and then cuck ourselves until we've discussed it and then watch season 4? Or are we just balls to the wall, get whatever you can done, and we'll discuss it whenever? Because I have a feeling next podcast, there's a likelihood you might want to push the watch party.
Definitely
club.
going to want to push the watch club discussion.
Yeah, so it's going to be like a 3-week gap anyway.
Okay, just so we're clear, the logistics on this are weird. Because next weekend I'm going to be in Dallas, and the following weekend I'm going to be in Orlando. That doesn't mean we aren't going to do a show. It just means that it will be less than ideal, and there might be. I'm preparing for the potential that we're going to have issues. Like if I try to join from a hotel and you guys can't even hear me, then it's like, can we even realistically do a show? I have to do this thing where we prep 2 versions of the show, one if I'm there, one if I'm not, in terms of articles that I want to be a part of and stuff. And so if worse came to worse, I could join on my phone. We could always do that. Like, we'll try to make this work. I might have to do a show on Monday instead, but that's difficult because my boss has all day calls on Tuesday. And he literally, when he does them from Florida, has us remote in to click the button to start the Zoom call. Like, that's how incompetent he is at technology. So it's tricky. It's tricky. I don't know precisely how it's going to go, but I'm going to continue to watch the show. I want to be prepared to discuss it. Originally, we were going to do Attack on Titan Junior High. Let me ask the rest of you. Does anybody even want to stop this train we're on with Attack on Titan to make a stop at Attack on Titan Junior High? Or could we just save that for after season 4?
I'd rather do it after because I don't want to be sitting. I want to be sitting here being like, okay, well, what's the answer to whatever the thing they said. And
Yeah, but
does
then
this
you're
confirm
gonna
my theory?
finish it, and we're not gonna do a watch club for 2 more weeks, and you're just gonna go through season 4.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what I'm what I'm saying. So that's why
So
I'm asking.
we'll save-
what are
we'll
we doing?
save-
I have no interest in watching Junior High.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
No.
Okay. It's actually a lot better than you would expect. Like it's interesting. Like the way that they kind of do it is like Aaron is from Shiganshina Middle School or whatever, right? And like they have a very clever way of playing with the property in ways you're like this is stupid, but fuck, that was clever. And it's just like it's like that every step of the way. And like the more invested you are in the series itself, the more you appreciate what they did when they turned it into the junior high version. So I legitimately think it is worth watching for everybody who's a fan at least once. And I'm actually eager to get back to it. I just would prefer to jump right into season 3.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll do that. We're all going to agree. We're going to jump right into season 3. The real question is, it's a split core. I don't remember where the middle core ends, but let's just say it's 12 episodes, right? I just don't remember what happens in the 12th
Yeah, I
episode.
think 12 and 10. So it's 22 episodes total.
Yeah. So
I think we should just do all of season 3 when we get back.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to, I'm just going to try to watch it until I finish season 3. But if we did do a middle show, I would like to hope that we could at least get through the first part of it in a watch club if we felt compelled to talk about it, is all. We'll see.
Okay.
Anyway.
And I should cuck myself from season 4 until we do that.
Yeah.
Is that?
Oh, because okay.
Yeah, you have to cut yourself.
Look,
well,
again, I can't stress enough how much I'm going to try to make this work. Like, we will do a show, even if it's freaking Wednesday at 7 p.m. Like, we'll make a way to do this work. Okay? So I wouldn't stress about it too much. I will attempt a Monday show, possibly even a middle of the day show. When I do these events, I have a back of the room, I'm on the internet most of the day anyway. I'll try to get articles all compiled and stuff. I'll try to make sure that we have what we need, and we'll try to make it work. I will do my best to ensure that you do not get cucked on waiting to start season 4. Okay?
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. Before I go, I have one question for Footnum.
Yeah.
Where do you think, or how do you think
we're going now?
Titans showed up in, I guess, episode 2?
Wait.
Of season 2 or of season 1?
Of season 2.
Okay.
Like on the castle, where do you think? How do you think those?
I think the Beast Titan commanded them or something.
That's it. So that's all the theory you got.
Yeah, I have other things that I was. Looking.
I also don't know the answer to this the way you're phrasing it, but I assume they're from the nearby town where Connie's from, or something similar.
I think what he's asking is, how did they come about?
Like, where did they come from, in the sense that, like, how did they get inside the walls?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want me to get into my deep theory?
Mm-hmm.
So
do it.
So back when Connie first saw his house, well, you could think, he looked at it and he's like, oh, this Titan, blah, blah, blah. The moment they showed the eye color, I'm like, that's his mom or his dad. Like, it's obvious. And then, what is it? And then later on, you see Ymir or whatever. She gets kicked off with her friends after getting injected by a mysterious injection. And
sorry, just real quick. I forgot to mention. I love the fact that they separated those people in the castle to try and, like, without gear and shit, because they were suspicious of one of them. I think it was because they thought they were the armor titan. I don't remember, but
they separate them in the first episode. They basically everybody has to wear almost like plain clothes.
Yeah,
and they aren't allowed to have their gear and stuff. But they're like trying to convince them that it's some other issue, not related.
All right, they were isolating them. I remember now.
In the first episode,
I thought that was cool.
A clever way to get them powerless.
Speaking of which,
something that I thought was a continuity error, and thought this the first time, second time, and third time I've watched season 2, and then had my face slapped by how good of a writer Hajime Izayama is.
Oh my God, suck him off harder.
Is that they mention, Connie specifically says, I'm worried about Reiner and Bertolt after the Armored Titan and Colossal Titan form, because he didn't see them do it. He's I'm worried about them. They don't have their ODM gear. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And then
On the
you
wall?
see
Yeah.
you see after the Colossal Titan crashes down on them that Bertolt has the ODM gear. I'm like, oh, that's a continuity error. Then I fucking rewind it. And before Connie says that, you see the Colossal Titan throw Ymir
in his mouth.
and another person with ODM gear into his mouth. So the gear he gets is from that guy. And then the gear that Reiner has, they mentioned in the show, is from Aaron.
Aaron's.
Like, fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant use of writing to ensure that all the ducks are in a row for them to accomplish what they needed. And do it in a way that's believable. Right? That's what I really love about it.
Okay, continue your theory quickly. How long is your theory? Let's put it that way.
I don't think it's going to take that long.
Maybe
Where
it could
was
just
I?
be in the rewatch you do.
So
I may
Ymir,
have questions.
He wants to respond to it.
Go ahead, Footnum.
Ymir and blah blah blah. They were on the wall. They injected them and they kicked them out. And then she's like, "Yeah, so I was a Titan for 60 years." And I'm like, "Okay, so everyone can turn into a Titan. I'm convinced." And I don't know if there's a cycle or if there's a rite of passage you have to do, like eating a human being. But I'm convinced that like every Titan outside the walls is just a human, and that there's some corrupt like government whatever thing where that's their punishment. I don't know why they specifically decide let's turn them into this monster and then exile them instead of just exiling them or executing them. But that's kind of where my brain's going. And then right now it's just at a certain point where, because there's no holes in the walls, where the Titans come from? Well, all the citizens are suddenly turning into Titans because I don't know, maybe it's like some sort of season of whatever in like the Mayan calendar that's being like, okay, so now all of the people are able to turn into Titans, and yeah, that's kind of my thoughts.
You have raised so many questions in my mind. Because they show the part where they're coming across the wall and they're like, it's so fucking dark. Right? If only we could see. And then immediately the clouds part and the moon is shown.
There's a huge, like, long passage. I'm like, what do you mean? How did you both meet at both ends of the wall if there's this giant passage up to the tower? I'm confused. What?
Well, they didn't come from the castle. They started at the opening of the. Oh, I guess you're saying like they would have, because they would have had to ride all the way to there and
they
then
were on
both
the
go around
opposite
and then meet.
Yeah, and meet in the middle. And I thought that was the meet in the middle point. Then they look to the left and there's a giant whatever. Like, if only we had more light. Which, god damn it, yeah. Of course, the moon comes immediately as a. If only we had more light.
It is a little frustrating the way that it seems
the
to
timing
almost...
he chooses for things, especially when they're like, man, if only the Colossal Titan didn't attack, and then that's not an actual thing that happened, but that's that's what I'm getting at. Like,
it basically is in season 1, right?
Yeah,
They're like, man, it's been so long since they attacked. Boom, like, there goes Tross. So yeah, that does happen, but so it showed Ymir. Now I did kind of skip this part. I guess I should have not skipped it a little bit on my rewatch. But so it showed Ymir in her like remembering in her like goddess outfit.
Yeah. Randy, can I just real quick say, I love that you have animated clouds in your backdrop now. That's it. Okay.
Does it show how she goes from that to Titan? I forget. Or does it skip that?
Yeah.
They show her Auschwitz style
her.
get executed and pushed off the wall with the syringe.
Inject her and kick her off the wall, and then the next shot immediately shows her as a Titan. It doesn't show her. Well, I don't think it shows the literal actual transformation. It just skips to showing her as a Titan running around.
They show somebody else get kicked off the wall first. And then
and then you see a giant lightning.
You see the lightning effect, that golden lightning effect off the wall, implying that they turned into a Titan. And then Ymir is next.
and they show her getting injected.
I don't recall if they
it's
show
very, very quick. Blink and you miss it. But yes, and you hear the sound effect, but you do see a needle. Like it's pretty small.
Yeah, but it could be one of those things like with what happened with Reiner, where he got captured in the hand of Annie and she like squeezed him and crushed him. And then he like busts out of the hand, right? And then in retrospect, once you know that he's the Armored Titan, you realize that he literally did get crushed. And the only reason that he was able to escape that is because that's his healing ability kicking in after he gets crushed. And so in that sequence, it seems like the steam is just the reserves coming off of Annie that,
I thought
that were
He didn't get crushed.
Yes.
Yeah.
100% he
No.
gets crushed. Yeah, they
Hold up.
show her put her thumb on his head, and then you see it from Jean and Armin's perspective, and blood shoots out from between her finger.
Yeah, because he's writing the note.
I think that shows up later, but yeah, he like I don't think they fully showed the writing in this episode.
They don't. They just
later on
imply
they
that
show
they
the writing.
think that that's what happened.
Pretty sure they
because
showed.
her action afterward is that she immediately leaves them and runs straight for where Armin had said he thought Aaron would be.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
going to spoil
Armin-
something. That's what happened. He slashed her hand. That's what the blood is. The blood is from her hand getting cut up.
I don't
when
think
he
so.
slashed
Not that
her
amount of
hands,
blood.
It's when he blows her fingers off.
Yeah.
I think the blood might have actually come
I think
from the
the
fingers,
idea
but that
is
aside,
that inside of her hand, he starts, marking her hand in some way to say center rank or whatever, rear center
I'll just
rank.
put it this way: if he was crushed, he healed and cut super goddamn fast, and then got out of there.
Why would Annie crush him?
Well,
There's no
see, my
purpose to it.
interpretation of it is that there's some animosity between Annie and the others that are part of her thing. Like, she looks down on everybody in the cadets, and specifically with the people that are in the mission with her. I feel that it conveys that she is she doesn't value that. She thinks that they're weak or especially because of the way that they are developing camaraderie with Aaron and Armin and all them, that she sees them as less committed to the cause of their mission. That's how I interpret it.
I guess. The way I interpreted that scene was he wrote on her hand, that was the blood. You're not actually seeing him get crushed at all.
Well, let me pull it up. I'll screen share it, and you'll be like,
him.
"Oh yeah, that's way too much blood."
And I swear to God, I remember seeing a scene where it showed what he wrote on her hand. Maybe that was later. Maybe I'm just imagining that scene.
Well, I figure because Armin said it,
Dude,
yeah,
I am
he's got-
so incredible. I just randomly guessed an episode, and it was the right one.
Oh, nice.
Let me screen share here.
I assume because Armin said it, that is 100% the accuracy, because he seems to expose the exact details.
Going straight for the Nate. Captured. Right? Oh, I'm trying to avoid copyright. Grabs him, right? Catches him. Gives him a look.
There's
which
no
now
blood.
in retrospect, you're like, oh shit. Yeah, they're working together. But
It
the
looks
first time
like
you see it,
it gives you
she's
the
like,
illusion
"Fuck
of
you,
blood, but
catch
that's
him."
just like air, whatever scribble effects, I think.
What are you talking about? Look at her
There's
face.
no
She's
blood
like
yet.
smiling. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
he's
like
talking about the
smirking
blood,
at him.
though.
Watch here. Watch. You can
Like
see
she
it.
knows that obviously he's not going to attack me. He's coming up here for a reason.
Yeah. See, look, she's definitely smiling, smirking at him. Right? So she catches him, and they're like, oh no. Right? And so is the audience at this point.
Yep.
Hold on. Let me see if I can-
And
right here. So she puts her thumb on his head. See that blood coming out there?
Yeah.
no,
No way
well,
that's no
they're
way that's him.
convincing you. They're deceiving you into thinking he's crushed, but actually, that's the moment he splits out of there.
No, it's not. Watch.
No, it's not. He goes out of there later.
Okay, this is episode 17 if you want to watch it for yourself. She puts her thumb on his head, squishes him, and they have all this time.
I think in this moment, she's thinking, what am I going to do? Maybe I'll grab him and take him away. and then as he puts her hand on her on his head, he ducks down into her arm, writes on her hand, and then chops her finger off right here. And so the blood you see first when it looks like she crushes him is him squirming around writing the note, and then he does this move and chops her fingers off.
The thing is that he is actually just writing, I think, 2 kanji. That's the other thing that needs to be remembered, right? Is that he is just writing in her hand a symbol that represents like center. And
you know what's great about this like it doesn't show her hand.
Yeah, and they never do. They imply
that's clearly intentional.
It could easily have been him mouthing it to her.
I thought it would be
off
telepathy
screen.
or something. I guessed in season 1 that maybe if he is the Armor Titan and they're in on it, then maybe there's some communication going on. That's why there was some delay before the breaking out. When she diverted, and it's like, well, someone just revealed the coordinates, so it's almost like some communications going on.
Yeah, and then you can see here, like, and they bring this up again in season 2, that she's staring at her hand here, which you never see what's written.
It does kind of show it. You can, well,
no,
you could
there's
argue
nothing
that you wouldn't see it. No, I'm not. I'm saying it shows enough of her hand that you could argue that you should.
Right there.
It shows enough of her hand there that you could argue, like, maybe we should be seeing some writing, but
it's probably just an arrow
see, this is the
point,
thing.
like
I don't
like a
think you
compass arrow.
need. Hold on. Where's my mouse? I don't think you need to actually show. I don't think he needs to do a big amount of writing. I think even just taking like a knife that he has in his boot. I don't think he's using the blades. He doesn't have enough room. I think he grabbed the knife from his boot and just went south. Center.
Aaron was back center.
Back center.
So literally, you could drop like 4 lines, and then at the bottom of the back, or 5 lines, and at the middle center bottom, just draw a little X.
Yeah,
right?
just draw 2 arrows pointing this way and 1 arrow pointing down. Center, rear.
Yeah.
Right? Like something as simple as that.
Yeah. Anyway, I am gonna go to bed now, so I will talk to you later. I will try and watch the rest of your
check the private chat real quick and
conversations
tell
later.
me if this is something that needs to happen.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. So we can go past 6 hours. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Good luck tomorrow.
Wait, what is he doing tomorrow?
He's getting hotel rooms for Anime North, and they go live, and he needs to be there the moment they're available, or else he might.
What
not.
about you, Footnum? Do you? Oh, that's right. You don't go out.
I don't go to anime. I don't book a hotel if I go to a convention. Like I just go for like a day. Whoa, holy!
He's on fire.
Oh, I don't know. So you said you were using OBS. You can just use the virtual camera, and then it works as your camera. I don't know if you were using a separate stream or what.
We can't hear you.
We don't hear anything. We don't hear anything.
Yeah. Say something again.
Uh-oh.
That was unusual.
Well,
Hold on.
here's
I like how the fire's still moving, but you're like frozen. Oh, your audio's gone. Oh no.
Hold on.
Oh no.
okay. The audio is coming you through this one, not the other one.
That's weird. Can you hear me still?
You still
Yes.
frozen.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop the virtual camera. Oh, there we go.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah. So the reason I'm in here twice is because I have the option to do a secondary camera with the tier I'm paying for with StreamYard. So I just had the second camera is the camera that OBS was also sourcing. I just switched it back to not be sourcing the virtual camera anymore. Anyway, I'm going to change my name back. Anyway, let's talk. I am pumped. So
did Randy go to the upload page? I can't remember.
He stuck around for a bit.
He stuck around for a bit, and then I think he probably
It
just
says it's uploading.
Yeah, it does. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, so let's address something. So I just want to say, never mind. I'm not going to say that because that might spoil.
Thank you.
Let's address chats. How about that? Let's get through chats real quick. Okay. Things are getting very weird on OBS right now.
Better close that up.
No, like the smoke and the fire and everything is still going, and I'm just here like stuck still. Like it's a still image, but I'm still on fire, like you were saying. All right, anyway, I'm gonna close OBS so that's not a distraction. All right, anyway. E Castro says this scene is so awesome. I don't remember what you're talking about, but you might be talking about.
You probably agree.
Yeah,
Probably
I agree
agree.
regardless of what the scene is. How about that? Yeah. The panel is so brutal in the manga. So this is like only a few minutes later. So he's talking about the part with the blade sticking through Reiner's hand. Incredible. I'm gonna spend my flight to Dallas this week, just starting from the first chapter of the first manga and seeing what's different about it. Because I was surprised to see as I skimmed through it when I was just looking for a certain part that Ilse's notebook, the OVA, is actually in the main canon of the manga. So I'm really excited to see. I'm pretty sure that's the only one of them that's in there.
Oh.
I'm really excited about that. And then probably maybe during my next, like, I don't know how far I'm going to get in the manga, but if I get caught up in my flight to Orlando, I'm going to re-listen to Cruel Mistress of the City, the audiobook for the extended novels and stuff. So anyway, Ikacho says, I remember how shocking this reveal was when that chapter first came out. The first time, Aaron might remember due to spoilers, but I'm not sure. Referring to the first time that they returned to human form. Don't remember. I thought Ymir by the way, it's also Ymir. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced because it's actually named after the Norse god, the primordial god from Norse mythology, Ymir.
My speech to text was like broken every time I tried to say Ymir, and it's like,
Yeah.
God.
So it may be a spoiler.
Oh no.
But if you're interested, look up Ymir in Norse mythology and learn about what Ymir's title or like what, how do you phrase it? I can phrase it this way. The Jotnor is the Norse phrase for them. Ymir is the progenitor of the Jotnor. And once you realize that that is what they named Ymir after and what Jotnor or Jotnor means, then it starts to really fall into place what's happening in the series. That's how I'll say it without breaking up all the spoiler continuity and everything. Levi won the Ackerman lottery.
And Mikasa lost? Question mark.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm definitely gonna have problems when we get to the end of this thing.
Oh boy.
It's like a Japanese pronunciation of how British people would say many words, referring to the different ways. Rhinos are armored as well. Don't know what that's in reference to. Reiner in British accent is closer to katakana than how people say it in the U.S., which I think makes the disconnect stronger depending on your region.
He's Reiner, ain't he?
No, the forest Annie was inside the walls. Okay, cool.
Okay,
yeah.
Real quick. My logic for why I thought it was retreating inside is because they were escaping the boys, and presumably it makes more sense to escape to where the Titans aren't instead of outside the outer wall. So I assume they were moving inwards, and then the boys who are coming after, they're pursuing them, and their retreat would go back to whatever normal base.
Yeah,
they're not going to go further inward.
I think you guys are right. They are at the outermost wall, taking a rest before they then proceed beyond the outermost wall. Right? That's what we're all agreeing is happening.
Innermost wall?
So you think they're going inward to the capital?
Yeah.
I thought that as well. And I legitimately, I do not remember anything from season 3.
The cult or whatever is going to be
for a scene with Bertolt. is the only thing I remember from season 3. In terms of Reiner and Bertold and Ymir, I don't remember Ymir in season 3 at all. Not even one scene.
Wow.
I'm sure it happens. It's been a very long time. It's been like 5 years or whatever since I watched season 3. But I don't remember at all what happens with those characters. I remember a specific moment only because of something else I remember, and therefore those characters must have been there. That's the only thing I even remember about them being in season 3 at all.
So you're saying that Reiner and Bearhole and what's her face
Ymir
barely make an appearance in season 3?
No,
so
they might. I just can't remember.
They do. Reiner and Bertold
barely
are
though.
Very,
barely though.
They are very integral in season 2.
So I'll just say that something about season 3 that you may not like, and you just have to stay on for the ride because it's fucking worth it, is that the story sidesteps the main story we're on for something that seems completely unrelated, and you're like, what the fuck is this shit? But if you pay attention during the whole arc that is occurring separately, it makes everything we just saw in season 2 extremely profound. And you're like, every step of the way that you're like, I kind of feel like when you're a kid and your parent is trying to force you to do something and you disagree, right? Like, for example, my kids, I will try to give them a food that I know they're going to love, and they will fight me tooth and nail until that food is in their mouth. Like, you know what I mean? And or they'll even, like, my daughter will pretend to not like it even though she's gobbling it all up. It's like, well, I still hate it, but I'll eat it to satisfy your whim, you know, kind of thing. Or like, for example, when I was a kid, my mom signed my brother and I up for soccer. And I remember both my brother and I, more specifically myself, I was like, soccer? That's such a stupid sport. Why the fuck do I have to do this? And then when I actually played it, I was like, oh, this is kind of fun. You know what I mean?
I'm just imagining 10-year-old AC. Why the fuck do I play this?
They do some stuff in season 3 that kind of feels like that. Like your parent is dragging, like, just fucking trust me. Stop complaining and trust me. And then by the time they get you to the destination, like, oh, yes, I trusted you all along, you know, like, totally. So it's really good. There's some really good stuff in season 3 that I'm really excited to get back into. Anyway, so yeah, Annie was in the was inside the forest. Annie was inside the walls. The whole outer wall was a lost zone because of episode 1. So we're suggesting Maria's wall is gone after season 1.
Hold up real quick. I got that stupid slide in here preloaded.
Cool.
Yeah, Maria's compromised.
Mm-hmm.
So where do
I want to tell you something.
Where'd they even start in this season? Like, what is the home base?
Okay, in this season, it's got to be within Wall Road.
The nub?
No. The nubs are small enough, at least, that you can see. Oh,
Hey.
Randy's back.
Oh.
Hello.
Holy shit.
What's
So,
your name?
okay, first of all, the season starts when they're in wall rows, right? Just on the inside of the wall.
Okay, rows. That's what made sense to me.
Yeah, they're inside wall rows. And then they start seeing Connie's village getting overrun by the Titans inside wall rows.
Yes.
Right? And then they find, they try and escape, and they get attacked at their little base, and then they head to the castle. That's all within wall rows.
Mm-hmm.
Then they climb the wall, and then when the Colossal Titan falls over the wall, they fall into the gap of Wall Maria, right?
Yes.
And they're at, if I remember correctly, they're at the south end of Wall Maria, or Wall. They're in the south section. Okay, they're going south.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember correctly, anyway, the Beast Titan is on Wall Maria. After he attacks them, he leaves, and goes back to Wall Maria, and he's sitting on Wall Maria in the very last shot. It shows the pan of as they're talking, like at the very last shot of season 2, it shows them pan over Trost. You see the big rock that Aaron put in the wall to patch it up.
Trost is the nub?
Yes, Trost is the nub. And then it pans across the field to the wall that the Beast Titan is sitting on, and he's like, I'm
just hanging out here.
So that guy, that figure in the bottom right corner that's standing in the bottom right corner of this image, that's roughly the closest thing to the edge of the wall where the Beast Titan would be.
I'm thinking,
right?
I think it's all the south, so the literally bottom center of the
bottom.
Oh, so you think it's on the nub or no?
Around the nub. It's not relevant, but Trost is the center middle bottom one, if I remember correctly. Not that vertical matters here, but
no, I think
rotate it 90
I think
degrees.
Trost is on Wall Rose, is it not?
Yeah. So Trost is the nub
of the
Wall Rose
of Wall Rose,
on
and the one
bottom.
further outside would be.
So the alignment would presumably.
Actually,
be
no.
more.
I'm wrong. Trost is the east one, and his hometown, Aaron's hometown, is the south one. Yeah. Shiganshika is the south one. And Trost is the east one, if I remember. Anyway,
they went all the way over to Trost instead of the direct one.
Well, it was just happened that they were at Trost for the second attack, right?
I think Trost is one of the nubs on Wall Rose.
It is.
It's
the east.
He's saying it's the east
nub
one, not the south one.
But Shiganshina was on Wall Maria.
Yes, and Shiganshika is the south one on Wall Maria.
Yeah, and so the east one on Wall Rose is Trost, but the south one on Wall Maria is Shiganshina.
Yes. And anyway, so it shows the pan up from Trost with the hole, and then it goes to across the field to Wall Maria, and I don't care where he was sitting. If he was sitting on it might have been on a nub. I don't care. It's not important. He's sitting on Wall Maria.
You're talking about the furthest outside Wall Maria being where he was seated. Got it.
And back earlier when Ymir is talking to Aaron and Bertolt and in the trees, she says these guys are going to meet up with the Beast Titan. So that is why I'm 100% positive that they're going outward.
Yeah,
they're going to Wall Maria. That is their goal, is to get to Wall Maria.
Cool. I don't know why. I just completely forgot each time I watched it and had to I've had this realization and this sort of explanation with my wife who's read the manga each time I've watched it, that for some reason I forgot, because it's so massive. When the show starts, you're in Shiganshina, so you're in this little tiny bubble, and you can see from one side to the other pretty much the entire town. And you forget that inside the walls, there's entire stretches of just plains and forest and shit in between all of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. All right. So let me ask you guys this. Get that up.
Oh, you want the wall?
Yeah. Wall Cena. So Wall Cena is pointed at the very center rather than at the wall, right? But I think
that's
obvious,
just because that's representing the king of the castle, the ultimate fortress or something.
So my question is, Stohes, is that in Wall Cena? It is, right? That's where Annie was captured?
I don't think.
I feel like that was in the center, yeah.
Yeah.
So
the picture that they show here, where they have that innermost square-shaped wall, is there an additional wall inside the capital area? Secondary question to that. In the Trost conflict, when they can't get their supplies because the supply group is too afraid to brave the Titans to get them the canisters they need for their ODM gear to work, they show a building that looks an awful lot like what I expect the one from Wall Cena there on that picture would be if you were to depict it as the map. That can't be anything close to that, right? It's got to be the
because it has to be inside the nub on the east side of Wall Rose here, right?
I can only imagine the trade route being one of the outer nubs, because otherwise, if it was one of the inner nubs or something, it's like, why couldn't you just go through Walrose and all that?
If they ever do a live action Hollywood style adaptation of this series, I would hope that they would do like a dynamically generating wall that showcases the sheer scale of everything inside, and then shrink that down for this shot right here so that I can comprehend exactly what the fuck I'm looking at, right? Because it is so hard to conceptualize just how goddamn massive this thing is, right? Like, this thing has got to be like the size of like the whole country. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
that's why it's such a crucial thing that I asked the question of like, well, how the hell did they build these walls?
Right.
And we got a bit more insight in this season, and
because they spend so much time inside of the little nubs that it betrays the actual scale, because these nubs are not scale to how much they shrank these walls for this visualization. Not even close. And then, of course, the Titans are so fucking tall that they would easily be able to step over, you know?
Yeah.
The other thing is, will we ever learn that Titans can't swim? Because I was thinking about the fact that they've got the water routes in that thing you were just showing, that other screen.
Oh, right.
Come on, man. How could you ask that?
Yeah, because I was wondering that in episode 1. I'm like, what, you can just boat through the other wall?
Yeah.
Like, how are the Titans not just already going to compromise that? Are you retarded?
Yeah. Like you'd think that they would be able to go into the water and come up the other side. I mean, sure, they might be. What's that? Yeah, probably. Probably, but going from, and I guess they'd have to raise and lower them, of course, but going from Shiganshina, for example, into Walmaria, you would need, like, because they had entire boats of people. Like, Armin is like looking out and notices Armin notices Mikasa and Eren, right, from the boat that he's on in season 1. Okay, actually, that's it right there. This must be the Stohes, not Stohes, Trost, right? Because you can see the castle thing.
I don't know where this is now that I think of it. I think it was really early on.
Well,
I
go
think
back
it was
real quick,
episode
because there's a hole.
2.
There's a hole there in the building at the bottom left of that wall, and there's another one all the way at the top right of the wall.
I'm pretty sure this is from like episode 1 or 2.
Yeah, so that's got to be Trost, where they put the
no,
building.
that's we're looking at Shiganshina.
Trost is the Shiganshina one.
Okay, so the point is that inside of these, they have a capital in each of the nubs as well, and that must be where in the Trost version of this they weren't able to get refueled, because that's where the supply depot was, and the people there were overrun with Titans themselves.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah, that sounds like it would make sense. But yeah, so these walls, like the insight we got was I mean, I can look in my notes. I don't remember which episode they did that. Let's see. But yeah, so Hanji was like, it might be made out of Titan skin or whatever. My question is, so we all saw the face that just like popped out at the end of season 1's end credits or whatever, and then in season 2 we see the face, but how big is it? Like a colossal Titan on the inside, because it was really high up. It's either that or it's like partitioned with layers, so there's like multiple like levels where the Titans remain. But the bigger question I have is like, even if like theoretically it's like, okay, it's made of Titan skin or it's Titan corpses, whatever it might be, we're still talking about the scale of like how goddamn huge it is, that's still going to take an absurd amount of time. And like, the humans being able to do that while the Titans are at bay, that just seems unlikely. Now, if it is some sort of like theory of like, oh, humans turn in like at a certain season or phase of the moon or something once every however many years, and they suddenly appear after they've already pre-built the wall, maybe that works. I was thinking at best they could say something like, oh, we pre-built the wall and then the Titans came. So that's, I don't know, that's my semblance of trying to figure it out with it making sense. And then Armin made the remark that the Titans don't attack the walls, and how it's like, oh, the gates and all that. So I don't know if that's because the wall... I don't think it's because the walls are invincible, because obviously like the Beast Titan and all that, when he was climbing, made dents in it. But it's like they're reluctant to. Maybe that's because the intelligent Titans are trying to not have an outbreak of exposing that there's tons of Titans in the walls. And I'm just kind of waiting until the walls get broken open and then all the Titans flood in. I kind of wanted them to peek into the wall more, but they covered it up. Hello, Sir Collector.
I feel like the something that I really appreciate about the series is how practical the writing is, in the sense that we see the face behind the wall, and the only thing we need to know for the story's sake at that moment is that there's something going on with the walls. There's more than we don't know and all that stuff. And then the practicality of it is fucking brilliant. That Pastor Nick says, don't let the sunlight hit it. You're like, oh, fuck, yeah, we got to do something right goddamn now. Like, we're all in shock. But if it wakes up because of the sunlight, we're really fucked. Right? Now, the question is obviously what happened. What happened to the wall to cause the outer shell of the wall to break apart, right? Number one, that's yeah, exactly. So that's an interesting question, right? The other thing, there's one continuity error in the show, or like whatever, that I feel like they act as though the armor effect that Annie's able to do, that they suggest maybe Aaron could do to seal the wall and everything.
I was going to say, when did we establish Aaron had some sort of armor ability? Like,
well, they're saying like if it's something that Annie can do, maybe Aaron can also do it, right?
I don't.
And then later on, we see that
they worded it like, Aaron, we should try seeing if or imagine Aaron, if you used your armor or something in the whatever way. And I was just like, what? When did we establish this?
Yeah, they're
ability?
making an assumption that he's able to do it. But then, interestingly, we later see, and I think you might have skipped it, that that the Armored Titan is also able to do it to a degree.
Yeah. Well, honestly, if there was a Titan to do the crystal armor thing, it would be the Armor Titan.
I think we might even see the Colossal Titan do it. I can't remember. But the point is, so I love that they established that. Like, don't let the light hit it. You gotta put something up right now. And oh shit, yeah, I didn't even think about that. And then once you're satiated on okay, we've stopped that threat. Now start talking. And then it's like, then it goes into the stuff with Krista, which, by the way, first time I watched it, second time I watched it, third time I watched it, and then started the episode order and had it happen again to me.
Yep.
When they talk about the fact that there's somebody from the 104th Cadet Corps that that was important.
There was the
Sasha bursts into the room, and I'm like, Sasha's important, right? Like, oh no, they're talking about Krista.
well, Krista was my first thought, and then I'm like, well, I guess Mikasa exists, but then I'm like, no, she's in the room. God damn it. And then Sasha's there, and I'm like, well, they would have immediately been like, Sasha, you're here. They would have addressed it. They wouldn't have been like saying nothing.
I forget why she showed up in that moment, and they throw her the conciliatory potato. I forget why she shows up. Do you remember, Reese? She gives him a message from Commander Irvin or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh, by the way, so with the wall, it's actually kind of less interesting than I was hoping, because when you see the at the post credits, when you see the Titan in the wall face in the wall, I was like, oh my god, is this how Titans are gonna get in or something? Like they're feeding in Titans deliberately, but I'm assuming that's not the case, because they're saying like, oh, the walls are made of Titans. That's how they made them.
I legitimately can't wait until we do the Watch Club for season 3, because then every single thing that's been on my mind up to this point, I can just say and not have to hold back because I'm afraid of spoiling something. I'm so I'm so ready to just like
you're biting your tongue.
Yeah.
Would you like me to go over my notes?
Let me real quick catch up on some chats real quick. I just want to get to the bottom here.
Right.
The whole outer wall was a lost zone because of episode 1, and we don't often realize it because of the time skip in episode 2 of the first season. Shot is excellent. I have to read your tweet thread. Yeah, dude. I spent literally, I might have spent 20 hours so far. Maybe more.
You spent more time. You could have watched season 2 over again in that one.
Legitimately, when I started asking you for progress updates, it was because I almost needed to postpone the Watch Club because it took me so long to articulate my thoughts in those tweets, and I kept having more thoughts spur up as I was writing that I didn't know if I was going to finish. And last night I had taken like a sleep gummy, and I finished the last 2 episodes while I was like neck deep
dazed
in dreamland kind of thing. Like I was barely sentient. And the only thing I really remembered was that they ended up on top of the wall. Bertold and that's why I was thinking the thing about coordinate. I was like, I don't remember them mentioning it, but I guess it's because I was in an altered state of consciousness at the time. So yeah, I honestly wasn't sure I was going to finish my rewatch. And I was about to be like, oh, I hope Footnum's not going to finish so that I can come in and be like, don't worry, I understand.
I was your scapegoat this whole time.
Kultichi says, I work with boomers and they take pride in being tech illiterate. Junior spoilers. Junior high does make it obvious how long they actually trained on ODM gear. Oh, interesting.
Well, they did say 5 years or something.
Did Among Us predate Attack on Titan?
No, I don't think it did, but Space Station 13 might have. Well, actually, I don't know.
Bertol and Reiner seem like pros. What do you mean? In terms of the ODM gear? Some Titans can climb.
Like the
we
Beast
see them.
Titan
Well, not only that, but we see them climbing the tower. Yeah, and we see them climbing the tower too. So the normal Titan, some of
is
them
that
can
in
climb.
response to the Ymir's Titan form? How it's like I can climb.
Maybe.
I think they're talking about the normal Titans can climb.
The cannons were for climbing Titans. Oh, you mean the ones that they have on the wall that they aim downward over the wall? Yeah. And so as he broke out, I realized he was not crushed. I don't know why AC thinks he was crushed. Because it just seems to me she puts her thumb right on his head, and then it looks like she squeezes him, and blood shoots out from the top and bottom of her hand. If he's leaving her a message,
maybe the
he'd
blood
have
was
to be cutting like straight through her hand,
maybe
all the way
was
through
her,
to create that much
maybe
blood.
it was her blood.
I just don't think it is. I think that she's crushing him knowing that he's able to regenerate.
The amount of time it would take him to heal from that crushed injury.
I don't know. I don't know because then it's an internal injury versus an external.
That amount of force with that amount of blood, are you sure it's not external?
Well, hold up.
I don't know.
Aaron took like however many hours to regenerate his hands. You have to go into Titan form to accelerate your healing or whatever.
But Aaron was in a battle with the armored Titan that you skipped in order to cause him to be so weary from the battle to then be able to heal. If your entire task, the only thing you were asked to do in a day was heal your hands, you could do it instantaneously. But if you had to be asked to heal your hands,
that's an assumption, and that's a big assumption.
I think it makes sense that it would
That's a
require
big assumption in
more
like a matter of 5 seconds. It's Annie's blood.
I don't know.
It is 1,000% Annie's.
All right.
Maybe. I mean, I guess it could be, but it really seems to me like the scenario makes more sense.
Did you see the part in the manga yet? I haven't read it, but I mean, how is it in the manga?
I'll check it out, and I'll probably tweet about it when we get there.
Moving
honestly,
past this.
Hold on. Peace here. Yeah. FDM, did you notice how the Beast Titan just figured out ODM gear? Meaning, like he didn't know what it was.
Yeah, how it was a foreign object, which I had big questions because apparently I was not on the right trail of thought on thinking who the Beast Titan was.
Who'd you think it was? Out of curiosity.
I thought it was the instructor.
Which instructor?
The one voiced by Patrick Seitz. Because the Beast
Titan, the one who's like, my job is to make your training here the worst miserable hell of your life. That guy. Oh.
Yeah.
When I first saw it, I thought it was Aaron's
Patrick
dad.
Seitz. Was it Pat? It sounded the Beast Titan sounded like a pitch down Patrick Seitz. So I was voice acting matching because sadly, the voice has been important in the last few things I've watched that had major spoilers in terms of, well, if you listen to the voice, you can find out who the mystery person is.
You're so much better at voices than me. When Dan and I saw War of the Rohirrim, we're like, every single guy had the same voice. Like, I couldn't discern them.
Did you hear the Christopher Lee
yes,
thing?
I did. Yeah.
What was it? Was it hell? Oh, there. I am coming.
My video is so good at that part, but basically his thing is just like, if the need shall ever arise, you have my
Axe.
hand or whatever. Like, it's basically he's swearing fealty to the king, and it's like the most cringe, shoehorned in thing just because they could.
Holy.
Yeah, but it's great to hear his voice. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's really funny. I can't wait to show you guys my video because it's fucking funny if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings and you just watch this.
Is that his first anime he's voiced in?
Maybe.
Sorry. Yeah, so I thought it was the instructor because I thought that's what his voice was. So I'm like, but why does he not understand ODM gear? Is he in an altered state of mind when he's the Beast Titan or whatever? But apparently I'm off the trail on that one. So,
all right, I'm pulling up Christopher Lee. He's No. Fucking Anime News Network is wrong. Apparently, first of all, he voices King Haggard in The Last Unicorn. And he also is Uncle Drosselmeyer, Watch Merchant, and Puppeteer and Street Singer in the Nutcracker fantasy stop motion movie. They have him cast Cyborg 009 Call of Justice movie as a character modeler for Sprite Animation Studios, which must be a different Christopher Lee. By the way, this is cool. He also voices the same king in the German version of The Last Unicorn.
That would make sense. He is like a multi-linguist. By the way, have you ever met Christopher Lee? Because you were like, no. That's unfortunate.
I didn't meet any of the actual actors.
Oh, okay.
I met the stunt team, which is mostly people from New Zealand, by the way. Anyway, okay, so Kultici says, or play God of War, and you will learn about Ymir. Season 3 came after the peak, meaning like season 2 is the peak.
I think he's saying he's starting to go downhill.
It delivers in less flashy ways. Season 3 is still great, but the thing season 2 has going for it is that it gets
season
your
3
blood
is still
pumping.
great, says the man who's like, I barely remember anything from it.
Well, I didn't barely remember anything from season 2 either, except for the stuff that the reason I remember season 2 better than season 3 is because I edited a video where Duo and I saw the recap movie for season 2, and I only had the first episode of season 3, and so I only put in footage from episode 1 and maybe episode 2. I think I might have I downloaded episode 2 because I was hoping that a specific shot that had credits in it in episode 1 would not have credits in it for episode 2, but it didn't. So I had to manually remove all the credits for that shot. But I was intimately acquainted with season 2 because I had to grab footage for the first impression I did.
I have a black pill for this comment. So are you suggesting, so season 2 is the best it is, you're suggesting that when all is said and done, when season 3 and 4 come out and all the mysteries are solved, it's shit?
I don't know. I don't know what he's suggesting. I personally am apprehensive about season 4 onward, or the final season stuff.
Onward, that is the onward.
4 onward, that's
Well, I mean, the reason I phrased it that way and then corrected it to the final season is because we were just talking about how season 4 is actually season 3's second core. But regardless,
final
season specifically and onward, final season part 2, final season, the last chapters or whatever, I am only apprehensive because of what you suggested. Once the mysteries are all solved, it's very hard to stick the landing.
Which,
being an anime fan from the mid-2000s, there were so many shows where every episode was amazing and gripped you, and then the ending was goddamn shit. So I'm fully bracing for that. And I don't know. Like, I think I might enjoy it. I'm not sure, but I'm just kind of like, whatever. Anyway, so real quick, I want to catch up on these. Randy jumped back in to say, I just want to say, the very last scene where it shows Beast Titan, it ramps up, it passes Frost, and you see the boulder Aaron put there, and then goes across the field to Wall Maria, the outermost wall. And Ymir tells Aaron that Bertolt and Reiner were trying to get to the Beast Titan. He captures says, okay, yeah, that all makes sense. Randy says, no, just 3 walls. The inner thing is just the King's Castle. That's what I thought as well. Just wanted to double check.
Go to bed.
Was it? This is from a half hour ago. Was it one day on horseback from Rose to Maria? That's a good question. How far is this? That's why it's so deceptive. Because if they went all the way around, that must have been Wall Rose they were going around, right?
Yeah. Oh wait, no.
No, yeah, it was Wall Rose, the middle one. They were able to do that in roughly a full day, right?
Yeah.
24 hours on horseback. And the horses were walking at the end. They might have been running at the beginning. I don't know. Because they make a point that the horses are about to collapse and they need to find refuge, right? I don't know. It's a good question. Titans need the heat from the sun, as far as you know. Is it the heat? I just thought it was like the circadian rhythms that come with bright, sunlight or whatever. Also, Randy said, I was right the first time. Trost and Shiganshiro are both the southern nubs of Rose and Maria, respectively.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Gotuji says, I believe nubs are cities and inside the rings are more rural. The armor ability was speculation for Aaron. They didn't confirm in season 1, yeah. Sasha had the intel on Annie's past. That's what it was, that tied her to Bertolt and Reiner. I'm only suggesting about the anime. The manga is great.
He's upset about the tattoo, isn't he?
Oh, referring to the peak.
What?
Referring to season 3 came after the peak. Only suggesting this about the anime. The manga was great. Yeah. I've liked what I saw so far. The art's a lot better than I thought too. Like he progresses in his ability very quickly.
The first chapter lowers your expectations so high that once you get into the thick of it, you're like, okay, it's not as bad. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that. Anyway, if you want to continue now, we can certainly.
I had a fleeting thought in the midst, one of the earlier comments about the end or whatever, but I'm completely blanking on that. So let's see. I did this per episode, so some of it's just kind of my.
Sure.
I mean, all of it's technically my thoughts as they come. So some of them might be like, okay, well, we find this out later. Let's see. Cultist guy says, don't let the sunlight touch the Titan in the wall. Why keep the Titan in the wall? Okay, so with the Titan in the wall.
So you made an interesting point about, yes, it is very tall, like the Colossal Titan.
Yeah, so either they're partitioned in like levels, like there's a stone.
No, I think it's like maybe 3/4 the height of the Colossal Titan, is how I interpret it. I think that inside the wall, the Titans are even bigger and different from the Titans that we normally see, because it looks a little bit closer to the Colossal Titan, right? Like it's a class of Titan. Like, so in the show, we see like the 3 meters, the 10 meters or whatever kind of thing. I think that the Colossal Titan is like a class way up there, and that Titan kind of in the wall is sort of more closer to that. That's how I interpret it as of right now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I feel like there's another thought I had, but maybe I ramble into the thought on here. Why keep the Titan in the wall? Because I was doing it differently, that I had an Excel spreadsheet on another monitor when I did season 1, but on this I had to throw all of it in like a Google Doc, so it's not as organized. I put like the mysteries and all that stuff, I'm like logging them all to see how many stones we still have unturned, if at all. Is Reinhardt trying to ask questions to break out since he's a Titan and knows they're probably isolating them? Yeah, he was kind of being all like, oh, yeah, what's the big deal? Or whatever in the beginning when they were isolated. And I'm thinking, it's probably because he's a Titan and he wants to get out there and he's going to be found out.
Interestingly, that's where they established that Connie's like, my village is not far from here. And Reiner's like encouraging, let's go, dude. Let's go do it. Yeah, totally. Let's go. Yeah.
Yep. So my sus meter was at full peak. The Titans autism was still very autistic. There was a very autistic Titan in that scene, apparently. What's the deal?
I think you're thinking of the part where that guy who they referred to as like second only to Levi or whatever, that ends up getting killed. Yeah. I feel like you see the Titans and they just kind of like, they're like la-di-da-di-da, and then one of them like does a jump spin flip, right? Like,
yeah,
that's the part you're talking about.
It was definitely that scene. I think multiple of them were pretty autistic. And I'm like,
the one with like the really bulbous nose, and
the ginormous eyes. Oh yeah,
head.
That one.
He reminds me of that character from Berserk. That's like basically a head with arms and legs.
A head with
a huge nose. He looks like a Bayonet sprouted legs.
I'm
one of the god hands?
No. It's like I'm just typing in Berserk big head guy. I found him. Emi Moro. Here, it's this guy. I'm pulling up on screen. Hold on. Where am I? Oh, it's on that same screen. Okay. Where the fuck? Here we go. Present share screen. This one. This guy reminded me of that.
Oh.
I do not recall. I do not.
Yeah, he's in the 2016, I think. The 2017 Berserk.
When the girls get kidnapped and
it's in the cave where he fights Slan.
Yeah.
The slutty god hand girl.
Yeah.
It made me think of this.
I see the resemblance. Let's see. What's the deal with the Beast Titan? Why can he talk and the others can't? Why is he furry? Why is he inquiring about? Okay, I'm just playing a question. Let's see. So Titans can communicate.
All that out by now.
So Titans can communicate. Old observation, because like Annie was able to communicate with Du Bois when she autistic screeched, but this Beast Titan seems to be, or sorry, see, this was my theory. You know, Random 11 was asking, "What do you think?" So I was like,
I want to say something. Ymir in Norse means screamer.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she does scream a lot.
I thought that was kind of interesting. That anyway, I'll save it for next podcast.
I wonder if she has coordinate too. So the Beast Titans can communicate. It seemed to me that the Beast Titan can communicate. He sounds like Patrick Sykes. Whoever he plays is the Beast Titan. And then let's see, that's a cliffhanger. Armin's questions about the wall, basically they are mysterious and how the Titans don't seemingly attack the walls. He supposes they are made of the same substance Annie is trapped in. I'm not sure if that seems like a bit of a leap at the time of like, how did he come to that conclusion? He says he's also known, it's unknown how they're constructed. They also said that walls are made of titans.
Oh, real
but
quick,
who built them using
I stopped verbalizing this as I was trying to bring up this point earlier. They say that the walls are made of the same thing, or they suspect the walls are made of the same thing as Annie's hardened thing, right? That's how they speculate it.
I was
The only problem with
actually
that-
thinking maybe they literally meant like they stacked some titans together and they're just constantly turning on their generator to keep the wall like phased into existence.
Well, the only problem with that theory is that their ODM gear can pierce it. Right?
Yeah.
Like the ODM gear can go into the wall, they can pull themselves up.
Right.
Right.
It's not like diamond,
But
Annie's hardening.
But what's the name of that chick?
Sasha? Krista?
The
Ymir?
crazy one?
Hanji?
Yeah, Hanji.
Hanji.
She said it's got a nearly whatever match to the crystal or whatever. So, I mean, it sounds like she's kind of semi confirming that.
Well, I mean, maybe it's similar.
It's
but over
Schrodinger's
time-
cement, okay? It
Yeah, but
decides
over
if
time
when it
it
wants.
becomes a little softer on the outer edge, or there's like a facade on top of it, perhaps.
I
She's
feel like
referring to the inner
I think
side?
it's more like the difference between diamond and pencil lead. They're both made out of carbon, kind of, or no, not the diamond. Like diamond is like diamond is carbon, coal, diamond and coal.
Sure.
Like diamond and coal are ones. They're both the same, basically the same molecularly.
Just different kind of forms.
Yeah, that's why they're like it's like the difference between diamond and coal.
So after this, I said, "Who?"
Like the wall is like more of like a concrete kind
Sure.
of, but not diamond hard.
Got
I don't know how they would like analyze the diamond for Annie, because I don't know if they have like microscopes and can see like down to that level and compare
She
them.
uses a
It looks
she uses
kind
a
of like a
microscope.
makeshift microscope.
Yeah, something like a microscope.
Okay.
In that
My
scene.
follow-up question, though, to that was who built them using Titans and how and why? But here's the other thing is, how do they form the walls into shapes via Titan? How do you even harvest like that type of thing? I mean, maybe it's as simple as they are a Titan and the Titan is in control and he just uses his whoosh with his hand out.
Without
Just the
ruining,
process.
without ruining anything. I think
Reese,
the
I'm not
easiest-
asking you to spoil it for me, okay?
Well, I think the easiest
hope
way
something
to
comes
comprehend this is to just think about it from the perspective of, like, I had to explain this to my son the other day because he did a report on pyramids.
How Aaron killed the Titan.
And I had to explain to him that everything that you're researching in your textbook about pyramids, about the slaves building them and the suspected way of like rolling these giant monolithic pieces of granite or whatever
Limestone.
on logs, all of that is a theory by people trying in recent history to piece together how they could fathom it being done. And I had to walk him through how the ancient Egyptians that they ascribe as the ones who would have built the pyramids are like thousands and thousands and thousands of years later than the actual construction of most of what is fantastical about ancient Egypt, right? Meaning the pyramids and the Sphinx and whatnot, right? And and I had to explain to him that because of how human civilization figures out ways to advance, we move over from, like a bartering system of gold coins or shells or whatever into paper money or something that represents value rather than the actual thing itself. And that those things like paper don't stand the test of time. After 100 years or 1,000 years, that shit withers away, right?
But
and I had to
stone
explain
is
to him
forever.
that stone is the thing that maintains. And there's actually, if you study Egyptology, there's actually a quarry near enough to Egypt that you would assume it's what they used, where there's an obelisk being cut out of the quarry that cracked, and they left it.
Right.
So whatever was doing that cutting, they left that thing there because it became useless once it cracked, right? And so we, to this day, we look at that cut and we can't do that, right? And I had to explain to my son that we assume we have this weird way of perceiving the past as being less advanced than us, because we look back in history from our modern, hubris and think that everybody who came before us believed stupid things and was superstitious and believed in deities that didn't actually exist and all this shit. When in reality, there may be some form of astrological deified thing that has gone dormant or has moved on to other galaxies or whatever. Who fucking knows? Like, we just don't know, right? And so I look at the walls as a similar perspective, right? That,
well, when we saw Ymir being tossed off and injected, like it felt like there could be possible there is a society before them that knows 100% how all this crap works.
Go back and look at that scene again and look at what's around them and ask yourself, have we ever seen this in the walls or around the walls? How tall are those walls compared to what we're used to seeing? And just perceive that what you're looking at is not what you think you're looking at.
That was outside the walls this whole time.
Well, there's just stuff there. In season 3, the first episode of season 3 starts with a shot of Aaron in a place we've never seen before with longer hair. Right? It starts like there's a time skip. And when I did my first impressions, which you can finally watch after you watch the first episode of season 3, Duo and I, because we'd only gotten to see the first episode of season 3, we kept going back and forth of, did a time skip happen? Because time skips happen in each season. It's just
whoa,
how
you're right.
much.
There's a mountain in this shot. What?
Well, just like if you pay attention, all of a sudden you're like because Aaron in season 3 at that opening shot, which is like you just see that and then everything kind of goes back to normal. But Duo and I were trying to figure out, is everything we're seeing happening after this time skip? Are they older? Are they not older? It's hard to tell. The art style kind of changes. Like, for example, in season 2, Mikasa looks a little older. Like, all the characters to a degree look older. Mikasa cuts her hair a little bit, so it's a bit shorter, so it looks different. And there's all this stuff. That happened in season 2. That's what I'm talking about. Right? In season 2, she cuts her hair, right? And has shorter hair. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff where you're trying to get your bearings on what happened, how much time has passed and everything. Season 3, I don't think a ton of time has passed, but because it seems like some time has passed and they start by showing you Aaron with longer hair in a specific location we haven't seen before, I'm like, I don't know what I'm experiencing and I'm excited, right? Like stuff like that.
Why does he look like
TS were obelisk a single piece? Yes, the thing I'm referring to that's cracked, I think, was an obelisk that they were cutting in ancient Egypt.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the core they actually used though was like even further away.
Sorry, say that again, Footnum.
I said I'm pretty sure the core they used was like way even further away though, for some reason.
In what? In Egypt?
For the pyramids, I guess specifically, or the Great.
It's not
Pyramid?
Close. It's not close, but it's the closest thing, and the thing that's being cut, you can see. Okay, well, they fucked up this one, but if we look at the dimensions, it perfectly matches the one that is there. So they fixed it. They cut a different one and moved that one, kind of thing. So it's very interesting. And it's a technology that we do not understand, and there's crazy stuff in ancient Egypt where there are some structures that are so perfectly precise in terms of the shape of them that even with modern technology, we can't do it. It's absurd to even think we could. It's so outside the realm of possibility. And I think
and then there's the trilithon stones.
Yes, we'll have to have a conversation off podcast at some point.
Yeah, you don't want spoilers on the Trillathon stuff.
No, I
Yeah.
just this could derail. This could derail outside of this, and we could go for 8 hours just on ancient Egypt. So I don't want to.
Okay, so here's the thing. I guess. Yeah. So based on that, the only possible thing I could think of is maybe there's a secondary colony outside of the walls, and then she was plopped outside this colony, and then she made her way to this one, or something like that.
So I guess a question might be, and I'm legitimately asking this: what if there's a fourth wall?
Breaking the fourth wall, and
What
it's just absurdly far away. Is that where
exactly? Like, what if? Because who fucking knows? It takes so goddamn long to get from Rose to Maria. Who's to say that there isn't an even bigger wall outside of Maria to the next one?
I need a very hard wall explanation if that's the case. That's a goddamn... Jeez. That would be a insanely big wall.
Just think about it, because as was stated, like, practically everything we've seen in the entire series is taking place within Wall Maria. The only thing we see is the flashback stuff with Ymir and the stuff that happens in the very, very first episode where they show you the scouts beyond the wall, and the Titans look different. They look a little bit more like horror. Like, they just don't look as human, right? The Titan I'm thinking of is bald in the original thing that when you very first see a Titan in the series, it's because it's a Titan beyond the wall. And I'm wondering now, all of a sudden, if it's because it's something different about the Titans out there versus the ones that are based on humans inside.
I thought the ones that came in episode 1 were from beyond the wall. So that's why I'm not seeing a distinction between them. And that's once again why I'm sitting here thinking humans have the capabilities or something, it seems, and they just turn into Titans on the moon phase or whatever the hell it is. On a blue moon, actually, one might say.
Well, so something very interesting gets said in the forest. Reiner, I think I can't remember if it's Reiner or Bertolt. I think it's Bertolt who might say it. About Ymir says something about Titans being active at night, and one of the other two guys quips back with, "You know damn well why those Titans were active at night," or something like that.
I'm assuming it's the moonlight. Like,
well, I wonder if I had to guess. I wonder if it's Krista, because Ymir feels drawn to Krista, and so does Reiner, and presumably Bertolt as well, right? Yeah, I think there may be something there. I haven't quite, formulated the thought, because I completely forgot about that line until I rewatched it. I don't know. I find it very interesting. Can't wait till we get through season 3 to get to talk about it.
So, where did I leave off? Oh, yeah, what is the cultist motive? Okay. You said you liked the Sasha episode really...
Favorite moment.
Oh, boy. So I thought it was a perfectly fine episode and arc.
The thing that I find so appealing about it personally is I personally find that introducing a character is actually really hard to do in media. And if you introduce a character the wrong way, like, for example, I talk about this a lot. If I have to watch something where a character lost their memories, but I didn't see you make those memories or have any attachment to you as a character, I don't fucking care. And I feel like it's because you try to shoehorn in or rush through to start your story by half-assing the establishment of why the story matters, right? So every once in a while, I'll come across something where they introduce a new character And I can't fathom what it is that they did that made that character likable right away. So, for example, in the Broly movie, my first impressions, I talked about Chi-Lai was an immediately likable character. And I thought she was a great addition to the series, right? If they were going to bring her into the show, because supposedly the Broly movie was canon, even though I'm pretty sure that was a lie. And so the thing that I really like about the moment with Sasha is that I feel like I could, how the way that they introduce her dad and the payoff at the end of the episode where her dad shows up and gives her that, like, fucking, I'm like gonna start choking up over it right now. When her dad conveys to her in like, I think about it like there's a comic, like a 4-panel comic about a dad, and he's saying goodbye to his 3 daughters, and he responds to each daughter differently, and each of them respects and appreciates how he treats them. Like one of them, he says, like, you're gonna wear that, or like, I don't know, he just like has this way of communicating with each one. And it's a 4-panel comic, but the story of the comic, or like the significance of it, is that a good dad knows his kids so well and knows how to communicate with his kids specifically in a way that is meaningful to them, not meaningful to him. And I feel like the way that he treats Sasha just kicks me in the heart, like, of fucking feeling an emotional toll over the way that he treats her in the moment when he conveys that he knows what she did and that he's proud of her. And that he does it in such a way where he expresses her heroism. Like, I articulate this in my tweet, basically, that when you get praised by your parents, there is often, it's often embarrassing. Like, shut up, mom. Like, oh, like it feels often, because parents are so generous with their love sometimes,
Yeah,
that it feels cringe or embarrassing to receive a compliment from your parents. Oh, you're so handsome. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You know,
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean?
It means something because you know, he doesn't give compliments often or whatever, right?
Well, not only that, but it's like they give you a brief moment with them earlier in the episode that is like what happened before she got shipped off to the cadets. And she is dealing with resentment over the refugees from Walmaria infringing on her homeland in Walrose, and how they were already suffering from lack of, like, scarce food before all the people from Walmaria got displaced into her land. And her dad is trying to be optimistic about it. And he's talking about, like, we aren't going to go hungry. The government will pay us to raise horses, you know, because they need horses for fucking the scouts and everything. Right. So he shifts gears and tells her, like, I know this isn't what you want to hear. I know you want to keep things the way they were. I know you want to continue to be a hunter, but we have to adapt with the times. Right. And you see her, and he's like trying to wrestle away some meat that they were going to smoke for winter. And she's starving, so she's scarfing it down. Right. And in fact, let me show you something real quick. This like choked me up too.
No.
This right here. The sequence they show of her pushing her dad's chin away as she's grabbing the food to eat is the same move that she uses on the Titan after stabbing it in the eye with the arrow that allows her to escape. Right? And I just feel like I just love the visual storytelling of this episode and of the series altogether. But this particular episode, I just have so much love for. because I feel like they
Are
really.
you saying if I do a move that reprises itself for every story arc, I'm a genius now?
No, it's because specifically it's a literary technique that the story that you're hearing rhymes, but in a different way the second time it's told, right? That the first time she uses that move, she's using it to selfishly take the food. And the second time she uses that move, it's to escape being the food. Right? And I just think that they do such a good job conveying this visual storytelling amidst everything else in ways that if you aren't paying attention, you will completely miss. Right? And it took me watching it my third time to even notice that move was utilized earlier in the episode, right? But coming back to the whole thing, the thing that I really love about the interaction with Sasha and her dad is the fact that Sasha is fucking terrified the entire episode. And she's still putting others first, which is what her dad is doing when he's communicating to her that we cannot afford to be selfish right now. People need our help. And so we need to let them in on our land and let them, because what they do that makes her so upset is they cut down the trees and they cut back the forest so that they can plant crops to try to harvest farmland in order to feed everybody. And because of doing that, it makes the already scarce food that they usually hunt and eat, the game that they kill, that much more scarce, right? And so that's why she's so resentful. But her dad is looking at it like, no, we have to help these people.
He also has said the line of like, then when you need help, then you're gonna want them to help you out or something like that.
And I just it's because he embraced helping others and making this difficult change that nobody wants to be displaced from their profession and the life they become comfortable with, but because he embraces it and is willing to do it, that's what causes him to be there the moment she needs him most, when he shows up and helps the little girl that she just saved, right? And that's also when he's there in a moment. I feel personally the story doesn't actively go out of the way to showcase deliberately that she needs this, but I think if you pay attention, I think she does, that the entire episode she is like a nervous wreck over. She was raised to help other people, whether she embraced it as a child or not, and then when she's put in the situation to help that little girl, she does her fucking best, and it's a hot mess every step of the way. She tries to use the axe on the Titan and fails to incapacitate.
I agree with Greenline. That totally should have worked.
I agree as well. It should have worked, but the fact that it doesn't, and the part where Sasha has to leave the mother and just say, I'm so sorry, and take the girl, who, by the way, when I first saw this, like every single time I watch it, I think it's going to be revealed that the girl is blind. Because the way they draw her eyes,
I thought that was just depicting her traumatized and hopeless.
Sure, but
then the hope comes back in
it's
her
not
eyes
just
later.
the way that they depict her eyes, though. It's the fact that she's staring this way and the Titan's over here, right? Again, could be shock. But then when she gets pulled by the hand and Sasha takes her out of the house, she says something, "Don't worry, sweetie, everything's going to be okay." And the girl says, "What will?" And to me, that conveys like she's not even aware of what's happening. And my interpretation originally, and every single time I watch it,
hopelessness,
is that the mom is holding back screaming because her daughter is blind, and that she's trying to avoid her daughter knowing that she's being killed. Because then her daughter would start to cry and scream and freak out and draw the attention of the Titan. And so every time I watch it, I immediately think that's what's happening. That the mom is intentionally remaining quiet so that the daughter can be spared just a minute longer, right? And then when the daughter gets pulled out, it's like the way she responds to Sasha, it's as if she doesn't even know what's happening at first. Right? So she says, don't worry, sweetie, everything's going to be okay. She says, what will? Then Sasha starts untying the horse, and she turns around and says, like, what's your name, or something like that. And then the horse runs off. Like, you do this now? Don't worry, we're going to be fine. Right, to the little girl. And she says, why are you being so nice to me? Like, why are you talking so nice to me, or something like that? Which to me conveys, like, why are you saying it like this? Something's going on. This isn't normal. And again, that makes me feel like the daughter is blind. Again, she's not blind. Later on, we learn not. She says that that Mama's legs don't work. Nobody came to help us, even when they knew Mama's legs don't work. So then that recontextualizes everything, because then you realize that the reason the mom is quiet is because she can't even feel the fact that she's getting eaten. But in spite of not being able to feel that, she's actually dealing, like, her body is getting immense trauma, and like she's bleeding out. All this shit is still happening.
Which, by the way, I assume the Titan is the dad who transformed.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if the dad was in the picture or what. I don't know. But I do find it crazy well put together, the sequence, because the Titan, like I said, it feels like it's the most human Titan you've seen, right? Like it's something about it is very different from all the rest of them.
Well, he's really small, and then
the facial hair. It's like a 10-foot Titan, a 3-meter. So I have this up. I can just scrub through
I literally only brought that up to preface what I was about to say for the episode.
Real quick. So they show this, and again, it looks like she's not even aware that it's there.
I feel like that's kind of the I don't see it, I don't hear it, or whatever thing. Like, don't look at the T-Rex or whatever. It's not going to know.
They have a riser, like like that building tension, and then it cuts to this shot of the Shriek with the frog skewered on the branch.
Which, oh my god, symbolic! It's showing the situation they're currently in.
Well, the thing about this is that my wife is like a walking version of the Discovery Channel. I will ask her all the time about intimate details about animal behavior, and she will give me like an encyclopedia definition of everything. She really knows
bird, the way it mates.
Well, I asked her about this situation, and she didn't know. So I had to do some research on this. That's how I found out the bird was probably a Shriek. They do actually do this. They skewer things and kill, usually like lizards and stuff. It's a little bit unusual, I think. I don't know. I don't know enough about them to think it's a frog, but I feel like this really conveys the situation that the character's in, right? That stuck, right? The feeling of being stuck, right? And then this is the part where she ends up shooting the thing, and then you see the dad show up, right?
I love how she has to verbalize, luckily the blood let me slip out, or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. That part is a little bit like, it's a little too on the nose, right? I definitely agree with that. It feels like an otherwise perfect score gets knocked down a half a peg or whatever. But just because it's kind of similar to the part with it's too damn dark. Hey, the moon's coming out. Yeah. No, I totally agree. But yeah, so anyway, I'll just try to wrap up my point here about this episode, which is that, like I said, the praise from her dad, I just feel like is so beautifully conveyed. And it also like gets you this moment of, you can simultaneously feel his pride as a parent because of what you see from him in the previous part of the episode where they have this squabble. And you also feel his pride from the perspective of her as the child. And I just feel like they did such a damn good job showcasing that. And this whole sequence is only half the episode. It happens so quickly, but so effectively. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that it's so hard to actually introduce a character or something like this rapidly and make it feel meaningful when meaningful moments happen.
You're referring to her dad, yeah.
Her dad, but also all the buildup with the little girl and the Titan and everything. They perfectly set things up to give Sasha the moments where she can utilize what she does with the bow and everything, and the hard choices she has to make to ensure, because the reason that she decides not to maintain her distance and use the last arrow and try to hit the eye is that if she misses, it's not just her who's going to die. It's her and the little girl she's trying to save. And in that moment, that gives her the bravery to brave attacking him. And the only reason she's able to escape is due to the first shot that pierced it in the throat that caused him to bleed and making him slippery. So there's just so many little microscopic moments building up to such meaningful aspects of this particular episode. Anyway, go ahead on. We can go back to.
I did not find it like that spectacular or anything. I just thought it was like a typical like character building episode. Like it's I got the approval of my peers type arc thing going on. As for the actual Titan sequence, so I had a big small gripe. I said, so Sasha can no-scope a dude's leg with ODM gear, but she missed a headshot from like 10 feet away. Is that right?
I mean, with the bow that she hasn't used since she was for over 3 years.
It's showing how great she is with the bow. But
no,
I'm still salty,
I was not referring to how great she was with the bow. I was referring to her choice to close the distance that the bow allowed her to stay away from the Titan.
So what is it? What is it? Yeah, approaching it to stab it, I think is arguably in some way more reliable to actually get the eye. But alternatively, you saw how slow that freaking Titan was because she was able to walk with the girl the whole time. I feel like even if she missed, she probably could have like ran up that slope, maybe ran away or something. I don't think it would have been like, okay, she's certainly dead. Like if she misses that.
But think about it just from this perspective. This whole sequence happens in about 7 minutes. Like from the moment you see the axe in the stump and the form of the Titan through the doorway and everything to the moment when she reunites with her dad. It's so short. So if you only have that much time to write a compelling story, is this not a masterclass in doing that?
I don't freaking know. It just seems like I feel like I've seen shows that have done this type of thing before. I couldn't tell you how long that little span was.
Does it not feel significantly longer than that short amount of time though?
Not really. It felt as short as you're describing it, like it was half the episode. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like it didn't seem super special. Like so. I think I don't know if I brought up this expression before when I was trying to like shorten some things or in the podcast or whatever, but it's like you can divide between 1 and 0 like virtually infinite times, but after a certain point it's like it becomes like too much or whatever. So in the same way, it's like I can dissect like a scene that in that much detail. I feel like the types of observations, it's not like you're not making any points on your observations. It's just I feel like there's Naruto episodes you could go into this much detail in with how much meaning they have and everything. And I don't know. That's basically like I think one observation I made is that you are like a filmmaker type of thing. So you get really interested in the way a shot or scene is made rather than, I guess you could say, the external context or overarching picture. Whereas I think I'm more in the overarching picture camp, which is why I'm sitting here like, sure, you can have a scene that has all these small details that means XYZ thing. But at the end of the day, if insert horrible result or horrible decision that you didn't want to happen, whatever happens, it's like, what do I care? What was all that the point of that?
So real quick, to that point, I'll just say, so I do want to address. E. Castro says, I think it resonates with AC more because I'm a dad, right?
That's possible.
I hit it's hard without that perspective. I definitely think that that's part of it for sure. Because I was a dad when the first time I saw it was, right? And everything. And each time it's like, it's gotten more meaningful for me. Each time I watch it, like, and it's so cringe. I know this is going to sound so fucking cringe. I literally tear up every time Sasha's dad is telling her that he's proud of her, right? Like fucking right now, I'm about to start bawling. Okay, literally, I watched the episode. This is how I've been conveying a lot of my tweets. Is I will literally pull out ChatGPT's whisper function and I will speak into it. All of my thoughts will just pour out of me for like 15, 20 minutes straight. And then I will ask ChatGPT to rein it back in and organize things because I will. And you're right. That I am perceiving this show on so many goddamn levels because I am looking at it not only from the perspective of a filmmaker, right? So I would have these conversations with ChatGPT trying to explain to it the things that I felt meaningful. Not just in how they presented it, not just in how the audience perceives it, not just in how the audience perceives it the first time, but also the second, third, fourth, depending on how far. And each time something else is reconveyed or revealed, and how it changes and recontextualizes the moment. And so each time, and I'm looking at it not only from the perspective of Armin, but the perspective of Annie and the perspective of the viewer watching it, thinking about what Annie must be thinking versus what Armin must be thinking and how that's going on. And then once you realize 10 minutes later what Armin was actually thinking, then coming back and picturing that again, like 4, 5, 7 different layers going through. Right. And like seriously speaking for like 20 goddamn minutes straight, rambling nonstop. And then at the end saying, organize this so that I can even figure out what I think, right? And then, okay, yes, this is the proper way to convey it, right? Say maybe we talk about this here versus there, all that kind of stuff, and then condensing it until I get to a point where I can start drafting and rewriting where it's at, and then asking it like, how can I not use this word 4 times in a row, right? Okay, great, that's better, thank you, that doesn't feel as harsh, right? And all that kind of stuff. So yeah, like I 100% agree. I am looking at it from that perspective of how the filmmakers are choosing to convey the information, not just how the audience receives that information, which is I think how you're perceiving it. And this is your first and only time watching season 2, so you're perceiving it only as that first initial watch, right?
Yeah.
And like you still haven't digested everything. And then for me, this is like my 3rd or 4th time watching the show, if you also count the recap movie.
You could also put it this way, that in the way that you prioritize the filmmaking. I mean, obviously I'm not in as much autistic detail that I could write a novel on it, but I like my priorities lie more, I guess you could say, I want to say on the immersion factor or maybe believability, like it put you in that world. And do I think this would actually happen? Whether it's a TV trope that is like, okay, I've seen 50 shows do that, please stop. Or there's a lot of moments that Attack on Titan does what I like to call a manufactured moment, which we'll get to in another one of your favorite scenes. But it's like I want to feel like that's something kind of like believable, like it's not like, oh, this was articulated strategically so it could resolve in the pleasing way that I want it to, like I guess something that feels like it's organic and like it belongs within what's being displayed to us. I don't know how to put it, but that's where my priorities lie, which is why when I have these things like, oh my God, she just sniped his foot from 30 feet down the wall, that's where I'm triggered. I'm like, brah. Yeah, that's it.
But do you understand what I'm saying when I say that her using the bow after not having touched a bow for 3 years versus having 3 years of training with the ODM gear and then using it in that moment with the adrenaline and everything and managing to catch the guy's leg.
Look,
she could have easily missed.
I would have been perfectly happy if she just didn't hit that guy's foot. Okay, I would have perfectly accepted her missing that eye. I'm just saying that I'm triggered. Because...
I'm just saying she didn't miss her first shot with the bow either. She caught him in the neck. She just didn't miss him altogether like she did for like the third shot or whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, next topic.
Okay, so the no scope, and let's see, the Titan was slow. Oh, okay, I said that. Wow, the Titan has the same eyes as Connie. I wonder if it's the family turned into Titans. Also, it's convenient the exact house that. Okay, of course it's convenient that the exact house that's his has the Titan on it because, well, it's his parent. It is also weirdly convenient though that it's the only one that seemed to have a Titan on it though.
Yeah, it's the only one you see at all. And the reason I think so, something I want to rewatch it and double check this, but something that would be a very interesting detail if all the holes that you see, because remember they have this inner monologue. Gelgar, I talked about this a little bit in the tweets too about how they try to comfort Connie, saying that his family got away, but Gelgar has a thought to himself that he doesn't verbalize, so only the audience hears it about how he doesn't believe that's the case. Because
just lying to
the stables are completely full of horses. Not like they're full. So it would have been very difficult for them to escape on foot. Right. And so I feel like, oh, fuck, I just totally lost my train of thought here. No.
They don't attack animals though, typically, right?
The holes. So they talk about like, why would they destroy empty houses? I think it'd be very interesting to go back and rewatch that and find out if the debris from those holes is on the outside of the building instead of inside. Because that would convey that they turned into a Titan and broke out, not in.
Right. Yeah, so the Titan being specifically only his house, that's kind of what I mean by like a manufactured moment. So it's like, oh, so we get the dramatic effect specifically of like, no, there's a freaking Titan and it whatever'd my house. It could have been anyone else's house. I don't think this one's really that consequential. But it's just like there's quite a few things that are kind of like that. Let's see. How did the Titan even get into the... Okay, I was just theorizing, and I ended up being correct. Transform into human. Do they put Titans in their water supply to make them transform? You know what? That's a theory, too. Maybe they turn into Titans because they tainted something, and it got into them. So... Oh boy!
The one, just one of the Titans pissed in the well.
Okay. Oh god! Let's
the dick Titan.
There's an unknown penis Titan. There's a dick having Titan.
He's hardening. Were you saying something, Green Line?
Yeah, I said the Dick Titan, and then Reese stole my thunder and said the Dick Titan. And it's like, thanks, Reese.
The penis having Titan. No, it's a male Titan, of course.
So these were my raw theory thoughts. I wonder if I had more in it. So assuming we don't find the hole later in the episode, there is no hole in the wall, right? Letting the Titans in. So where are the Titans coming from? My guess is that normal people are just turning to Titans. If only we had more light, and then the moon immediately comes out. Okay, and then I point out how there's suddenly like a castle in this really wide space to the left of them when I assumed they were like because they were meeting from the wall. So they say the walls are made of Titan skin, but even then, I still don't understand how you go about doing that. And even then, once again, it's still such an absurdly large amount of wall. So how could you do that without being compromised? Sorry, does Aaron have the hardening ability that's been established? Did I miss something? When Aaron suggests they do the operation at night, she says it's she says it's not bad, that it's genius. Oh, sorry, Armin. I don't know why it says Aaron. That's genius. And this is kind of what I want to call like the subtle like manipulation tactics, which they have in season 1 that I didn't go over before, but it's kind of like the author trying to brainwash you into thinking that a character is what they aspire the character to be or how they've written them rather than them actually performing it. Now, granted, Armin obviously is performing in ways where he's like, whoa, this is a strategy or this is a thing. But I really don't appreciate when the author has characters that say, oh, you're a genius, or in Chris's case, so cute. You couldn't have just let the visual storytelling tell you that
that's
everyone
what I
thinks
have
she's
from last
adorable?
podcast.
Okay,
Like-
so Go ahead, Greenline. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a complaint I had from last podcast about Armin. It's like, oh, he's a genius. The story is constantly telling me he's a genius and not showing me he's a genius.
And I'll give you this example. I had like that exact type of complaint with Tanya the Evil. The only way you get the idea that she's evil is because literally everyone calls her evil, but she's no worse than that instructor dude at the beginning of Attack on Titan. Really?
That's interesting that you bring that up, actually. When I was a kid, there was, I think it was the 6th grade teacher in my elementary school, had a very rough exterior. And there was a perception amongst every single person in the school that she was a hard ass, except for people in her class, right? Everybody would say, no, she's awesome, right? And it was like a exterior facade that she put on for some reason for everybody in the school so that they would have a fear of her and getting into her class. But in class, she was very warm and open with her class, right? And I think that's kind of interesting. You bring up the saga of Tanya the Evil, because it seems kind of similar. Like the perception is meant to be intimidation, but amongst people that are close to her, it's like, oh, actually, this person is very caring.
I wouldn't even call it people. No, it is the people.
He hasn't seen.
I haven't seen
AC
it, yeah.
hasn't seen. Don't spoil it.
What do you mean? I'm not going to spoil. I'm
just
literally everyone in the show that makes a comment on her, including people who are within her squad, say that she's evil. Oh, she's evil. Like they explicitly say it. They don't let you absorb that information yourself. And though that specific style of writing, I really
So let me ask you, Greenline and Foodum, a question. So you're conveying to me that the show describes Armin as being brilliant more than showing it.
In certain instances, yes, especially towards the beginning.
Let me ask you both this:
Later
how
on,
brilliant?
it's better with.
How brilliant do you think Commander Erwin is?
I'm
I
trying
would
to
say
unwrap what he's
like
actually done.
smarter than Armin at times, but because it seems that he has the respect and he has the, I would say, instinct. There we go. That's the word. Instinct of a smart leader. Like he'll make certain decisions that.
I think one of the things specifically about Commander Erwin is that specific scene we talked about with Randy, where he's advancing and he's got his arm out and the fucking Titan grabs him and pulls him off his horse. And he's like, your mission is that way. Don't fucking worry about me, right? Advance. You know, there is no future without Eren, right? That resolve earns your respect in that moment, right? Now, if you're paying attention, and this is something that like I had to like really just, my brain actually got tired trying to wrap my head around all the stuff that happened right at the end of season 1, where the mission or the plan that they had, that they built around the fact that Eren was going to get executed by the government. But the plan was actually very cleverly designed in order to pull Annie out of the woodwork so that they could try to capture her and all that shit. Like, that's fucking brilliant level planning. Like, this is like Light plus L coming up with plans in terms of how they convey it, right? And these are plans that are being thought up by Erwin and Armin in conjunction with each other. Like, for me personally, like, I hear what you're saying. They do at times refer to Armin as being really smart.
And again, towards what you're describing, I would say yes, I 100% agree with you. In that instance, it's like, okay, there's the smart guy that the story has been telling me about. That it's like, okay,
but like even simple stuff, like when the female Titan spares him, and he yells, that Jean's going to get himself killed like that suicidal maniac. That conveys to Annie that something has already happened to Aaron and that she caused it or whatever.
Right.
Right.
But
That she
again,
wasn't
you're
careful
describing
enough.
something towards the end of season 1.
No, but
Or,
even
like-
on top of that, because it gets even more complicated than that, because that seems as though he's conveying to Annie, who he doesn't even know is Annie at the time. He just suspects that that she's after Aaron, because obviously, what else would she be after in that situation? And conveying, a trick in order to trick her into stopping for a minute to save Jean, right? And that moment comes up again later in season 2 as a reasoning for how he knew that it was Annie, or actually not even in season 2, at the end of season 1, where he's like, I could tell it was Annie because she's the only one who would have recognized his suicidal maniac nickname that Jean gave him during their cadet training. So he knew it was a cadet from the 104th Cadet Corps.
You know what? One of that was, I don't know if it was Amir or whatever, who said, and she looks like her after it was all said and done. And I'm like, okay, so it's not just the viewer sees that type of detail. They can also see it, I guess.
Okay. So Kultati says, why would Annie crush Reiner and not Armin? Because, and as I articulated this,
they need. Oh wait, Armin. Sorry.
I articulated this in my tweets, but I think that Annie likes Armin. I have a whole thing in my tweets from the season 1 stuff. That's the thread, just so you know.
I had that in mind when you because I caught up with season 1 after you had your manifesto, and I had that in mind, and I was just thinking there was like minimal to convey to me that she somehow built up something for Armin. So if you didn't say that, I wouldn't have. I mean, to be fair, I might have come to that conclusion if I saw that she did spare him. It's like, okay, well, that's weird. Why would you spare him?
Yeah. So what I articulated was that because she spared him in the field, she chose not to kill him for some reason. I think that she has a soft spot for him, and that he exploited that in the alleyway when he came to see her alone without Mikasa or anybody else. Right. And I think that was a deliberate choice because it also made him vulnerable, because by showing up alone, it throws her off from the idea that he might suspect her as being the female Titan, because if he really thought she was the female Titan, whose mission clearly was to capture Aaron because she had him in her fucking mouth and was trying to run away with him before Levi and Mikasa got him back, right? That it seems crazy for him to ask her for help to save Aaron if Aaron is her target, right? So it's like this very carefully constructed plan to simultaneously entrap her and also throw her off the trail that they know, or at least suspect, that she is the female Titan. Right? Like it is so brilliantly written that it really requires multiple views and multiple perspective, like putting yourself in the perspective of each character, and then knowing, once you know what the show reveals to you that the characters knew, then going back and watching it again, and each character viewing it from their perspective, knowing now what you know they knew at that point, right?
I remember
the show is so brilliantly written.
Here's the thing. I could have sworn that when I first watched it, like my memory of it was that, okay, they were setting out to catch the female Titan or whatever, which technically they were, but in the actual show, they're setting out to like figure out the traitor, and then it just so happens the female Titan's there, but they also have all the traps and everything. So my memory has a different continuity, I guess, of what it was.
So real quick,
real
quick. Ervin has a decade plus of experience. Armin is green, says Kultuti. So I am asking the question specifically because of events that transpire in season 3 that I don't want to bring up, because I'm curious what Greenline and Footham's thoughts are before certain events are going to happen, so that I can then ask them after when we do the season 3 watch club about.
I think Greenline's already seen it.
Green Line, needing to remind you guys again, I've seen the show all the way through.
Totally. I'm just saying that I'm asking now because I want to get a baseline on what your thoughts were, and I know you've seen more, so I kind of was expecting to get a different answer from you and a different perspective from you, just like all the shit I'm talking about the show.
And again, I agree with you towards the end of season. It's a bit better. Just towards the beginning, towards the first few episodes when they're doing like time skips and stuff, where they're describing audibly, not visually, just audibly, that he's just a genius.
So I think here's the thing. My gripe is that they could do without the addition of "you're a genius," and this isn't even the only time they do this type of thing. It's not just with Armin. You also have I don't think it was. I'm not sure if it was Aaron. They refer to him as something, but then you have Mikasa point blank saying, "I am strong, you are weak," when she could have just said, "You are weak," right? But we have to propagandize the audience to say,
I don't know. Strong. Personally, I feel like the show gives you a very interesting look at the character dynamics by showcasing at times, and I 100% understand what you're saying, and in other shows I feel like it has failed to do what Attack on Titan I think does really well. But I feel like it's great that the show gives us the perspective of how other members of the team see the characters. And to that point, knowing that the remainder of the crew, Reiner, Armin, they both speak positive. Like, Krista's fucking adorable. Like, we also as the audience feel that about her.
I'm perfectly fine with them saying "be my wife," but if it's just you have the blushies and then the so cute inner monologue, it's like, just be like, do we need to hear you? I guess you could say it's the what is it? Say it, don't spray it, or whatever, or show it, don't blow it.
Yeah. Show, don't tell. Is what you
that's what I mean.
Yeah. So I get that. And the thing is that I personally feel that the show does show a lot how intelligent Armin is. And I think that because they go out of their way to show you so much, that telling you he's smart, and it's not some random narrator saying Armin's the smartest kid ever. It's characters in the show like acknowledging that his genius is so far above most of the other characters that they are in awe of him. Same as with Krista, that they acknowledge, like, actually, to be honest, she's kind of cute. Like this character, like, it's not that, like, when if I have to describe her, the thing that sticks out is that she's adorable. She's not what you'd expect of somebody who's super important.
She's not
good at fighting. She doesn't have a single kill, right? She's not great at ODM. And yet the thing that is the factor that stands out, it's a little almost embarrassing to even say, is that she's cute. Like, that's the thing that sticks out to everybody, right? And so I think, and this is the thing, what I'm trying to talk about.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's undermined by having the show, and you also have the tell.
I disagree, because I think that where it really benefits is how people view Eren. And how people have mixed feelings about Eren specifically. How Jean does not have the same admiration for Eren that everybody, not everybody, that like, for example,
Eren
Mikasa
isn't really a big deal because it's all these different interpretations. I'm just talking about the recurring ones where it's like, okay, yeah, this character is obviously being written to be this, and now you're trying to reinforce it by having characters verbalize it for some reason.
Yeah, but they don't verbalize it in a way where they specifically don't show you and instead just say, oh yeah, Armin's a genius. He did this thing off screen that you didn't see. They articulate it in a way like Hana is saying, like, that kid's a fucking genius, right? Like, just saying, like, I'm not worried about Eren because I have seen him get in a lot of fights. I may not have seen him win any, but I definitely never saw him lose one. Or something like that. Like, these are articulation points that I feel build the characters and build the world in such a way where they give you the sense of how other people in the show see the characters who we're meant to have a distinct attachment to because we spend intimate moments with them. So other characters like Hannes saying, like, why does Hannes care so much about Aaron's mom? Yeah, he probably had a crush on her at some point, right? Yeah, regret of not asking her out or losing to the good doctor or whatever.
I meant regrets for letting her die.
And letting her die. Yeah. But like, I really think that the show, like, I 100% agree with your criticism. And I've seen it apply very well in other series that have not earned the world building and character development that I feel like this show pulls off.
I'll give an example if that helps.
Yes,
so
please.
Rather than having God damn it, what's her name, Hanji, go up to Armin and say, yes, that boy's a genius, she could go up to, after he's like, why don't we cut off the nipples of the Titans and then go from there, and then she can like put her arm around him and say, you got the right idea, young chap, or something like that. I don't know. You could do something like that that helps me feel like I'm not just being point blank told, he's a genius. This is my character's
I'm just
bio.
curious, did you watch I'm assuming you watched the dub because you're talking about Patrick Seitz and whatnot. Did you have subtitles on? Did you ever check what they were saying in Japanese?
No.
Because there have been a few moments where I was like, that choice of dialogue was a little bit rough. Like the delivery was good. A lot of things that Emir says, I felt like the delivery was good, but the choice of specifically what you said there, even when your mouth isn't on camera and therefore lip flaps weren't a problem, feels a little strange. And like the subtitles aren't quite what you said. And the Japanese that you're saying, as best I can interpret it, is not how I would have phrased what you chose to have Emir say. But like so it's just like there's just those little bits there, you know. The way I look at it is, and one of the things I find so fascinating about the series is how efficiently it utilizes the structure that it has to work with, how quickly it needs to tell things before it gets boring, and how it keeps you invested in every moment of the show. And I just think that this show excels so far beyond most of its competitors that it's just not even close. Like second place in terms of storytelling might as well be last place. It's so far away. Like I really personally feel that they've done such a fantastic job with visual storytelling, literal storytelling, character moments, all of that stuff. It's like they're just goddamn nailing it. The character designs, the little stuff like Connie's eyes. Connie is the only character in the entire show
with blonde
that has those eyes. And it seems insignificant until the moment that it's not. And I just feel that kind of attention to detail is something that personally I'm awestruck by. How well and how effortlessly they seem to be setting stuff up. They're constructing an entire elaborate Pandora's box around you as a viewer. And you don't even realize, because they have this like magician quality of sleight of hand. Like what we were looking at earlier where Annie catches Reiner. And the way that that's presented to the viewer when they don't know that he's the Armored Titan and working with her, versus when they do know that he's the Armored Titan and working with her. Like these layered levels of storytelling are so goddamn mystifying and handled so exceptionally well that it just, everything about it feels like a treat compared to when other show, like for example, we watch Jormungand. I think about that show all the time whenever I need to articulate something about like show don't tell, right? That show tells you that Jonah is a fucking badass and he's like a guns expert and stuff. And then like in a tactician, they act like, what's her name? I'm not gonna remember it, but the girl from Jormungand is like this brilliant tactician. And it's like, you tell me repeatedly she's a brilliant tactician, And the strategy is Leroy Jenkins all the goddamn time. Like, it is so poorly conveyed. Like, I would literally put those as like the opposite end of the spectrum for how good Attack on Titan handles every key aspect versus how fucking awful Jormungand tried to tell their story. Like, every step about it is underwhelming and feels forced and feels like you're telling me because you aren't capable of writing. Whereas with Armin, it's like before they even tell you how brilliant he is and further emphasize that other characters feel that he is a genius, they've shown you repeatedly aspects of his genius and his curiosity. And his willingness.
Yes, I would argue against genius.
His willingness to possess and consume contraband in the books that are about the outside world, right? That he has a perspective on life that the other characters do not, because he has read things that have conveyed ideas to him so far beyond what the brains of everybody else is capable of thinking about. It's kind of like there's an episode of we talked about, I forget specifically which episode it was, but there's an episode in Kino's Journey about that one character who I described it like it's like a concept of a farmer who goes off to college and is exposed to ideas and philosophy that changes their perspective on life, so that when they come back to Iowa or Kansas or wherever, they can't even have a conversation with the people in their town because they've excelled so far beyond the mode of thinking of the people where they're from that it's isolating to have that knowledge. That, to me, is what Armin is almost at in terms of, like, it is hard for him. And I think that's also why Mikasa, and Eren are so close, because for Armin, they're the only people who they've shared, like the stories about what's outside the wall and stuff. So they collectively hold this dream, right? To where talking about wanting to go beyond the wall to most of the other cadets who want desperately to be in the military police so they never have to see life behind the wall or outside the wall, right? Like that's just like a level of connection that nobody else is ever going to be able to meet in terms of how Armin sees the world and the people he shares that vision with, right? And it's also why it's meaningful when Eren loses control and Armin has to whisper to him basically with the blade stuck in the back of his nape as he's talking to him when he asks him why did you risk dying like his parents, like Armin's parents, to go beyond the wall, and he says the world beyond the wall is my birthright. Like these moments, I think, build these characters into something that I can't even fathom. Like I understand the argument you're making because I do agree in other shows, but I feel like if you're paying attention, the way that they extrapolate these characters is so fantastically done that I feel like your criticism just simply does not apply, because like it's not like
you're basically saying that it's okay because they get the pass because they did.
I guess I'm saying it like this. I think a good way of articulating it would be like this. I recently saw War of the Rohirrim, right? And I have a moment in the first impressions where Dan and I are talking about the concept of a Mary Sue. And I explain that you can have what everybody would think of on the surface as fitting into the category of the girl boss, right? But if done correctly, and it's very hard to articulate unless you have really concrete examples to point to, you can articulate why this character is a girl boss and this character is not, even though there's not much different about them, right? So, for example, the example I give in that video that I'm working on is Arya from Game of Thrones. Because with Arya, they show her struggle. Like, yes, when she's a kid, she's better archery than her brothers, right? And they hate, or not they, but Bran specifically hates her for it because he's getting upstaged by his little sister, right? But they show her drive, to ride a horse. They show her drive to learn to fence when Serial Pharrell is hired by her dad to teach her how to sword fight. They show her, seek out Jack and Hagar and become a faceless man and all the training that she undergoes and all that stuff. They show her training and constantly overcoming hardships and getting her ass kicked by certain characters and whatnot. And they build this up over the course of all of those seasons to the point that when everything ends in the final season, the stuff that she does in that moment feels 100% completely earned. Although, if you watch other shows or other things, you see characters who magically are as strong as the male characters, can kick a guy halfway across the room, right? Like I think of Atomic Blonde, which I still haven't seen, but the concept of a small-framed woman being as strong as like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger against a normal-sized man completely invalidates everything, especially when you have not seen it. Like, here's another good example. Hit Girl in the movie Kick-Ass fights not as a man, but as a little girl. And she fights in a way that her size, her agility, all of these things are taken into account that makes the moments that she's thriving believable. And you see her struggle for it in the series. Right? So the criticisms that you're making that I'm saying are not good criticisms is because I feel, yes, the show has earned the right to tell and not show because they show far more than they tell. And I think that it's all there. And if you pay attention, I really feel like I'm dumbfounded, especially with Greenland, who's seen the show all the way through, who thinks Armin's not that smart. He's not a genius.
My criticism is that they did it early. I agree with you. Like towards I'd say the latter half of season 1, Armin has been shown to be intelligent. I'm not a fan of the way the adaptation, regardless if it's the manga or anime, did it in the beginning. Let's just say episode 4. I think it's the end of episode 4, where the commander or the drill instructor rattles off all of their traits. He rattles it off like it's a checklist, and it's like these are the core character traits of your core cast of characters.
Right. He describes him as a genius in that moment.
Yes, that's an example. And you could look at it from the perspective of like, let's look at Mikasa and all of like her traits that she's got, or Sasha. And it's like, okay, so instead of being shown, like, let's say it's Sasha, and let's say I forget what he says about Sasha, but like, let's say he says she's like lazy.
She got a bigger appetite than my balls.
Yeah. And like, but she's got a lot of spirit and really puts in the hard work for it or whatever when it counts. Whereas like we haven't seen that. We don't see that until let's say I can't remember what Sasha does in season 1, but let's say
Mikasa has a line in season 1 where she says something about Sasha. She may be dense, but her instincts are usually spot on, or something like that.
So season 2, well, especially I'd say in season 2, where she gets her own episode where it really does show through, where it's like, I can try to save the mom. I'm not going to, because fuck that. I can't save these two people. I'm just going to take the little girl and run. I have to.
So I don't know about you guys. I think the mom survives that encounter.
Okay.
Personally.
Oh yeah, because the Titan went away.
Because the Titan pursues them instead. And because her legs, I don't know, maybe she bled out. I don't know.
Right.
But I like to believe that as soon as the Titan, because the way they show it, and again, they give you one of the things that I think the show does really surprisingly well. And it's betraying, because there's like, this show is operating on a storytelling level that is so far above every other piece of media that you've consumed that it's actually hard to perceive some of what it's doing as ingenious as it is, because you get stuck in the lesser form of storytelling, such as, for example, when Connie says, I'm worried about Reina and Bertolt. They don't have their ODM gear. After the moment when Bertolt throws Ymir and the other scout into his mouth as the Colossal Titan in order to get the gear that he then later uses. Because they do it out of order like that, they are treating you as the viewer as though you're more intelligent and less requiring of being spoon-fed, right? Which is something that I feel like the original books for Game of Thrones do to a degree perhaps even greater than Attack on Titan. Perhaps even to a point that it becomes so cumbersome to try to digest that it actually diminishes the value of experience it in book form versus the show, right? But this level of communicating these things, I feel like, and I've actually totally forgotten. What were you just saying, Green Line?
I was talking about like Sasha and how like I'd say like season 2, like just
save them.
If what they describe of her,
the mom,
yeah, the mom,
yeah. Sorry, real quick. So the thing about it is because of how the storytelling is done, they don't tell you that the mom is crippled until you're like a couple more steps out away from what you're seeing.
Yeah,
right.
She can't walk.
And so once you know that she's crippled, like my perspective is, I think she survived, and you see her kind of like holding herself up, and she's like really labored, and she's sweating, and it seems at first when I'm watching it like she's trying not to scream for the sake of her daughter, because I don't know that she can't feel this shit, right? My perspective is, and I don't know, Greenline, maybe you can provide some unique perspective on this, but I feel like it's probably pretty hard to hold yourself up and stabilize yourself in that perspective when you can't use your legs and like splay them to,
I can
distribute the weight and all that shit. That would be very difficult for long periods of time.
It would be with her injuries, especially if her legs were already bad to begin with.
So what you're saying, Greenline, is you skipped leg day.
So, but think about this. Let's say that she had some bad injuries on her legs from the Titan eating her. Titan's no longer in the room, and somebody else is protecting my daughter, so now I can focus on myself. Do you not think she would be able to like rip off some cloth from her dress and
It's
like
possible? I
tie
think
it
her
around
stomach
her
was
leg?
also bleeding. I think he bit her in her abdominal. I think.
I don't think so. I've got the clip right here. Actually, I'll take a look at it.
It could have been blood from it, like her blood from his mouth, and that dripped on her dress or something. But
yeah, I got it right here. I'm gonna just scroll through and see.
And for the record, there's things for sure that I don't disagree with you on. I think, hey, yeah, that part's great. Upon the rewatch, that part's pretty good upon the rewatch. But
I cut it off.
I'm not fixated on these parts as well. I'm appreciating.
If I put it this way, what if I put it this way? Does this convey it better to you? So let's say it's a hockey game, and and one of your players they get a penalty. Okay, they checked someone, but your team scored like twice as many goals. Therefore, I think they've earned not having that penalty. That's what I'm saying. It's like it doesn't negate the fact that that's like taking away from the moment or whatever, right? They've earned it, sure, or whatever. You could say, yeah, Mika has been written as like a competent fighter and everything, but I feel like her, after she just like, even if she proves that she's strong in that immediate moment and then says, "I'm strong, you are weak," I feel like it could have done without that "I am strong." You literally could have just said, "You guys are pathetic."
Yeah. But see, like, I just don't think that when
you're just saying that penalty doesn't exist because they've earned it.
What I'm saying is, like, I think you have to look at things from a different perspective than, well, the localization ruined this part. You know what I mean?
Is it a localization? I'll leave it up to the potential that maybe the localization's influencing it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the part right now where Sasha. Okay, so when she strikes the Titan, blood from the Titan gets cast onto the mom, but there is a part where you might think, I don't know. I like to think she survived.
It's possible. I'm not going to argue with that. I think
it could be argued either way. I just think, but I don't.
Anyway,
the point is, there are certain things in this.
You want to move on for them to the Oh, okay.
We definitely want to move on in a second, but I just say that I think that there are definitely things in this show that you are meant to perceive after watching the show, start over, watch it again, right? And I know that, like, I'm not suggesting go back and do that right now, but like a year or two from now, re-experiencing the show, knowing some of the stuff that like the way that they layer stuff in. And sometimes they cut back with a flashback when you really need to understand that thing they showed you was important for this reason. And other times they don't. But like simple stuff, like as I was scrubbing through this part with Sasha, there's a whole part where they show the kindness of Krista grabbing bread and bringing it to Sasha because she got in trouble for having the potato when they were standing at attention or whatever. And then she was made to run until the sun went down. And they say in the first season, it didn't seem to bother her nearly as much
as
missing food privileges that night did. So Krista brings the food to her and ensures that she still gets to eat, right? Well, in the flashback sequence here, there's a part, there's that part in this season, but there's also another part where Ymir gives Sasha a hard time and perceives her as being fake or something. And that's the part where Krista like runs her head like right into Ymir's back and like stands up for Sasha, right? And then that moment, like Ymir comes across as just being a dick.
A bitch.
Right? Yeah, a bitch. But the reason that she feels so strongly about that is later unraveled in her backstory on the lie she tells herself and how she's disgusted when she sees other people living a lie, right? And wanting other people to stop reminding her of her own lie that she continued to live, and it's just, I'm just so dumbfounded. And again, it's partially because Hajime Izuyama sat down and wrote something and didn't start drawing that shit until he was already really goddamn far into the writing, so that he was able to convey things early on in such a way that they are still meaningful and get more meaningful each new chapter.
This is why I asked Random 11 if he knew about a flowchart program. So not for Attack on Titan, but just so I could keep track of things and plot points and all that.
I use a program on my old laptop for timelines. And it's actually designed for people who are writing complex novels to be able to catalog different events in their story so that they can keep their own head wrapped around it. I was using it for the bootlegs to try to figure out the time when it came out versus when the bootlegs were released and all that.
The bootleg series that'll never come out.
Anyway, so let's move past this. You wanted to say something?
Bring up the whiskey dude.
Is that the next?
Talk about that.
Gelgar.
Is it?
Okay.
Because I don't want to sit here for like 6 more plot points that we spent
So-
like an hour on.
No, totally.
I know you absolutely creamed over that in your tweets.
It's not so much that I just didn't realize. It took me like 4 rewatches to realize.
You didn't even make the tweet yet, and I hated that little part of the episode.
Okay. So when you see this scene here, when all this is going on, where Connie and all them are barricading the door after Reiner gets bit and almost like jumps out the window, you see Krista pour alcohol onto his arm to sterilize the wound.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see Gelgar get thrown back into the room, it's lit differently because now there's a giant hole and moonlight is what's lighting it instead of a torch. So I just assumed it was some part of the tower we didn't previously see, and that he ended up in a storeroom with these crates and stuff. And so it just so happened that he found a bottle that happened to be empty. I didn't realize until until I went back to grab this clip, which I grabbed exclusively to show a line from the dub where Bertolt, where they ask, don't suppose there's another canon where you found that one? And Bertolt said, no, I don't think lightning's going to strike twice. Right. And I just thought it was silly because technically lightning doesn't strike twice in this part. It strikes 4 times if you count the transformation of Ymir, Bertolt, Reiner, and Aaron. Right. And as I was grabbing that, I just so happened to notice, because right after where I cut here is where the whiskey gets poured. And I realized this. So I just mentioned, they bring him up as somebody who loves to drink. He even says, like, I'd be drinking right now if it wasn't for you. I wish I could have a drink before I go. And then when he goes to get his drink, it's empty. Right. And then I noticed, right, that you actually see the barricades from here.
I thought immediately it was that same room because of the bottle.
Yeah.
Well, because they grabbed the bottle originally from the storeroom where the herring can was. So I assumed it was maybe that room from the other side because of the hole.
Like, hey, where'd you find that? Oh, I'm not going to drink it right away.
Yeah.
We're still on duty.
Right. And then it gets left there because he then goes. And the other thing is that they tell this out of order, where this actually happens before this.
I thought the skipping around, I'm not sure if that actually needed to be out of order. Like how they kept on going, like 12 hours later, 8 hours before, the 9 hours later and stuff. I'm not sure.
I don't know that it necessarily needed to be out of order. I agree with you there. But it didn't really bother me. Although I was like dumbfounded when I saw the part where that Randy was bringing up, where Ymir is able to read that herring can and Reiner can't, because the specific shot that I used that shows the writing that I then changed to say after the film in my first impression video. I'm like, where the fuck did it go? I legitimately thought I was having a Mandela moment. And I was like, where the fuck did it go? I'm going to be able to prove this. Let me go and look at my video. And then it was in the next episode, right? So,
wow.
So yeah, he's like, this just isn't fair. He's crying, right? And that's because they actually show. I didn't realize, because I knew she poured it out, but I didn't realize she poured the entire bottle out.
Yeah,
I thought it was. I just assumed she poured some on it and then put it down, and now it's empty. Is because actually they show her turn it all the way upside down and pour it all the way out. These are the last few drops coming out here, right?
I'm sorry, but why did she dump the whole goddamn bottle? Like, she tore up her skirt for the bandage or whatever, but she didn't want to use it to like dab, preserve alcohol in case there's other wounds or something.
Well, presumably there's more in the storeroom. But the point of the tearing her thing, I don't think was to bandage him. It was to create a sling. Because he keeps his arm in a sling after this.
I'm just saying,
and that's why he pulls it off and heals. Right
I'm
here.
saying you could have used something to dab it with, as in like, as opposed to like, oh, well, the reason I poured it on is because I didn't have like a cloth. But regardless, though, ultimately, like, at the end of the day, it's not like having.
She also says, says, I'm sorry, it's filthy. I haven't had time to wash it recently, referring to her dress. So you probably wouldn't, if you're trying to sterilize the wound, you wouldn't want to dab it with a dirty cloth soaked in alcohol, because then you're putting the germs in, like the debris and stuff, into the wound. It's going to get infected.
I guess, assuming alcohol doesn't neutralize whatever goes in there. But like at the end of the day, the idea is like, booze isn't going to like save this man's life, right? So it's not a consequential action.
Oh, you mean Gelgar's life? Yeah.
I couldn't even be bothered to remember his name. But
no, I had to look up a lot of the character names for the tweets because I wanted to make sure that I spoke very clearly about the characters I was referring to. Okay. Like I don't think they don't say Lynn's name. That's the girl who tells Connie, I'm sure your family escaped. Look on the bright side. Yeah, I'm sure they got out of here. That's why there aren't any bodies or carnage. I had to look her up because they don't even mention her name until the tower sequence. And it's offhanded. You blink and you miss it, right?
Okay.
So real quick, I do want to say here, though, that just to address this, The cruel irony is so fucking perfect. Gelgar's last comfort was denied him because the alcohol was used to treat someone who would not only later turn out to be an enemy, but Reiner literally uses his healing ability to recover from this very wound, rendering the medical treatment completely unnecessary.
I was predicting. I swear, I hope this happens at least once in the show. Otherwise, it's a missed opportunity that someone gets an injury and then they suddenly don't have the injury in another scene, and that reveals them as a Titan. I thought that's what was going to happen, but instead it's just like, yeah, so I'm the Titan and he's the other Titan. It's like, oh,
should we talk about that scene?
No, we're not done with the tower scene.
Good.
I got all the bones to pick with it.
Go
So,
we have
pick
half an
away.
hour.
So we have half an hour. What
No,
does
we
it
got-
end at 8?
No, we can go as long as we want, bitch.
So okay, so they're pinned up there. They're out of resources and all that stuff, and he's like, "Oh, I hit my head," and then he falls down, and then Chick comes in to save the day, and then he is knocked down free, and there just so happens to be a hole exactly where it fell into. Okay, that's my first small thing, and then actually, wait, no, well, hold on. Where's my tweets? You make okay. So I stopped on episode 3. That's my bookmark.
Let me know
What
when
is this
you
episode?
let me know when you get to a good stopping point, because I want to catch up on some of the chats, and then we can keep going. But go
Right.
ahead.
I believe it's episode 4, right?
Which episode?
This one that we're talking
Yeah,
about.
probably. Episode 2 is the one. Episode 2 is the one with Sasha. Episode 3 is the one with Connie at the base, like when they're in the his village, and then I think the end of episode 3 is when they get into the tower, and they have the part with Ymir showing the Reiner's holding the can of herring, but they don't show it from the other perspective where you see the writing. And then episode 4 is the tower with that part.
Let's see. Sorry, I was
Yeah, okay.
distracted by my notes. I think the other thing was that you're
good.
What? Oh, my gripe. So I only caught the final time that he mentions the drink, right? You put some screen grabs of the other moments where he mentioned that, but here's the thing. So my initial gripe, I think, was he's like, I need a drink right now, and then it's like, oh, he conveniently fell in the convenience hole, and then
I've earned the right to get trashed. Like,
oh god. But what is it? So then convenient. Oh, there's a liquor bottle. Oh, I can't get my drink, and then it's like, oh, there's not even a drop for it. And I guess once again, this is apparently it's really you can't. No one has awareness of their surroundings. It's either that or he just submitted to dying. He got rid of his will to fight or survive, and then he gets eaten. So I'm just like, what was the point of that? And obviously you're just like, God tier. And but regarding the other
again, you are
screen-
ascribing so much motive. I am merely pointing out the fact that this is something that eluded me upon my first 3 watches of this season. And it wasn't until now. And in fact, I missed it on my 4th rewatch as well. The only reason I even noticed it is because I went to get that other clip. And I felt that it was clever enough that I wanted to say, hey, I was dumb and didn't notice this. And this is what happened in case you also didn't notice it. I am not treating it like it's God tier. Other than the part that I
thought
think,
that's how you started.
the irony
Well, you
is,
didn't literally say that in the start of the tweet, but you said like.
I just think
there's
it's
something that
brilliantly
gave it
written.
high praises.
I think it's brilliantly written. That once you realize everything and it clicks, like even if you noticed in the moment, oh, that's a shame because they used it to treat Reiner's wounds, right? But in that moment, you're like, I want Reiner to survive because I like that guy. Like he's a good team player, right? He's one of the strongest, and I don't want anything bad to happen to him. But then recontextualizing, once you know he's the enemy and that he has the healing ability, then you're like, man, that fucking sucks for Gelgar.
Oh boy. I guess you could say so. The drinking, like the other screenshots, it's like they have other characters that they treat the same way, where it's like, okay, my entire personality is this. So you have the God damn it, why do I always elude the term one-dimensional character? motive wise and all that stuff. And then not, well, I'm not going to say nothing comes of it, but you have, say, for currently Mikasa, she's the, okay, Aaron he's my guy. I'm going to get him in me someday. That's my life. And that's kind of how,
so I
like,
that's a good audio clip we could pull.
I look at that from sort of the same perspective as the field of, or what is it, the Campfire of Dreams? Is that what they call it in Berserk? You know what I'm talking about? The sequence
the
where he
Campfire of
talks,
Dreams.
where he talks about the aspirations of each
Right.
member of the team,
Yeah.
right? And how they have a goal in life. And I think that really makes the characters more well-rounded, that in spite of their lot in life, they're still striving for something that we may not even get to perceive in the show,
Something
referring to Berserk, that they want to do. And it makes the characters less one-dimensional, that they're not just cannon fodder, right? So with this, it's like Gelgar wants a drink. We see that Hannes, Pixis, like they all are drinkers. Like they like to drink. And I think that in this world, you don't have TV, you don't have plays, you barely got books, right? Of course, drinking is going to be one of the things that captures people as an escape from the mundaneness of life, where your whole goddamn job is looking from a wall at, looking out for threats that most of the time you never see, or when you do see them, the horrors have been so significant that you want to forget all the time, and therefore you drink a lot. Like, I really don't feel like it's one-dimensional that Gelgar wants to drink. It could be literally anything else. He could be like clasping a locket, wanting to get back to his wife and daughter or some shit. You know what I mean? It could be anything.
And then he finds the clasp last second when he falls into the tower.
I'm just
And
saying,
it's
I
like,
don't think it's a good criticism, is all I'm saying.
Well, for me personally, I feel
No,
also
I was
a
using that as a
disconnect.
jumping off point to address the other characters, like Mikasa and all that stuff.
Real quick, let's let Green Line say something.
I felt the disconnect, and I was telling Fitnam with some of these characters because they're introduced in one scene and then die in the next. It's like, why should I give a fuck?
Yeah, and that's a very good point about what I was kind of talking about, where it's very hard to make you care about a character, especially when you've experienced so much media, you've seen it done so poorly, you've seen characters get introduced only to get killed. Oh, that doesn't matter. I don't even care, right?
It's
100%.
The one of its, I would honestly consider this a minor flaw. It's really not even a flaw of the series itself. It's a flaw of its genre, which I would argue is shonen, right?
You could also say the mystery is contributing to. Well,
it
maybe
wants
not
to
for
be
this.
this like horrific, everybody dies type of series, but it's also running with this shonen aspect to it, where you want to keep the popular characters and the main characters alive.
Are you referring to plot armor?
I want to address a comment then, because I disagree. I think that the show actually does a very good job, because as Kota T puts it, Krista was in the top 10 only because Ymir basically pulls out so that she'll end up in that spot. Right? And I think that once you realize, yes, I totally understand. You look at the characters that are still there and think, man, like now they've got plot armor. No, they're the top of their class. They're just the characters we've spent time with. All the other characters we spent time with that weren't the top of their class got eaten and trossed.
Which makes it clear that, well, I came to this kind of realization. I don't know if it's intending this, but it seems that literally anyone that isn't the main characters is unbelievably incompetent. Because I think it was basically this sequence that made me realize that literally everyone that's not a main character, but they seem like they aren't established yet, but they come off as established. Like, yes, we're the whatever brigade or whatever. It's like, okay, they seem to pretty much every time get wiped out, and now I'm just gonna use that as my expectation going forward. Is every single person?
I don't know. I look, I disagree because I feel like, you can make that argument. You can say that like everybody's God tier except for, every person we don't see on a daily basis. They're like the red shirts from Star Trek. They're going to die, right? But I think the show actually does a very good job showcasing the ability. You might think all the top 10, of their class are God tier, but in actuality, really, Mikasa's the only God tier person. Most of the time, you don't see Jean, or you never really see Krista do anything. You barely see Connie even use the ODM gear.
But
that is kind of what I'm saying, though, is that the top 10, despite being the top 10, they're just simply there because everyone's so goddamn incompetent. Well, potentially this is why. Everyone's so goddamn incompetent that the cream of the crop is still, struggling constantly.
But see, I think that that's the nature of the series, is that their soldiers die at such a alarming rate that they're constantly being replaced by rookies, right?
Cannon fodder, basically.
Yeah, like you're basically just hoping to have people to keep humanity going by throwing them right into the furnace.
There's a lot of scenes where you have like random character deaths. I'm talking about like literally it's the first time you see them is when they're dying type characters. They don't even make an attempt to fight for their lives. That's how like incompetent they are. They don't even try and jump or get in the maneuver gear. They're just looking in awe and like, oh, frozen.
The guy that Randy put up first that was like second only to Levi, I think his name was Mike.
Yeah.
Right? When you see that guy fight, you will believe that he's second to Levi. They depict it in such a way that he is able to tear through the Titans, and the only thing that makes it so that he loses his life is that the Beast Titan shows up and throws him for a fucking loop and chucks rocks and shit at him and puts him in a position where all of a sudden he doesn't know what to do, and he loses access to what he needs in order to survive.
And you're saying, because you've been saying it over and over, that Attack on Titan, its writing puts all these other tropes, to shame, but it has that trope with the Beast Titan to showcase how intelligent and how strong he is. When that's in every other like shonen and in every other story that we've seen is like,
what trope? What do you mean with the Beast Titan? You talking about with Mike or with?
Let's describe a character. He's super badass. To showcase this new and powerful threat.
Sure. Okay.
Let's kill him off.
Yes. So they have this concept. They refer to it a lot with the character of Worf in Star Trek. Worf is spent throughout the entire series that he's on screen being built up as being a badass, being strong, right? And then at a certain point in Star Trek, they introduce a new character, and he defeats Worf immediately. And the purpose of
Trunks defeating Frieza.
Yeah, it's a means of
Chad and Bleach. Yeah.
What do you call it?
I get the works. I do watch
power scaling.
Yeah, well, power scaling is one way to put it, but basically what it is like it is a lazy way, when done improperly, to try to elevate a character without effort, right? The thing that with Trunks that I think is so compelling, that's different, is that
he was from the future.
Is that Trunks is a Super Saiyan that for the audience, we have literally seen a Super Saiyan defeat Frieza.
Only once.
So the thing with him, it's not like just some random other character shows up. I think that there's enough of a buildup and intrigue with Trunks that the audience is left in an awe-filled moment of, I don't know who this is. And like, he handles himself very well. And I don't think it's the same thing. And this is the problem with it, is that it is so hard to articulate specifically what it is that creates the tipping point to where it works in one piece of media and not in another. And sometimes it could be something as stupidly simple as the camera angle utilized. You know what I mean? Like, if you show a character, but you spend all the time looking down on them, that subconsciously conveys that they're beneath you. If you show a character, but all the time the camera's looking up at them, that subconsciously conveys that they are a towering force to be reckoned with. right? It's as simple as that. Like, it can be the make or break scenario regarding whether or not something works or it falls flat. It is
I have a
so
question.
hard to properly convey stories like this.
So I have a question about Levi's squad. Would you say they're above the top 10?
Yes.
Right. So they got wiped out as well. So that's why, like, once all these different squads or whatever people that they associated with all get wiped out, that's where I got the impression I did of like, okay,
but they get wiped out by Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't.
They're completely out of their league.
Yeah.
And
this is a threat. Annie was a threat they have never faced before. So they're like God tier. And something if you pay attention, they mention like I think it's Petra. They're like has 10 kills to her name. 10, fucking 10. Right? That doesn't seem like a lot.
Yeah.
In the world of Attack on Titan, having 1 kill on a Titan is a badge of honor on your belt. 1. Like, having 10 is like unheard of. And it seems like you look at how Levi dispatches Titans and you think he's probably got thousands. In reality, it might be 40.
Maybe.
Just because we might even see most of the kills he's had. You know?
That's still,
if you
that
watch
doesn't necessarily like I agree, you know, Annie, you know, she's a big threat. I'm just saying that as far as we've gotten in the series so far, once again, that seems to be the results. Characters that aren't like the main characters that have been basically established, you know, you couldn't, I guess, rely on them surviving.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm using that viewpoint. It doesn't matter that, Annie was a big threat. That's the result we have right now. All except for, I guess, Marco have survived up to this point. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why
and the
I'm
thing
just
about
going
Marco,
to preemptively say, okay, so these
but that's the other
characters are dying.
thing. That's the other thing. The thing about Marco is that he likely would have survived with the rest of them. The reason he didn't is specifically because his teammates betrayed him.
Yeah.
I was confused during that one shot.
Yeah. So watch now. You can watch the Lost Girls OVA.
I can.
Yeah.
But
and that
question,
has that sequence that they flash to is longer in that.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, huh? Is he having a bipolar moment where he's saying Marco when Marco's not there?
I had this conversation with my wife, and I vehemently disagree with her interpretation. She is under the mindset that Reiner's split personality formed in the moment they betrayed Marco. I 100% disagree. I think he has experienced this from the beginning.
I think that would make sense because he decided to betray humanity, right?
Well, before you go any further, yes, you are right.
I'm right.
What?
You are right.
That it's from before.
It's from before. He has he
right.
has.
I'm assuming it's before because they knocked down the wall initially. That was before.
Don't say it. My wife told me don't say it. I wish she hadn't said it. So don't say it.
You had to, okay.
I'm gonna message you on Discord.
Bye, Reese. No.
I'm gonna pull up Discord and message you. Hold on.
Anyway, so he literally explains his reasoning in the show.
Let me message you real quick.
Quick verification dick pic.
Where is Reese? What is your? Here you are. Okay, I found you.
Yeah, he literally gives you the answer in the second season.
Okay. So I posted something in Discord.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. Go ahead and say what
when he and Reiner do the reveal.
Who and Reiner? Bertolt and Reiner?
Reiner. Bertolt and Reiner.
Okay.
He and Bertolt. Reiner. We were on a mission.
Yeah.
And then he has that mission from who knows where. He's basically has that mission and the Survey Corps mission as separate personalities.
Right.
That's where he's going.
It's pretty obvious in the show, When he's referring to himself as a soldier,
yes,
he is
versus
100% on the side of our heroes. When he refers to himself as a warrior,
yes,
he is working against our hero.
he's on the other one.
Yeah. He's on his other mission. Yeah.
I actually like him less knowing that he has the bipolar thing, because like you were saying, he seemed kind of like a dependable guy. And also, it doesn't help that I like his voice actor. Robert McCollum or whatever.
Every one of the characters is so well cast. So well done.
I'm trying to think of the characters. I tend to agree. There's something about Mikasa that just feels weird. I don't know if it's because I'm disposed to Kurisu, but like I feel like someone else could voice her and it would sound good.
Oh shit!
That's Kurisu.
I originally wanted Liam.
I've just ruined all the other seasons for you, haven't I? It'll be like Okabe.
Yeah, I originally wanted Liam O'Brien as Levi.
Who does he voice elsewhere?
Gara.
Gara.
No.
I watched Naruto in Japanese only, so
I still hate Aaron, but I've come to accept his Bryce Pappenbrook as his voice. I've come to accept that.
Just like I think they just cast him just because he was hot shit at the time. That's
what I would say.
I don't know. I had the very fortunate experience of it being the very first time I heard his voice.
If I heard him, I'd be like, "Oh God, no!"
I'd already seen him in Blue Exorcist, or heard him in Blue. He's the main character in Blue Exorcist.
This is my code.
It's just Ren. Okay, great. He's like just the exact same voice carried out.
For the record, I have seen like all three, and I think around the same time. So it was like, I didn't mind Bryce. I think I've heard it both. I've heard some clips in both Japanese and English, and it's like, I think the normal voice in Japanese is better, but his angry voice, surprisingly, is better in English. I don't know. It sounds so cringy.
He still doesn't know how to do a good monster voice somehow.
Dude, I've been looking for it. On my old iPhone, when I first started the Anime Collector channel, remember when iPhone released the slow-mo video? Where you can you can record a video and then you can choose the moment where it becomes slow and then goes back to normal speed or whatever. I recorded a video of my son playing with bubbles in the kitchen of the apartment I was living in when I had first moved after starting the Anime Collector channel, and I have a video recording of him just like excitedly exclaiming about bubbles like all around him, and it sounds exactly like Aaron's Titan yell. Exactly like it in slow motion. It is so funny. I have been for years waiting for the moment for me to tweet. I know how they got Aaron's Titan yell post, right? Like
you mean the sound effect, not Bryce?
Yeah, I mean the sound effect of that like echoey kind of like yeah, it sounds exactly like that. It is so fucking funny.
So I guess the final thing on Bryce Pappenbrook is my cope is that he's whiny and annoying. So I'll just lean more into it. So it's like, okay, I hate this guy and I hate this character, so that works now. Which to be clear, I don't actually have anything against Bryce Pappenbrook. But I don't know why. I don't like his style except for Blood Lad. He actually nailed Blood Lad for some reason.
What about Inosuke and Demon Slayer?
I can't even remember.
The guy with the boar head.
He's the boar head.
No, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember if he gave just the Bryce Pappenbrook or if there was something to it. I guess you'll have to ask me again when we watch season 2 or whatever.
Cool. Is it all right if I address some chats?
Sure.
So I don't know. This is where we left off. Ervin has a decade plus of experience. Armin is green.
By the way, did you zoom past the one where he brought up the thing where I said the thing?
The thing. Be more specific. So he said Ervin has a
bad thing.
Cool 2T said I'd be vindicated or something like that, and he mentioned it somewhere. I don't know if it's coming up.
I'm going in order, so it's probably coming up. So he said Ervin has a decade plus of experience. Armin is green. Why would Annie crush Reiner and not Armin? And then he said she was blonde, therefore it was Annie. Ymir might have known, but she was trying to lay low for Krista. So you're saying that because the female Titan was blonde, they knew it was Annie, right? In terms
There
of
were
like
other blonde Titans. Well, I guess
no, but I think this is when we were talking about how they deciphered it would be somebody one from the 104th, because when Armin says that suicidal maniac got himself killed or whatever, she crushed him under her feet or whatever, right? When he's tricking her into so that she doesn't kill Jean in that moment and he's able to escape, right? But I don't think it matters about Ymir in this situation. I don't think Ymir would necessarily know.
I don't even remember if Ymir was even in the
Isn't
shown.
She was in the first season, but
yeah, in the first. But I'm talking about in that
in the formation of that.
She was in the post, not the post credits, but it might as well be the post credits of defeating Annie, where it's like, or when they found her out, it's like, yeah, she looks just like her. I think that was Ymir saying that.
I don't know. We'll have to see. If she just refused and went back to her barracks, would Armin still have a case? Oh, referring to what in the alleyway. No, it was a gamble.
They were going underground or whatever.
Yeah, it was a gamble. And that's why I think is like, and I talk in my tweets about in the anime, there's a sequence where she asks, do you really think I'm good of that good of a person that I'll help you or something like that? And Armin says, I've never really put much stock in those labels, because when a person describes you as a good person, what they really mean is that you're the kind of person that helps them or something like that. So if that's the case, if you refuse to help us, then I would see you as a bad person. Then Annie says, all right. And Armin looks down and to the side with a worried almost look on his face. It's very subtle. It's only in the anime. It's not showcased in the manga. And then she says, let's go. And I wondered if that look down is him worried that he failed, or like, she saying, all right, I accept that you think I'm a bad person, but I'm still not helping you. Does all right mean that if she is going to help, that Armin now feels that it further vindicates his theory that she's the female Titan, and now he's feeling horrible about that? Or is he just feeling bad about manipulating her in that moment?
He did seem pretty bad about finding out that it was her or whatever.
Yeah, having to confirm it. And you can see, and I love how the show depicts this, where everybody except for Mikasa gives a shit that this revelation means that their friend has betrayed them. Right? Like, Mikasa's like, fuck it, I don't care. Let's kill her now. Right? Whereas everybody else, especially Eren, like when it comes to Reiner and Bertolt and Annie, like, he is fucking torn up about it, and he wants it to not be true. And he's specifically saying, like, you guys, you're just exhausted. No, please, that's not, come on, quit kidding around. You know, like, he's desperate for anything else to be the truth other than they're the traitors, you know? Kotati says Erwin is not as smart as Armin. Erwin has decade plus of experience. Armin is green. Erwin is not as smart as Armin. Do you mean to say that the other way? Did you mean to say Armin is not as smart as Erwin? Because that's what I thought you said until
Eren is not as smart as Armin. No,
I'm pretty sure he means Erwin. Uh-oh. Facebook can't stream anymore because we just crossed 8 hours. Whoops. Oh, well. Not even close. The age gap is just a clear way of conveying how smart Armin is based on what we know. Oh, so you're saying that Erwin has a decade plus of experience. Armin is green, and yet Armin is smarter than Erwin. Not even close. The age gap is just a clear way of conveying how smart Armin is based on what we know from seasons 1 and 2. eCapture says, I'm glad I'm hearing this discussion. It really does hit home on rewatch / reread how much effort Isayama put puts into properly constructing the series. So I don't know if this happened off podcast or during last podcast, but I was recently shook to my core to learn that Hajime Isayama did not work on Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress.
I think it was off podcast. I think it was
for
off
some
podcast.
goddamn reason. I was convinced, like everybody describes it as the Attack on Titan clone from the creators of Attack on Titan, right? I always assumed that it was Hajime Isayama made Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress when people said that, and not, oh yeah, Wit Studio also did this in the meantime while they were waiting. Like, that Mandela effect shaking me to my core when I learned that off podcast when Reese and I were talking.
Yeah, it's the classic Funimation saying from the the creators of like 50 shows that you're like,
from
wow,
the
I didn't know
creators
he
of
made
Full Metal
those.
Alchemist. Oh wow, who created it? Really? That's amazing. A producer might have been Funimation on the
from the producers of Your Name.
Dude, putting the discs in from season 1 to rip them, it says on the cover of both of season 1, part 1 and 2, from the director of Death Note, and I'm like, that's an obscure thing to plug, but I mean,
and High School of the Dead, they had that in the trailers.
So it's kind of interesting. I was saying this to Greenline that on my anime list now, popularity just simply means users have it like on their list.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean
users have
their score. And Death Note, I believe, still number 1, and Attack on Titan's number 2, or last I checked.
We haven't done Death Note for a watch club, right?
Let's see.
I don't think so.
I don't think we have.
But what I'm getting at is that this director is responsible for, I guess, the 2 most popular My Anime list
Attack
anime.
on Titan is number 1, Death Note is number 2.
Okay, so I guess they swapped since last I
One
checked.
Punch Man is 4, and Demon Slayer is number 5.
Hold up. Attack on Titan is 1.
Season 1. Yeah, Attack on Titan Season 1 is most popular.
Wow.
Then Death Note, then Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, then One Punch Man, and then Demon Slayer Season 1. Then Sword Art Online.
I mean, Demon Slayer really throws the rest of that into perspective, doesn't it?
And then 7 is My Hero Academia Season 1.
Wow. I'll just say, I feel a lot of the same writing mechanics from Death Note as I do in the first season, especially of Attack on Titan. I think Attack on Titan captures what Death Note does really well, and does a hell of a lot of other things really well on top of
that. Sorry. Most popular is most people have seen. Most favorited is a different metric.
So real quick, I just want to finish up this comment here. I was shocked not only to learn that, because Reese and I were wondering, like, has he announced he's doing anything else? So I went to look it up, thinking that I would see at least Attack on Titan and Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress. Attack on Titan is the only thing Isayama has ever done.
It would have to be if you're going to make the red string board on all of these plot points and stuff, right?
Yeah.
You basically
I can't imagine doing something else after this. And we were discussing, like, would you, if you were Isayama, just stop? It prints money. Probably you're good to go for the rest of your life.
Your kids are good to go.
If you even bothered to try to do another story,
it would always be compared to be
your magnum opus will always overshadow it. Like, I can't imagine the amount of effort put into this series. I cannot imagine.
Watch, he spends the next 20 years playing out something and then releases it.
I am so hoping that that's what's happening, because the amount of effort put into this is from a creative, possibly largely autistic
freaking high school too, didn't he?
Fucking incredible what he's done. Like, I don't know if he fell into a vat of drugs and had like this existential, like, out of body experience that grafted into his brain some fantastical story that he put to paper here, or what. But it is probably the single greatest piece of fiction I've ever experienced in my life. It is so compelling, and every step of the way, every person involved on the team has knocked it out of the park.
Except the person who made the executive decision for the CG Titan.
Well, the only thing I would say about the CG in season 2, and I'm hoping, I don't think it really makes an appearance in season 3, other than maybe the Colossal Titan. But I would like at some point in my life to pay Studio Wit to do a remastered version where every shot with the horses is hand drawn, every shot with the Colossal Titan is hand drawn, and then boom, we're done. It is now a masterpiece, and we can all die happy. And thank fucking God, Josh Greeley transitioned after it was over.
No. The final one, I think.
Yeah, that's what we brought this up when because they were simul-dubbing the final season when he did that.
So I believe the credits in that one will say Jesse James Greeley.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Good thing Jesse and James are both male names as well. All right. So the Japanese concept of wifey might be different from the West, so it's less clear to us. Regarding what? Krista was in top 10 due to Ymir. She used her cuteness to get to the top.
I think he's was
Krista above Aaron in the rankings? I don't believe so. I bet she was probably the bottom.
Yeah, I'm pretty
sure. You mean because she's better at ODM gear than him?
Oh.
I think Aaron was like 5th.
Yeah. I think Annie was like in the top.
That's what
3.
his comment was. He said someone picked up ODM gear like immediately. Or is that what he meant by the Ape Titan? Like, is this a meme? He's saying he physically, literally picked up the ODM gear instantly? Is that what he means?
Did the time gap between seasons 1 and 2 help the show? The question is, how much of a time gap is there?
Yeah, I wasn't.
I mean, what time gap are you talking about?
Because
in the show or
Reiner
airing the show?
Oh, that's a good question. See, this is the problem with the show, is that it's like every question can apply to so many different things. So
I don't think there was a time gap. I don't think there was a time gap.
Well, there is a minor one, I think, because Aaron looks older, and so does Mikasa and Armin. They look a little tiny bit older, to the point where if you look at season 1 and then you look at season 2, last episode of season 1, and you immediately go into season 2, there's a distinct difference in how the characters look.
The outline is slightly less thick.
Well, it's subtle, but it's there, you know?
Airing gap, he says.
Airing gap. Do I think that the time
from 2017 2013
was it that massive?
2013.
It was. I was on Mal when I was checking it off, and it said 2017. I'm like, oh, I thought it was 2015. That was junior high, I guess.
God damn.
I'm pretty sure. April 2013 for season 1. And then
I'm guessing they gapped it a little bit because of
shit, he's right. It is
because of
good lord.
I'm guessing they gapped it due to Izayama
even as someone
needing to write more, so that they.
No, I remember the gap too.
Well, I definitely remember the gap, feeling like an eternity and wondering when it was going to come out and everything. And then we got junior high. Even if I hadn't started watching it.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think I probably watched it in like 2015.
Even then,
it felt like an eternity. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad I didn't watch season 1 while it was airing.
This is why I held off until the final season. I'm like, okay, because having season 1 in isolation for that long, like, no wonder I had all this animosity, which I still do, because I think it's going to turn to shit. But, but yeah, that's why I was so frustrated that we got so cucked out of, like, I think I summed it up somewhere. Yeah, I have a little summary somewhere. They got attacked, referring to like getting attacked by the Titans at the start. They trained and they joined the Scouts. They got attacked and Aaron died. Aaron came back as a Titan. Aaron plugged a hole in the wall. Where is it? Plugged a hole in the wall as a Titan. They tried to work with Aaron in the field. They got betrayed. They failed to catch Annie. Aaron loses as a Titan to Annie. They save Aaron. They failed to catch Annie. They caught and defeated Annie, and she didn't give them anything by the end. They even like verbally say that, I think.
I think they they argue like they're frustrated that they got jack squat, and then I think Ervin says,
and then Irvin's like,
"We've leaped by leaps and bounds."
Why do you keep putting a V in his name to W?
Because it's the German pronunciation.
Oh yeah, whatever.
I thought it was Irving. I can't tell. I'm not reading the subs, right?
So E. Castro said, "What's even more astonishing is how well the OPs and EDs were integrated to be able to deliver a lot of Easter eggs for readers of the manga at the time, meaning people who were further along in the series because they've been reading the manga. By the way, what do you think about the ending theme for season 2, huh? We're able to deliver a lot of Easter eggs for readers of the manga at the time, but which also add a lot to the anime watchers. I remember having been caught up with the manga at the time, and it was astonishing. It really felt like they were 100% on top of the material and going the extra mile to adapt it for anime as a medium. Absolutely. Okay, Hit Girl. Is this were you saying this before I even brought up Hit Girl, or what? Is this in reference to some other thing?
What's the next?
Castro says, I've suspected Izayama must have had an outline ahead of time for this series, like how Oda does for One Piece, but it could also be he's that brilliant. I think the dude is probably like mondo autistic. Like,
there's no way he didn't at least have a conspiracy board, okay? Here's the thing. Think of it from his perspective, because it seems insane. But if you zoom out,
he says
if
he says he could also be that he's brilliant, that he could write it monthly with such foresight.
I think that's pushing it. He had to at least have some idea of where it's going to end up, at least. But I think what happens is, think from his perspective, you establish all the rules of the mechanics of the Titans and everything, and you have to try and peel back. Well, not peel back. You have to cover up aspects of it. And it's like, how am I going to distribute this? And then you go, okay, here. And then you kind of build around that. Or at least that's how I'd probably do it.
I'm sorry. So say that again.
Oh my god. Let's see.
I'm the deaf one.
Jesus Christ. How did I start that phrase again?
You were talking about the structure for how you think.
Okay, sorry. You establish all the rules for like how Titans work and everything, or the walls, whatever. You have those rules, and then you are working to cover up one aspect of each part of it at a time. Then you distribute those aspects throughout the series, as in like when they're uncovered, and then you kind of fill in the gaps of how you get from point A to point C.
I totally understand your perspective, given what you've seen so far. But as you get through season 3 and then start season 4, I fully suspect that you will be in as much awe as the rest of us are over how he was able to write this story.
I'm still saying, though, that's how you get to that if it gets even more crazy.
And also remember, you're not even halfway through the story yet.
Oh, goddamn craziness about to come out. Would she survive the infection? Is this in reference to Hit Girl? I'm not sure. Okay, so he did plan it out that way. I definitely should look into interviews with him to see his writing process. I saw a picture of him the other day, and he kind of looks like a Titan. Like, he's not a bad-looking guy, but he looks like he's put himself into the work as a Titan.
Dude, Arako Under the Bridge, the woman who made it, she designed the kappa after her real appearance of all characters.
Kotichi says FDDM use X-Mind. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, it's cool to hear.
Yeah, follow up and tell me what X-Mind is.
I definitely need to see. Click deeper in how he writes. Okay, you must have adjusted what you were saying. LOL. That's his emergency bottle. Why isolate if one cut is all it would take, like the Thing movie? The 90-10 rule. Why
is he saying isolate like the characters at the start of season 2?
If one cut, I think he means a cut as in like a camera cut. Is that what you mean?
But by the way, I think I know what he's talking about. X-Mind. Let's see. I assume he means the flowchart software. I did solve that problem at some point. Obsidian is an absurdly great note-taking program. You can use it fully offline, have all your documents local, but it links. You can link literally a word, and it will link back to a document you link it to. So I can put, like, say, for example, the Colossal Titan. You click on the word the Colossal Titan, and it has all the things that you want, the information, and you can click on that. You can say he's from Chungus district.
So it's kind of like Wikia, or like how Anime News Network like hyperlinks every time you
could
mention
say
the show,
that,
it
yeah.
goes to
And you
the-
can also make flow charts. So you can make a flow chart that has the clickable link or whatever, and then it takes you to the full information. So that's why it's amazing. I highly recommend that.
So this information here, why isolate if one cut is all it would take, like the Thing movie, the 90-10 rule. I think maybe you're referring to show don't tell. 90-10 showing, 10% tell. I don't know. There are plenty of god tier characters that died. Even Ewan and Levi got hurt. Did Footnum watch the OVAs?
Not yet.
Okay. Your mission, should you choose to accept it before you start
That's what I was
season 2.
planning to do after it anyway.
So just keep in mind, the last OVA on that list, you have to watch at the end of season 3.
Season 3.
Okay, you can watch everything else beforehand.
You watch 7 episodes, don't watch the 8.
Ecatch says, I think it's just that ODM gear is quite difficult to use. Plus, they are all basically conscripts. The main characters and major side characters are the ones with extreme motivation to improve. Yes. So the people who got to the top of their class are the only, like, they had a burning mission in their heart to make them strive to put in the effort to get there. Whereas no matter how studious you are, how much you practice, without that burning reason why you're doing something, you're not ever going to reach the level of greatness as that top 10 people.
Yeah, I brought that up more as an observation and as a way to convey why I'm just going to outright write off characters and be like, okay, so this person's more than likely dead within however much time.
So Kotichi says, abnormal titans take out pros all the time. I'll just say this, from what I've seen all the way through season 3, there are some characters for which I'm waiting for them to die, only because I don't see a purpose of them remaining in the story in terms of, like, for example, as of season 2, the characters that I can look at and say, yes, there's a reason that they're not dead yet, and there's a reason there's going to be more, is Armin, Aaron, Mikasa, and Krista, right? Like, I love Jean. He's my favorite character in the series. He could die at any moment, and it would make sense, right?
Which
Connie,
I'll tell you this.
I'm surprised he's not dead yet. You know what I mean? Like, he's the Krillin of the group.
Oh, no. I've been since catching up with season 1 and season 2.
In more ways than one.
Oh, my. I gotta say, if I had to distill the characters, I'd kind of be... Oh, God.
Sorry, go ahead.
If I had to distill the characters, I think I agree with you that I think I do like John the most. If it wasn't for, I guess, say, like, Reinhard being bipolar and unreliable, it's like, oh, damn it.
Like, he'd probably be your favorite character if he was fully on board with the team you're rooting for, right?
And it was just like a moral ambiguity thing or something like that.
So, Kultisi says, abnormal titans take out pros all the time. One thing to note is that senior officers like Mike are notably older, so you know they survived quite a bit, on top of seeing them be able to combat titans more coolly until put in extreme scenarios. Like most of the new recruits are teenagers, as far as I know. Levi's squad being wiped out by Annie is definitely a huge exception, and I think Levi's existence warps our perception. Also, Aaron celebrating about his first kill is funny, in my opinion, but adds perspective. Yeah, I 100% think, because you barely see any of the cadets kill any Titan other than Mikasa. And Mikasa, if you haven't figured it out yet, is an Ackerman. Levi is also an Ackerman, and there is something specifically special about their bloodline that I'm expecting will become more important as the series progresses, right? So they have like a reflex, like a much better reflex, almost like a spider sense that the other characters don't get to have, right? And so he's right. You barely see anybody. Like, I can't remember if I've ever seen Connie kill anyone. The only people I've seen Connie kill are like the wooden boards with like the neck thing.
My only, while we're talking about Mike, my only problem, I think, with that entire sequence of events and how his final moments played out was the fact that they had to compare him. Oh, he's next. He's only second to Levi. It's like, if you
that was Mike?
said that he's only second to Levi, like, if he's just an elite soldier, it's the fact that I'm putting up
think
to
about
that
this,
level
though.
of standard.
Again,
I have.
the perspective of the person delivering that line is that he's second to Levi. Like the only person I look up to more is Levi, right? It's not necessarily information that the audience should receive and say, oh, nobody's as good as Mike other than Levi, right? Because Mikasa, I don't know, might be better than Mike, right? That person delivering that line has never fucking met Mikasa, right? So like, I just...
Right. But it's being delivered to the characters. It's also being delivered to the audience.
To the audience, yes, 100%. And that's what I'm saying when I say that if you've ever read A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin, he lies to the viewer through characters all the time. And you have to be paying attention because it's a deliberate thing. Characters tell lies to themselves, like Ymir. Right. And the way that the books are written for Game of Thrones is like very particular, where you get clues about these lies occasionally. And there's information that you have to constantly be piecing together in order to get a perception of the story. And that's part of the brilliance of the way that he writes, is that the details need to be verified. Like, you need 2 to 3 sources before you can trust something to be true. It's just like, it's a very advanced form of writing that is almost exclusively reserved for very, very complicated novels like George R.R. Martin writes. And so I feel like we're getting to experience some degree of this level of writing from something in a medium that we don't normally get to experience it in. And again, I just think, like, I completely understand your argument. And I feel as though in other situations, I would agree with it. If not for the show having like so much brilliance baked into what it's doing and how it's conveying it at each step, that for me, I look at this and I do view it as an earned crutch or whatever versus other things using it in lieu of providing good writing.
Regarding this comment, let's see. Squad being wiped out by Annie. So once again, though, despite them being, once again, it wasn't about them being a huge exception and all this stuff. The ones who survive is Mikasa and what's his goddamn it, Levi. Levi Mikasa.
Mm-hmm.
The other 3 or whatever, they weren't as established as Levi. So them dying perfectly aligns with basically.
So you're talking about Petra, Oruo or whatever his name was, the guy who bites his tongue when he's riding the horse, and those people, right?
The only substantial time you really are introduced to them is when they're taking Aaron to task or whatever, but Levi has been way more established in other ways, especially being heralded as prolific and everything as well.
See, I think that the show actually does a good job setting up why they die in that moment, though, because these people, although they're part of the Levi squad and are fucking able to hold their own and they've got multiple kills under their belt, right? They're used to fighting out in the open, right? Like where the thing that they're anchoring their ODM gear is the Titan itself. All of a sudden, they've entered into the forest, which is not a place they would normally go into. They specifically articulate in the show that they are apprehensive about going in there, but Erwin says, no, we're going straight fucking through. Because that's the goddamn point. They have the trap set up there.
Well, I'm not contesting that, though.
I'm just saying that at any moment, the Titans, there could be Titans within the forest, right? That for the characters, right? This the perspective is that this is not a place they would ever enter otherwise, because the danger is too great, right? So now they're put in a situation where their ODM gear is being used around trees. It's a place where they're not as like they're not as experienced and having lots of training. And as Cool to T put it, abnormals kill the pros all the fucking time. Annie is not only an abnormal, she's intelligent and an abnormal to that degree.
Yep.
So she's not only faster, more focused, but she's able to protect her weak spots. She's able to grab the things.
I found that kind of obnoxious.
Off,
how like so much of the fight was just like, oh, covering my weak spot and stuff. It's like, oh, okay.
I love the part where she's just swinging the one around, just like strolling down the street, just twirling her like.
Yeah, and it like shows in slow motion, and he's like,
yeah.
like just.
I don't know why I just love that shot of her just like not just her from the front, just walking, twirling that thing. Like this is just everyday girl walking down the street.
Have you seen the like TikTok of the person dressed up in the full bodysuit like I wore for the Trump thing? And they're wearing it and they're just swinging a toy.
Once again, though, this is all I'm just saying is that I'm recognizing this pattern and seems to be true so far. I don't know.
So
pattern recognition is racist.
Kutsi says Annie also knew their entire modus operandi. They didn't know hers. So she knew how they operate with the ODM gear. And for them, they were not sure what to expect or what she was capable of, or the fact that she could protect herself with the hardened. Yeah.
They weren't aware they were fighting with a giant soldier.
So one thing that I feel betrays the writing a little bit, and maybe if I rewatch the first season with it pretty fresh in my mind still, I will realize how they were setting this up. But how they didn't even introduce Annie until they were in the field, right?
No, they had the one-on-one combat training. They showed Annie kick Reiner's ass.
No. I'm sorry. I meant they didn't show the female Titan.
Right. Yeah.
Until they were in the field. So how did they know to set up the trap?
That's what I was saying. That's why I had the memory of. I thought they had a plan specifically for the Titan, which I still think they did, but I don't know how they came.
I don't think they were specifically looking for a trap for Annie. They were looking for.
Why would they prepare that for the quote-unquote traitor, though?
Yeah, anybody traitor, and they just happened to catch.
They had all that for like presumably a human.
Actually,
I think so.
Actually, the Lost Girls OVA might explain where the intel came from. Now that I think about it,
are you talking about the intel that came in season 2?
Well, so I don't think this is too much of a spoiler for the OVA, but that sequence takes place right before Annie kills
Sonny
and Bean, the Titans they had in captivity. And during that arc, she transforms just her arm in order to get out of a situation where somebody's trying to kidnap her or something. So she uses the ring and transforms, and her arm just like erupts in the carriage. And so she immediately like detaches and like it evaporates into steam and everything. But you could argue that intel about that incident got to Commander Ervin and that he set things up because of that. That would be the best case if I'm really trying to cover their ass on the writing. And that story about the Lost Girl was written by somebody that's not Isayama. It's a short story or something written by somebody else that later got adapted into an OVA and became canon or whatever. And it's good. Don't get me wrong.
I think it's 2 novels.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the Cruel Mistress of the City novels that are separate but are kind of part of the universe, right? And then, yep, that's a good point about the MO thing. Hold on. Levi being wiped out by Annie is definitely a huge exception. Levi squad, right? I think Levi's existence warps our perception. Also, Aaron celebrating about his first girl's funny adds perspective. I know, as it sets up this next one. Because he's really good at using ODM, Yet up to this point, never Aaron was able to kill a Titan himself. Yeah.
Never even was able to. Yeah.
Marco was not eaten. So what? So again, don't tease me. Do not tease me. Because when you see him, he looks something. I thought like maybe he got the plague or I don't fucking know. There's something so viscerally different about the way he looks when you see. Yes, that when you see that,
half his face got eaten off and all the blood drained out of it, and now he's pale.
I guess, but it's just like something about it is so crazy. Like maybe a cannon. The only thing else I can think of is he got too close to a cannon going off, and it took off half his head, right, and his body, and left him there. Right, that's the only other thing I can think of. LOL FDM. I don't know what that was a reference to. That was like an hour ago.
What
FDM is based.
What
Even though
happened to
there's
me?
no N every time Cool writes your name, he forgets the N. I watched Blood Lad after Attack on Titan. No, that's what you mean. I mentioned it twice. FDM reacted. It was about the ODM gear. Was Armin looking down just added manipulation? Maybe. Like it's one of those things where it's like subtle details like that can be interpreted a lot of ways. Cabaneri is so sick. It's pretty funny that Isayama didn't work on it, considering how much of the aesthetics Wit brought over.
I mean, when you animate Attack on Titan, you get a pretty good grasp on the aesthetics. But
yeah, I really like the first episode of that show that I watched. I didn't finish it. Like I set it aside for something else at the time. But I would really like to watch Cabaneri the Iron Fortress at some point.
So I missed it. Why is Vietnam based? I stepped away for a second.
I think it was in reference to the Blood Lad. About saying that Bryce Papenbrook's voice is perfect for Blood Lad. Yeah.
I thought Blood Lad was pretty mid, to be honest.
I'd like to watch it at some point.
Blood Lad was fun. I don't think it's gonna like move mountains.
I understand if Isayama wants to not make another story. It would be cool if he did write something else, though. Maybe he could work on a new project under a pseudonym. It would probably be his best bet to avoid his own legacy. LOL. Yeah, definitely.
Watch him do like something like Kaguya Love is War, where it's a romance with all this stuff.
I don't know, man. I mean, you know what show has a really well-written story is Bakano and Durarara. In terms of like, that's a very advanced form of writing as well, where you've got so many different perspectives that all converge.
Yeah.
Like, that's another show that has a brilliant genius level of writing.
Yeah. You're kind of preaching to choir on this one for me.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for echoing my opinions.
I did enjoy Bakano, yeah.
Airing Gap, referring to the gap we were talking about.
Yeah.
The Beast Titan was able to use ODM gear after just seeing it. Don't know about that.
Hold up, he used it? I would love to see.
I'd love to see the
Titan.
giant, like, just like.
Yeah. Wonder what he was doing for all
I want a movie with King Kong and a jetpack.
The Gap made season 2 peak, in my opinion, because it escaped the shadow of the first season. Interesting thought. I honestly had forgotten about that Gap. That explains why I picked up the manga so early, I guess. I said Hit Girl was as good as a good girl boss portrayal before you. Okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense, FDDNM. The way he unfolds the mystery box definitely seems like it had to be set up way beforehand. The mom's infection from the Titan bite.
Infection?
Are you referencing my... is this Connie's mom, and you're referencing me talking about...
I think he's talking about the Sasha mom, maybe.
Oh. Do they get infected? Like, because I thought maybe this was about me talking about
I'm pretty sure that's
Walking
not
Dead.
a thing.
Yeah. 90-10, as in we are watching the top 10%, ignoring the 90%. What show was he talking about? Oh, The Thing? We're watching the top 10. Oh, the top 10% of people. Yeah. So in the thing, they show you the people who survived the encounter. Everybody else died, is what I think you're getting at.
Yeah.
Also, watch party when? Can we fucking watch The Thing? I would goddamn love that. I've never sat down and watched it.
Oh.
Let's not have subtitles for a very specific part at the very beginning with the Norwegians because that ruins the goddamn story. I hear.
Really?
Have you guys
I wanna
seen
see
the
it
thing?
how it was? I have not seen
I
it,
haven't
but
seen
I'd
it.
rather
We-
see how it was
Okay.
intended.
No. There's a twist in the movie. When the characters first come to the area,
Well,
a bunch of guys are talking to them in another language, and they spoil the twist. And so when the movie got released in Norway, the twist is spoiled in the opening.
Oh no!
So they
Yeah.
weren't originally supposed to know.
You're not supposed to hear what they're saying because you're not supposed to be able to understand Norwegian
Okay.
or whatever.
So
Yeah.
then they-
So I'm just saying, let's make sure that
subtitles
when
say
we put the
speaking in
subtitles
Norwegian.
on for our watch party, that
Yeah,
we do
that's-
not let that part be subtitled if the subtitles put subtitles there.
Yeah, it has it say. speaking
It'll just say
Norwegian.
speaking Norwegian. You know. Can Jean even die? I don't know. Plot armor. The only other manga writer I can think of consistently writes unreliable character colored perspectives is Togashi past Chimera Ant arc. Oh, unreliable character perspective, meaning that that what you're receiving is the incorrect perspective because the character is giving you a flawed perspective of it in their interpretation intentionally.
Real quick, I just remembered some random thought that I didn't have noted down. But you know how you were talking about how you go back to season 1 and it's like a lot of new things are recontextualized and all that stuff. The things that I already knew because I'd seen season 1 actually kind of had the opposite effect. It was kind of like, you know how you said like, oh, the mystery's spoiled, so it's like you're losing the enjoyment. It kind of felt like that with me. How it's like I was just it felt like it was dragging with the whole air and suspense. It's like that Titan's acting kind of funky, and I'm just like, oh, kill me, or whatever. But hopefully the other things don't do that.
E. Castro says definitely worth catching up to Hunter x Hunter to experience the peak of what's possible in manga. I'd also add World Trigger. Really, I've not heard good things about that. I don't think
It's been fine for the.
I'd like to see
bit
it.
of anime.
I don't know. You've piqued my curiosity here, E. Castro.
Probably gonna be hard to watch it with the English dub. Can't like tapping out for the midsection of the anime and then coming back in.
I can watch it in Japanese. That's cool. Daisuke Ashihara has done incredible work writing that. Cool.
By the way, the Ocean Group dubbed World Trigger, which is one of their most recent dubs. So I will be watching it with the dub, and then dipping into sub and back into the dub.
Berserk is up there too, but I think that's a given. LOL.
Yeah, I think that's still like number one on my list.
In
I don't
terms
think
of writing.
Well, like
for manga popularity.
For like manga popularity kind of thing.
Yeah, honestly, man, like
top rated, most popular. Top most popular.
It's pretty good. I
Most
definitely
favorite.
think that Attack on Titan outshines it in terms of like.
How much have you read of Berserk though?
I'm pretty far in.
How
But
far
I'm
is
just
pretty
saying,
far?
I'm just saying that I think that in terms of the writing, like the story is really good, but I think that Attack on Titan does a better job in the sense that Isayama knows how to keep your attention and hook you and make consequential action and stuff in a way that I feel like Kentaro Miura, although he is fantastic about it, I think that his skill set is lopsided in that he is such a profoundly incredible artist that I think that his writing, although he's also really fucking good at that, just can't live up to that. Whereas I feel like it's opposite for Isayama, where his writing is so goddamn good and his art it's passable, right? It's not terrible. Like it's not like Togashi scribbling out something because his back hurts, right? I think that in terms of writing alone, I don't think Berserk hits the level that Attack on Titan does on writing alone. Absolutely, the whole package is like that's god tier. Like that, the artwork takes that so far beyond that nobody will ever touch that level of artwork, right? But I just think that in terms of story, if we're just looking at story, I think Attack on Titan might deliver better.
If your anime planet is correct, you've only read 17 volumes.
It's not correct. because I didn't add the stuff I read when we did our watch.
Well, if you're thinking about spoiling, Reese, I've only seen the anime Berserk stuff, so
Yeah, that's like that goes up to like volume 28 or something.
So E. Castro says, I thought they had the wire ballista equipment for trapping Titans on hand and set up the plan to get Annie after Armin informed them when they met up at the forest. Possible. I don't know. I have to rewatch it. Like this is the problem with a show or a series is that sometimes you have to retroactively justify a plot hole, right?
Yeah.
And
like
if a show
how they show plans after the thing happened, they show them planning. It kind of screws with your timeline in your head.
For sure. Yeah. And I think obviously when it comes to a property you like, you're going to bend over backwards more, obviously, in order to justify
sweep stuff under the rug.
Right. For sure. And I do think, like, again, I have to really go back and rewatch to really know, but I think that this show above all else is like, there's so few imperfections that it's, you don't have to forgive much. But if that doesn't have anything contextualized in the show, then yeah, that one is a pretty big glaring plot point. That for this show is when L pinpoints that Kira must be in Japan. Like the plot demands it. The audience is meant to accept it, right?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, that image of Marco makes me sick. Sheesh, yeah. I don't really know about the World Trigger anime. I've only seen some cuts from season 3, but I stand by the manga's quality. Nice. I thought the Beast Titan shifted in season 2. What do you mean?
I think he's saying they accidentally spoiled that the Beast Titan has used the gear, but I don't think that's actually
no. That doesn't. That definitely doesn't happen in season 2.
So no, when he says shifted, this is a term that we've seen in action. Is when Aaron turns into Titan. They call that. They call that shifting.
At the very end, we see the character whose name I won't say with the glasses, peeking out from the back, like he's coming out of.
Yeah, but that's not shifting. Shifting is going into.
Okay, so regressing.
But just
unshifting.
Once again, I believe he's only saying this because he spoiled to me that he uses the ODM gear. Now, to be fair to his point,
I honestly don't remember him using it even in the later series.
In this scenario, maybe he's just saying because the Beast Titan comes into fruition here, that's where it started. It's like, he's justified because he grabbed the ODM gear.
I think what he meant to say, like he understood the mechanisms and what the ODM gear is for immediately by looking at it. I think that's what he's trying to say instead of using it.
I can't remember. I didn't say he used it. I just said he understood it. That's what he meant to say. That's how he meant to articulate. Yeah.
I called it.
Ekash said that's a fair assessment. I think a lot of what Miura can achieve is told through the image. Absolutely. Like the experience of watching Berserk is a visual medium for a lot of it. Yes, there are plot points, but they're just not as like dire and demanding your attention as Attack on Titan is, right? Like stuff happens in Berserk. Like he kills that little boy when he sees him kill the guy he's sent to assassinate by Griffith, and it fucks with guts. Like it really messes with him that he had to kill that kid, or that he killed somebody that turned out to be a kid and it's messed with him, right? That he killed somebody who was actually innocent, and I think partially because of the rape and stuff he suffered as a child, that killing that kid makes him relive sort of his helplessness as a child when he was put in situations as unfair as that situation, and that really fucked him up. Like there's some great writing in there, 100%, and it might even be deeper, really, than Attack on Titan. Yeah, well, like don't get me wrong, I don't mean to downplay it at all. I just think that from the perspective of the audience, in writing something that keeps me invested, like in page after page after page, right? I just think Isayama is just gifted. He's fucking gifted at it. And I gotta say, one of the things about AI that I'm really excited about in the future is that at some point, I will be able to direct entire movies with actors who were born and died in times where the other actors on screen didn't exist yet. Right? Like I will be able to have Freddie Mercury leading a movie if I fucking want to. And it's just really awesome to be able to get AI to the point where you could see what it could have been. For example, if Studio Wit animated all of Berserk or something to that effect, right? That's the thing I am the most excited about in the future. Story written by a living beats story written by a dead guy. I didn't say he used it. I just said he understood it. Guts is a horrible assassin.
That's what I said in the anime when he used his big ass sword. I'm like, really subtle.
Guts should be the main character in Assassin's Creed Shadows instead. Well, I don't want to rehash this right now, but I think that the thing about sending Guts was a cruel thing from Griffith to begin with. Also, I just want to point out that we have now Attack on Titan has caused this to be the longest podcast we have ever done.
Not yet.
Not yet. Which one was longer?
We have a minute.
It was Berserk, wasn't it? That one Berserk episode is longer.
No, what about it wasn't Vexil, was it?
No.
There's one where I dipped out and you were definitely
still going by the time you woke up.
The manifesto.
I can pull it up. I've got the
I got it right here. Hold on. Move tab.
I almost forgot that I have some pictures, and a lot of them are like
I literally pulled it up just because I was curious.
Yeah, so I have on the summary tab.
Yeah,
I have a list of these are the ones that are under 4 hours. And these are all of them, I think, or organized by time.
Right here.
Yeah.
I got it.
Berserk. I can get it off.
Damn.
8 hours, 47 minutes, and 46 seconds.
I like to think
crossed it.
interspecies reviewers was that long because of the Watch Club, and you were just philosophizing about all.
No, I think that was because Pharaoh was on that episode, and we had that all going first.
We had a couple podcasts with interspecies reviewers too.
It's being an honor being here. Here for this
so
occasion.
So
He's
let's
leaving.
We have not yet discussed the scene.
Oh God.
Well, hold up.
Oh, sweet.
Green Line is leaving, right?
I'm not. I said like we were talking about like, oh yeah, it's the longest podcast, and it's like, oh, thank you. It's been an honor being here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were dipping out.
So I'd like.
I'm gonna stick it out and freaking.
I'm glad we started early.
Oh, you know what? Here's something else that I really love about the show, design-wise. The fucking outfits with like the extremely detailed crests on their back.
Yeah.
Where else do you get that shit in anime? That shit looks so fucking good.
We got the cross swords for the Kazettes, the wings for
the design
Corps.
sense is so intelligent at every level. Like you never look at something and go, "What the fuck is that?" You know what I mean? Like it's so fucking brilliant.
That Titan that looks like that nose thing. That was my reaction.
I feel like that was a
that was a
feature,
throw. That
not
was
a
that was a nod to Berserk.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece. Shut up, right? So I want to talk about the part where they reveal that Ryan is the armored Titan. Right, and that Bertolt's the colossal Titan, right? So in the manga, they still frame it in the middle of this conversation with Hanji and Moblet. So it's still kind of happening here, and you see as they're walking and they're getting further and further away, and off in the background, impossible to miss, is the speech bubbles, right? Whereas in the show, they do it like this.
Blink your ears and you miss it.
They're talking, right?
I hear nothing.
Yeah, of course. They're talking. They're getting further away. They reveal it in this wide shot coming up.
Right.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna cut in with audio here, so you can really hear it.
He's the big penis titan. I'm the slightly less big penis titan.
I'm the rock hard titan.
He's the circumcised titan, not the cut titan. Okay, here comes, right? Moblet, listen to the voices.
I don't hear anything.
You didn't hear that at all?
Very quiet.
Okay. I just want to point out, he says, I'm the armored titan. He's the colossal. By the time he even says he's the colossal, Bertolt's basically off screen.
Yeah.
This is so fucking amazing in terms of this is I think meant to be jarring and shocking and almost underwhelming. Like you as a viewer are like jaws hitting.
You're not expecting that. You're not expecting it at all.
It's not so much that you're not expecting them to be those Titans.
You're not expecting
you
it to be
can't
announced
believe
right
they
here.
just revealed it in such a nonchalant way.
Right. Yeah.
Right. That kicks you in the ass.
You expect some big reveal like that to have music blaring, like dynamic shots all over the place,
Yeah.
or something. Not just
It
like some
almost
throwaway
feels like
walking
an
away
afterthought. And they do it in the shadow of a character that you don't even remember from season 1, Ymir, showing up and revealing that she is a Titan as well.
Yeah.
Right? They do it in the shadow of that.
Yeah.
That's fucking
showing
insane.
a new abnormal, and then showing who she is immediately.
Kick off the entire fucking series. Like, literally everything that happens in this series is because these fuckers started all of it.
Basically, yeah.
They reveal it to you like it doesn't goddamn matter.
It's not a big secret or anything.
That shit kicks you in the ass so fucking hard that you are left jaw on the floor. And what fucking happens right after this reveal? Commercial break. Fucking commercial break. All right, this is the only tweet I'm gonna read. The anime makes a fascinating directorial choice in handling Reiner's confession. While the manga clearly presents the I'm the armored titan in an unmissable speech bubble, the anime deliberately makes this line difficult to hear. Not just by capturing it in a wide shot, but by having the camera actively pan away from this conversation so that you're instead looking at this other one. The camera is focusing all of your attention. Everything that's happening is like, this is where your attention should be. Oh, by the way, I'm the Armored Titan. Right?
Yeah, I imagine I haven't seen this in like with headphones or anything, but like how Funimation does their 5.1, it just literally fades off into the distance. Like
it does.
Out the right speakers. Just
yeah. So the anime deliberately makes this line difficult to hear, not just by capturing it in a wide shot, but by having the camera actively pan away to follow a conversation between Hanji and Moblet. Reiner's earth-shattering revelation is practically relegated to background noise, wedged between lines of the other conversation we're following. By the time he points to Bertolt and identifies him as the Colossal Titan, they are already clipping the edge of the frame. It's as if what Reiner is saying is as far from the truth as we are from them physically in the shot, making the moment feel surreal, not just for what's revealed, but for how the show chooses to reveal it. Then something remarkable happens. Nearly 9 minutes, it's like 8 minutes and 46 seconds, something like that, of footage pass between the confession and its violent consequences. 9 minutes is already a long time, a really long time. But in the original Japanese broadcast, there's this fucking commercial break immediately after the reveal. Those 9 minutes might as well be 9 hours when you're left to process everything during an entire commercial break before they even return to walk you through the flashback. So the flashback I'm referring to is when they're talking to Commander Erwin and Hanji about their suspicions that Reiner and Bertolt may be the Colossal and Armored Titan. right?
Or at
Well,
least
real
it's
quick,
somewhat
real quick.
connected
Real quick.
to
So
Annie.
after this commercial break, it does the second half, which is when things escalate, and then is it at the end of the episode that they do the transform before
Right
the
at the
next
end.
episode?
Right
Okay,
at the
so I caught the end of this episode, right, and then when I guess I hit my remote is not responsive completely, so I had to hit the skip button twice.
So
to
you
get,
saw him
I
transform
must have-
and punch
And,
him as
he
they
was
fall.
transforming in midair as they were falling, and then the next one,
The next thing you
immediately
see
goes to
is
eating
the fall
him.
from the top. Oh,
So
my
it looked
God.
like it made sense.
Yeah.
There was a really jarring thing where they were already on the ground. I'm like, what happened? And why are they talking like something happened already? I don't remember them specifically doing that.
That's rough.
Oh,
So one of the things also, look what they show you in the commercial break. The
is
lift.
how they bring
They
up horses.
are setting up what they later tell you they can't even get to. They can't even follow on foot because the horses are on the wrong side of the wall.
Dude, I love the one where it showed the crackers and then it showed eat. This is how you eat. It's like, good God.
The freaking cow looks exactly like the calorie mate.
Yeah. Which is a Japanese snack. Yeah. All right. So those 9 minutes might as well be 9 hours when you're left to process everything during the entire commercial break before they even return to walk you through the flashback. The pacing is intentional and brilliant. The show purposely uses these 9 minutes to guide us into the proper mindset, ensuring that by the time everything erupts, we're completely on board with what's unfolding before us. The groundwork for this reveal has been subtly laid out through the whole series, with the show cleverly using Reiner's split personality to plant seeds of doubt about him being the Armored Titan. While Reiner appears in season 1, it isn't until the female Titan shows up that we really start to get to know him. Even then, his character moments unfold in the shadow of this new threat, meaning the female Titan, as if we're processing everything about Reiner through the fog of this massive revelation about the female Titan's existence. And when we do get to know him, he's incredibly likable, someone who consistently puts his teammates first, even nearly sacrificing himself to save everyone in the tower when a Titan is chomping on his arm. He's exactly the kind of person you want on your own team. This contrasts brilliantly with how Annie is portrayed. The show provides efficient character development for her, positioning her through specific moments that shape our perception. She dismisses parts of the training as unimportant. And notably, she's the only one from the 104th to join the military police, a position that keeps her away from other Titans. If you're fighting on the side of the Titans and planning to destroy humanity, being closer to the interior makes perfect sense. And what I mean by this is, why would you want to be positioned in a place where you kill your comrades if they are on the side of the mindless Titans, right? As the show has sort of set us up to believe.
I want to call them drone Titans.
That's a good word for it. This makes the reveal almost impossible to believe at first, especially because they lead it with Ymir's reveal. We know almost nothing about Ymir in the first season. She's basically introduced and revealed in the same stretch of episodes at the tower. It seems completely insane to overshadow the reveal of the two Titans who kicked off the entire series with Ymir, someone we barely know. Yet, this decision somehow works perfectly. It succeeds by subverting our expectations of storytelling structure, dropping this massive reveal in a way that initially seems jarring precisely because it defies conventional narrative patterns. Then there's Bertold, who's handled completely differently. Like Ymir, the show keeps him so far in the background that you almost forget he exists until the reveal. But once you know he's the colossal Titan, you just can't unsee it. His height, his appearance, everything suddenly clicks into place. Similarly, Reiner's muscular build and appearance match the Armored Titan perfectly. But the show counts on us being too attached and invested in his heroic personality to really see it. Kind of like how last podcast, when you had only seen season 1 FDDM, you talked about how you perceived that Reiner looks just like the Armored Titan.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to see the heroism and the situations that unfold in the tower, does it not like basically wipe that thought from your brain? Like, holy shit, the way he's acting, the way he's almost sacrificed himself.
Well, the whole
He's
time I'm
so
just
good.
like, well, he's like, it's almost the end for me and stuff. And I'm like, are you going to turn into a Titan now? But I was thinking, well, once again, that's why when I found out about the split personality, I actually like him less, because I was thinking there was a moral dilemma, and because he seemed like more of a stand-up guy that you'd like, why would he betray humanity or something like that?
From what
right?
I know, hang on, because you might get what you're looking for.
Well, I am gonna
Sorry,
watching, you know, like,
repeat what you were looking for again. Sorry, I tuned out.
The moral gray area, like there's a reason behind his actions and all those kinds of things.
I want
that
it
it's
to
not
be
just
some
that
sort
the reason that he's able to portray himself both as an ally and an enemy is simply because he's got split personality.
Yeah, I want it to be a moral dilemma that he was facing, and that shows why he's got this stand-up character instead of being I'm schizo.
Totally. So here's my favorite observation I gave during season 2. There's even a meta layer to this reveal.
Haven't seen yet that knows how to dig.
That would definitely make their entry point hard to find. I'm the army.
There's even a meta layer to this reveal. In the English dub, Moblet is voiced by Jerry Jewell, famous for playing Detective Jimmy Kudo in Case Closed. It's
oh my god.
Reiner's the armored titan, huh? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You might have picked up on his physical similarities. Those 9 minutes after the reveal feel like the show giving us a moment to catch our breath, to put all these pieces together. Without this carefully crafted breathing room, the audience would experience immense whiplash when Mikasa attacks. We'd be too caught in our disbelief during the incredible fight that follows to appreciate its masterful execution. By walking us through the clues laid out in the meeting, the show strategically guides us through our disbelief. Even though Reiner physically resembled the Armored Titan, his actions are framed so ingeniously that we see him as the ultimate ally, even in moments when he's actively working against our team. It's amazing how something that initially feels like it comes out of nowhere actually has so much careful setup behind it. The show doesn't just rely on shock value, it builds a foundation that makes the reveal both surprising and inevitable in retrospect. Then I go on.
You said one tweet.
I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to mention it. Then I go on to talk about the juxtaposition specifically of how they show Ymir first, right? And that when they reveal that she's a Titan, you see Bertolt and Reina are shocked. Not only because Ymir is a Titan, which throws you off the scent of, oh, I guess they're not. I guess Reina's not the Armored Titan because he wouldn't be shocked by this, right? But also because they had Marcel, their friend, get eaten by Ymir. And therefore, we know the theory would be, if we're following and we're really using our brains here in saying that Annie, well, the female Titan looks as much like Annie as the Armored Titan looks like Reiner. So therefore, if I'm going to follow this and I'm going to suspect him, the fact that this other Titan that they would be possibly connected with, they don't even know about, and it freaks them out. Like, that throws you off the scent. And it also distances Ymir even further as being even more of an anomaly, because she's a third team of Titans that are humans that transform at will, like Eren and
a third
Annie
party,
and
I guess you could say. Well, if she had boobs, we might be more on the scent. No.
So then there's also...
Can I bring up a slide that's relevant to this, actually?
Sure.
So I called this early on, which I think Reese was about to like get into massive spoilers, and we were shutting him down, which I believe are still spoilers. Calm down, Reese.
That wasn't actually...
Reese, don't talk. You have no permission to speak. So I said, oh God, I have the line somewhere. I have it written down. What? I found it. Okay. Doubling down on this. The four of us aren't like the rest of them. Them who? God damn it, my text-to speech failed me. The ones who have to bear witness to the who have borne witness to the Titans.
Or witness?
Or whatever. But I don't know if there's some weird pacing thing that gave me the sus trail of saying, okay, all 4 of them are Titans. And that's what made me think, okay, is Armin the Titan that ate his mother? Because that one looks vaguely like him. He's got the bolt cut. Sadly, it's been deconfirmed in this season. I'm so sad that wasn't Armin. That would have been crazy.
Armin's master plan was whenever Aaron like gives him lip, he's like, "At least I ate your mom." Like,
oh god.
His mom was the target all along.
So I'm still doubling down to this potentially meaning that being a subtle thing that they somehow know that these two are capable of Titanism or whatever.
Let me just say, if you look at this show from the perspective, and I have thoughts about something I've already talked about when it comes to Annie and Armin that I am very excited to view again after next podcast or during next podcast when we do our next watch club, about what you're describing here is a very interesting idea, because again, it's like it's as though you have to experience this from the perspective of what the showrunners or the writers are trying to convey to the audience the first time around, the second time around, the third time around, and all this stuff is just so fucking nuts. And I have a theory I'm going to share after we do our season 3, possibly.
I'm excited to hear it.
Watch club regarding this very thing you're describing that I think might actually make what you're suggesting possibly make sense in the weirdest, dumbest, stupidest, bullshittest, most retarded way.
So Annie is a white supremacist Aryan Hitler sympathizer, and she sees that Armin is an Aryan Hitler youth Titan, and she can sense it with her scent or something. Anyway,
you found him out. Armin is the Adolf Titan.
Yes.
I think you need to calm down on that train of thought there.
We'll have to see. Maybe you're just misdirecting me. But this is all simply because I knew Aaron was the Titan,
just so you know,
Reiner was
I have actively misdirected you multiple times tonight, just so you know.
I see. But anyway, Reiner I perceived as very likely the armored Titan, and Aaron's we know he's a Titan. So I'm like, okay, so these 4 are possibly Titans. Is that what they're alluding to?
So what but obviously the other interpretation, the other layer to interpret that is that
the horrors of the Titan is the horror of being a Titan.
Yeah, well, Bertolt and Reiner witnessed Marcel get eaten, and Armin and Aaron were in Shiganshina when the wall fell. So they witnessed their own horrors, right? Obviously,
that's the plain text version.
Yeah, that's the exoteric interpretation, isn't it? Yeah.
Also, I had this screenshot of Armin blowing a load. You're welcome.
They're like, damn, that must be a new record. All right. So one of the other things that I think is so brilliant about how they reveal the stuff and the choice to have Ymir get revealed first and all this shit is that in this moment, it is Reiner specifically who notices that Ymir is able to read something that he can't. That distances them even further from her as one of the groups of Titans. If you're supposed to appreciate Annie and Aaron, God damn it, Annie and Bertolt and Reiner together as being part of this clique that is on their own separate mission from everybody else. That
Aaron's
this now adds another layer into the conflict, that there is a completely separate other sect of people, and also simultaneously maybe all people are just Titans and we haven't figured it out yet. It's goddamn incredible writing. Fucking fantastic. eCatcher says, wow, that's insane. Congrats on the new record. Yeah, I'm glad that it was this show that got us there.
Over 9 hours already.
Yep. 9/11 coming up.
That's what I did. Come on. Hurry up. We got 1 minute.
And then I sort of talked about this earlier about the sequence here where you see in the manga, it's really abundantly clear what's going on when Mikasa slashes them, right? And that this gets stuck in his arm. right? Which this is such a great. This scene goes so fucking hard.
As a warrior.
Brutal. Like we've never seen people get slashed by these blades, and it's people that up until seconds ago we believe were on our side. It is so fucking brutal. Ah. And then we turn, and I had to cut together 2 episodes to get this shot because it ends here.
This is the part that Findham skipped.
Yeah, right here.
No, this was right at the end of the episode.
This is the end of the episode. But I cut together the stuff at the start of the next episode to make it one sequence. Right here. So this fucking sequence is the greatest animation in the series. God damn, it's so good. Fuck yeah. God damn, that was incredible. Chef's kiss. Greatest thing ever put to film.
Bring back that shot of Armin busting a nut. we gotta Photoshop AC's head on Armin.
Yeah, and then we've already covered the rest of my tweets here about Gelgar and all that. I didn't talk as much about this season. I have a lot more to say, but I figured it would be cooming all over Twitter, so I decided not to bore
Coom on your parade.
Yeah.
So
Can I just say,
yeah,
real quick, I love you guys, not just the host, but also the viewers. I feel so fortunate to get to experience this show in the way that we're doing it. Where I waited, I have avoided by some fucking miracle the spoilers.
You've been edging for this long,
and the fact that I can have the vulnerability for each and every one of us on here at some level. Well, not ever. I guess
edging. The fuck
I guess
you mean edging.
I guess
He's
Green
been
Line and
cooming
Reese
the entire time.
I guess Green Line and Reese have already seen the series, but for
Yes.
Footnam and I feel so fortunate that we have viewers who respect us and are enjoying the experience of us experiencing the show to where we aren't being flooded with spoilers during these moments, right? Like I just,
Are
it
you,
is
are
so
you saying it's
magnificent.
a good thing we're a small podcast?
I am saying that actually. I am saying thank God. Thank God. Thank God that I get to experience perhaps the best written story I've ever experienced without worrying about being spoiled over it. So anyway, I thought I was going somewhere with that, but I forgot. So
just want that. I love you guys. I'm glad we're small.
Reese, why'd you change the brand?
So he could because he was showing the Mikasa.
I had to show
Yeah.
Mikasa feeding Aaron.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say is I'm really glad, eCashro and Kotati, that you're with us here, because there is an exceedingly increasing chance that this podcast specifically will get blocked worldwide as soon as I hit end stream. So I'm very fortunate. I feel happy that you got to be here for this, and we got to share it with you.
Exclusive.
Because I know for a fact that Celine Dion song is at least going to get blocked in Russia. And all the stuff I just showed from Attack on Titan, I just don't know. I didn't test it. You know.
Oh boy. So I have a couple other slides. Once again, these are completely non plot relevant. I just happened to screen cap this when it came up. It was like showing
That's a
the
great
scale
visualization.
Yeah.
Is that Cena and Rose?
That would have to be
Cena
Cena and Rose because unless I guess they could have a really small circle in between that.
No, that's
inner
got to be
one.
Cena and Rose.
I'm assuming, yeah.
I wonder if we can see the forest.
Hold up.
multiple
Didn't Armin say something about like the outside world has blah 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 and wait, hold up. Wait a second. Was it mountains or was it the fire breathing mountains or it's a volcano?
I think it was mountains. I'm not sure.
Because what I'm getting at
those
is
are
if
not-
he said
I don't know.
mountains, I don't know. Those are
Who knows?
kind of
There
big.
weren't. Look, here we can say this at least. There aren't any mountains in Shiganshina. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Anyway, so I'll put that up with the other wall pics and DMs. Okay, so this one. Sorry, I was watching on my TV, so it's not a screen cap. This shot made me laugh because they're moving forward progressively really fast, and their lines are stuck in midair, and I'm just
Let
like,
me just
lol.
say that I own the series on Blu-ray. I downloaded it so that I would have it for VLC, so I could take screenshots and stuff, so that we could discuss it. And when I got to this exact sequence, I thought to myself, "Oh no, have I been watching the web rip?" Like, because there's a pretty famous sequence of the scouts translating across the screen that looks like a dog shit in the actual broadcast compared
I
to.
wonder if it's the one that I saw earlier in
Let me
the
see if I can pull it up.
season 2. Yeah, if you can find it, that would be great. But man, it looks jank when that happens. And I think it's mainly because in the manga you see a panel. So obviously their line is connected to a tree over there, but it's not moving in the manga. And I guess Wit didn't account for that. So it's just fully erect the whole time, right? And it's just moving. And this
is it the same as the Naruto like run, where like they start running through trees and it's like, are they even?
They magically find a tree branch every step of the way.
Yeah.
So here's another shot near the very end where they're fighting the Chungus Titan when drunk guy's fighting him. So as you can see, the Titan is presented here in the middle of the screen. And then dude busts a nut to the right side of the screen, upper right side of the screen, might I add. And then when you get the further away shot, I don't see the tree. So Spider-Man has infamously had this web culture where they're complaining about, oh, there's no buildings. Your webs are just attaching to nothing in thin air. So that's what I'm seeing right here. I don't think there was a shot that showed it like an off-screen tree that was directly to the right of the frame. So I don't know what to make of that. I'll be real. It could once again be a manga mistranslation. You know, none of these are really like actually big issues. It's just kind of like maybe a continuity thing, or someone was drunk at the wheel. So yeah, that's those pictures.
Okay, I'm looking at an article here with, oh god, Armin's face looks as bad as it does in the manga on some of these TV broadcasts. Holy fuck!
Wait, is it a TV broadcast issue, or is it on the Blu-ray?
No, the Blu-ray is fixed.
Oh,
hold on. I'm looking. I just don't want to. I don't want to scroll too far and show stuff we haven't gotten to yet. But yeah, look at this face right here.
Oh. It's still crazy to me that they go through the effort of doing things like twice like this, presumably to meet a deadline. But
you know, honestly, something that surprises me when I'm trying to take screenshots for the show is that a lot of this show is animated on 3s instead of 2s. And they do this thing where they crossfade between each frame.
Oh no! Oh my god! Is that what I was seeing in season 2? It was like it felt like I was watching something that was interlaced, even though it wasn't interlaced. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, so they're
like...
typically using it for slow motion sequences, like when, for example, Reiner gets pushed out of the way by Marcel when Ymir grabs their friend and eats him. Like they'll do it stylistically for slow motion, and it looks great in motion. Don't get me wrong, but I just thought it was interesting that they're saving their budget by doing shots like that.
I'm talking about just like in general though. There's something weird. It almost looked like it was interlaced. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I was tripping balls.
I cannot find this sequence I'm talking about. Maybe here? That looks like a spoiler. Don't look. Don't look. All of these are Mappa versus Wit comparisons, and I'm very sad to be seeing them. But I can't. Scene from Attack on Titan where the scouts are just translated across the screen. See what happens. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Come on, images. Give me a break here. All right. I guess we're gonna have to wait. I don't want to risk my spoilies. But yeah, there's a sequence, and it's literally like you know those. Have you ever seen those like have you ever seen those like TikToks where they have like the person and they're like using the distort feature in Photoshop to move something around, and you can literally see their mouse doing it, and they're oftentimes they do it with like the kid playing the trumpet or something, right? It's basically that. Like it's as if the mouse is on screen dragging the characters across, like whoosh. It's so bad. Anyway, all right, yeah, catching up on chat. It's really fun to hear you guys discuss and theorize. This podcast is great. I appreciate that. Really helping me appreciate Attack on Titan a lot more. Dude, it is so good. Like, Green Line, by the end of our watch clubs, you will appreciate as much as I do.
I gotta say, you were talking in autistic detail about some of the scenes in season 1, and when they occurred, when I got to them, I'm just like, I feel empty. Like, what?
Yeah, there's certain things where I'm looking forward to, like, understanding more, but then there's other things where I'm just like, I'm looking.
You've already
back on
gotten all
it.
the way through it, no?
I'm looking back on it, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's certain details that I missed the first time around, so I'm just like, I'm looking back on some of these things, and for the most part, I'm also just hoping I missed certain details for certain things.
If I didn't know better, I'd say Goon Line is just mad that there aren't any exposed titties in this show.
No.
All the
we
Titans don't have nipples.
we got really close when they showed Annie transforming in the forest.
Right. But there's certain things where you're like, by the end of this, you'll really enjoy it, and it's like, if I remember the ending correctly, by the end of this, I'm gonna have words.
Yeah, okay.
What? I mean, was it in season 2 or was it another season? Will we see Mikasa working out and her abs are like holy?
I think that must have been an OVA because I don't remember seeing that in season 1.
I think that's in season 3.
But out of curiosity, you asked me earlier,
saw that.
Brad, like,
No, it's got to be an OVA. That was going around back when it was Titan season, where everyone was cooming over season 1.
No, you're thinking of the back muscles in Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress. That was.
Oh my god! It might be Cabaneri actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But there was an OVA where Mikasa was working out.
Oh yeah, it is in one of the OVAs. It's in
So maybe it's that last OVA that you're supposed to watch.
No,
after
it's
season
in
3.
episode 3.25, A Sudden Visitor.
Yeah, which that would probably be their attempt at showing how, like, well, see, Mikasa is a girl boss because she gets works out. Which, by the way, I can't help but at this point feel that she's majority Mary Sue alike. I'm sorry.
I'll be honest. I don't really like her that much as a character. I agree with Randy. Actually, I didn't think I was going to, but she looks way better with the shorter hair. Or maybe he said he liked her before the short hair.
He said he liked her before she cut her hair in season 3. She has yet another cut hair.
No, I think he's referring to her.
No, she looks like a dyke. I've
Really?
seen it. What, you haven't?
No. I think she looks
remember.
great in season
Yeah.
2 with the cut hair.
He looks pretty bad in season 4. It is the
Wow.
where she gets her haircut, and she looks pretty bad.
It's like the only thing that Erin has ever said about her appearance is that she should cut her hair, and I cut it.
Oh,
it
this
didn't
is
work.
awful.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it some more. Oh, it still didn't work. Oh, shave head. Right?
I'll shave
All
off
right,
half of it.
It's like
The
Aaron looks at Connie. He looks in the distance in the direction of Connie. Like, oh, I see. Yes, shave.
The anime collector, prepare thyself for the. This is the true horror of Attack on Titan. Actually, you know, damn it, come on.
I don't want to know.
Brace thine anus, young one.
No.
All right,
Oh.
Why would you do that?
you
That's a
massacred our
spoiler.
girl.
She doesn't even look like a girl. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
I got the first time I watched this, I got confused until it was Trina Nishimura that was coming out of that voice. I'm like, oh fuck! I thought that was a different character.
She
Oh,
looks
no.
like Carrie Ann
The-
Moss.
She looks like that Chainsaw Man character with the eye patch.
Uh,
The
Even
hot
though I
one?
haven't seen that show, but
That
I've seen the
looks
character.
hotter than that.
I don't know.
I know. I'm
See,
just saying the aesthetic. You know,
I feel
wearing,
very
like,
fortunate that I'm not cooming over Mikasa like half the audience was, so I'm okay with this. There was nothing.
No, you're just
there
cooming
was
over
no
everything
boner
else.
to lose to begin with.
I
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like who what? Who's best girl?
Annie was. I said Annie was best girl.
I saw I saw a comment. I saw this Reddit post that said Bertolt's the best character in the best written character in the whole series. I think it was a joke, right? And I was reading it, and it said like, "What do you think he thought when Armin was clapping Annie's cheeks or something like that?"
Whoa.
And I was like, ah! But then I watched season 2 again, and it's the part when he like guilts him over like the torture or whatever. And I think because like Reiner says, like, ask Annie out already. Life's too short not to, whatever. Because like he's like, I've seen the way you look at her or whatever, and they're in the tower or whatever
Yeah.
it is. I forget where it is. They say that, but yeah, I don't know. Mikasa ended the bloodline with that haircut.
Oh, god damn!
yeah.
Oh no!
Oh,
I don't know.
oh God!
I'll be honest. If you pull that image up again,
I think I
You
deleted it.
need to save that comment, screenshot that comment, and save it for when we do the final season.
definitely not
This
best.
one.
This one, yeah. If you ask me, the haircut is not the unappealing part of this.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
the pants.
Like if I were to look at that, I'm like, yeah, still good looking. But if I'm gonna put my finger just over the head, oh no.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that bulge I see?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, it's
turns
the
out
whole thing.
Mikasa's the dick titan all along.
It's the whole. Oh yeah. Oh no.
Are you saying that this is actually true? Or is
Yes, I am.
God damn
Thank
it.
you for wasting my time by pulling it up. The bread gif again.
it, sorry. What happened to others? That's true.
Yeah, you have to survive, Aaron.
So, can you put up that other image if it's still in there?
It's on this brand. God damn it.
This one?
This is a spoiler.
What?
It is a spoiler because now I'm gonna wonder until I get to this season what happened to
What
the red
made her a
scarf.
dyke?
Because this is the first time I've seen her without the red scarf in close
You didn't
proximity.
see? Is she not on the cover arts of the final season parts?
My
I don't know
friend,
what she is.
I have drank so much tonight
That
just
I'm
to
hoping
ensure
to
that I
forget.
don't remember all this. These spoilers don't have a chance of taking over. Bread is a spoiler. All All right, my wife says come to bed.
Wow.
I mean, it is
After
1:30.
9.5 hours.
Nine and a half hours.
No.
It has been an honor, my friends. I can't
I
wait.
guess
till
she
we-
is on the second part cover.
Can't wait till we get to talk about season 3. Let's end it here. It's going to be another one of those endings with the amazing Titan musical.
No, please no. No.
All right, everyone. Good night.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to take on. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless inside. Oh, save us
from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.